Volume 1, Synopsis. In a world where humanity lives in suspended space, children undergo a fishing test when they come of age. Those with immaculate talents have the possibility of becoming great fishing masters. In the endless sea, every life is imbued with a sacred mission. There are fish that can fly, turtles that have absorbed the worldly essence, and whales that can devour the heaven and earth. There are also countless fishers. Fishing is an art. There is an ancient saying, if you can't fish, you might as well be bait. Chapter 1, The Drowned Young Man. Haul it up, we'll be rich if you get it up. Amidst the surging waves, Han Fei was shouting excitedly against the wind on his boat. Who knows, we might know what lies in store in that map today. Han Fei was a gold digger on the sea. 7 years ago, he accidentally picked up an ancient treasure map while fishing. The map captivated him and told him that there was a great secret, possibly a medieval shipwreck, in the marked spot on the map. If he could claim the treasure, he would live the rest of his life without ever needing to worry about money. Han Fei craned his head at the sea. His boat had been surrounded by countless fish, including several hundred sharks, since it came here, or he would have dived in personally. Dong! Suddenly, a sailor shouted, "Not good, boss. Something is dragging us down. It's alive." Han Fei replied, "Alive, my ass. How can anything be alive after hundreds of years?" Crack! An enormous force broke the keel of the boat, throwing Han Fei and company to the rails heavily. A sailor cried, "Hurry, cut the rope." Han Fei yelled with bloodshot eyes, "Fuck off, pull it up. We're going to die anyway. I would rather take a look at the treasure before that." Han Fei knew that he was doomed after he heard the crack. So he had turned completely crazy and was determined to see the treasure. Another sailor cursed. "FCKU, I'm here to make money, not to get myself killed." Caught by the unexpected danger, everybody was stunned. Waves were surging on the surface of the ocean. Han Fei, however, noticed none of it, only a shadow below the water. What was that? A round item several meters long rose to the surface. Why did it look like a strange calabash? As a professional fisherman, he knew the ocean as well as he knew his own house, and he was certain that it was not a calabash. After all, no calabashes could remain unwrought after being soaked in seawater for so many years. He believed that it was more likely to be a calabash-shaped wreck. An enormous force surged again and flipped the boat over. Han Fei fell into the ocean. However, an accident happened the next second. A thick pillar of water rose to the sky, and the boat was immediately elevated. Flying to the sky in the water pillar, Han Fei panicked. The most titanic fish head appeared in the water. He swore that he had never seen a fish as large. Its head alone was bigger than a boat. Even the largest blue whale couldn't compare to it. Despite his dizziness, Han Fei felt that something was pulling him into the ocean. He was both excited and scared when he thought of the blood-curdling behemoth down there. He saw a crab several meters long running to him when he was dying. Isn't it supposed to be a fish? Why is it a crab? Those were Han Fei's last thoughts. Pooh, cough, cough. Somebody was calling him as if from a distance. Han Fei, wake up. Brother, wake up. After spewing out he didn't know how much water, Han Fei finally woke up from unconsciousness. His head was aching and full of thousands of strange pictures and memories that did not belong to him. Opening his eyes, Han Fei gasped at the sky. A boundless ocean stretched out to the horizon, illuminated by a crimson sun that covered half of the sky. Scattered clouds dangled from the sky like long, uncombed hair. Hiss! Where the hell am I? What's that thing in the sky? Han Fei was appalled. The enormous fish a moment ago and the unbelievably large sun right now were surreal to him. However, they were not everything. Bam! After an explosion, a middle-aged man emerged from the water on a giant crab with a fishing pole in his hand. Han Fei was shocked. The crab floated on the surface, and the middle-aged man stood on top of it. As he stomped, ripples spread out on the ocean alongside an intimidating wind. The water splashed upward, and a fish broke out of it. The fish was 2 meters long, with fins that looked like wings. It also had greenish stones all over its body. Hew, hew, hew. Suddenly, all the greenish stones on the fish darted toward the man. Crab King's pincers! The man roared and, lowering his body, threw out a punch. Immediately, a pincer shadow was pushed out, blowing up the fishing pole and the flying stones simultaneously. The 2-meter-long fish was cut into halves. One of the halves fell right before Han Fei. Han Fei's eyes bulged in shock. Humph, a middle-aged harumphed. Pulled by a green turtle into the ocean. You're daydreaming if you think you can pass the trial with such a performance. A young man next to Han Fei hurried to explain. Master Wang Jai, it was only because Han Fei's arm was hurt by a blade fish the other day. The middle-aged man waved his hand. No need to explain to me. The fish in the ocean do not listen to your reason. A level 2 fisher is as good as nothing. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized he was lying on a strange boat. Dozens of similarly strange boats were strewn on the ocean nearby, and many children in strange clothes were standing on them. The children were all wearing tight clothes that looked like diving suits regardless of their gender, except that their clothes did not have oxygen tanks. Those children were also looking at him in disdain. Next second, when he saw his own hand, his eyes twitched. Huh, why is my hand so small? Have I transmigrated? A young man said in concern, It's all right as long as you're fine. Before Han Fei was able to ask, the middle-aged stepped out and landed on an empty boat in front of everyone. Then he spoke to the dozens of boats with a book in his hand. Zhang Qing, a level 4 fisher. Fishing result, a low-quality yellow fish. Lu Lingjai, a level 5 fisher. Fishing result, a mid-quality green turtle. Tang Ji, a level 7 fisher. Fishing result, a high-quality tentacle lobster. Everyone gasped in disbelief at the result. What? A tentacle lobster? How dare he? The tentacle lobster is known as the lobster of death. It's much more destructive than blade fish. He actually caught one? Some people said enviously. Tang Ji was only level 6 last month, but he's level 7 now, it's so fast. A girl put her fist on her chest and commented, Wow, Tang Ji is so awesome. He's the genius of our school, he's almost certain to be a fishing master later. As people whispered to each other, Han Fei looked at the young man next to him, Tang Ji. I've transmigrated. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei recalled countless memories. Tang Ji, his great friend, was saved by his father 8 years ago and had been his close friend since. Pitifully, his father passed away in the unknown world beyond the level 3 fishery. Tang Ji had been taking care of him since then. Han Fei took another deep breath. He had assumed the body of a useless man who was drowned. However, this world seemed interesting. Right then, Wang Jai looked at Han Fei and said, Han Fei, a level 2 fisher, got nothing. Besides, Han Fei was the only person who was pulled into the ocean by a green turtle. He has failed the test. If he cannot pass the fishing trial a month from now, he will be expelled. Ha ha ha! Many people laughed, regarding Han Fei as a friend. A girl simply scolded, Han Fei, please stop wasting Tang Ji's cultivation resources. You're only holding him back. Infuriated, Tang Ji was about to argue with her when Han Fei pulled his arm. Now that his memories had been assimilated, he would rather not keep lying there pretending to be dead. This world was strange, but as an adventurer who had fought pirates and sharks on the sea, Han Fei was not scared at all. Han Fei sneered, Did I eat your yellow fish? It's none of your business. Everybody fell quiet instantly. Tang Ji looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei had been taciturn since his father left. He barely talked, much less talked back. The girl almost jumped up in fury, hoping to rip Han Fei's mouth apart with her fishing hook. At this moment, Hu Kun said cynically, Hey, Han Fei, take your time feeling good about yourself, but a month from now, you won't even be qualified to look up to us as a low-level fisher. What are you so proud of? Chapter 2. Demon Purification Pot. That's enough, Wang Jai roared. Tang Ji, bring him back. The fishing trial is only a month from now and you are still bickering. Go back and train. This planet was covered in ocean, and human beings lived on mountains that floated in the sky. Everybody made a living by fishing. They could absorb the spiritual energy and marvelous power within the fish and become fishing masters, thereby reaching the peak of this world. The middle-aged man, Wang Jai, was precisely a fishing master. He taught in a school in Heavenly Water Village. He was also a part-time supervisor of the general fishery. The fishery below Han Fei's feet was the only general fishery of Heavenly Water Village. It was hardly risky, but some people died here almost every day. The ocean represented opportunities as well as danger. Even general fisheries had countless creatures that had natural-born combative techniques. Green turtles were covered in stones and fought with them when in danger. Blade fish had knives on their back and could dart the knives at the enemy. The pincers of the tentacle lobster were sharp enough to cut gold. It was said that in level 1 fisheries, there were fish that looked like swords. They had claimed too many lives. Of course, there were also shocking rumors. Some described the gigantic monsters in the unknown ocean. Some mentioned the rare treasures at the bottom of the abyss, and some were about the undersea mermaids that had dominated the ocean for eons. However, Han Fei had never seen any of those in person, so he couldn't tell if the rumors were true. Tang Ji helped Han Fei get on an empty boat. Tang Ji said, "It's all right. That was just an accident. We still have time. You're going to pass the trial next time." Han Fei was about to say something when he found himself flying. To be more exact, the boat was flying. Han Fei was meaning to ask why the boat could fly, but he found the answer in his head. This kind of boat was designed for fishing, and they were going to Heavenly Water Village, which was located on an island floating in the sky. Tang Ji asked worriedly, "Han Fei, are you all right? Were you unsettled under the sea?" "I'm fine. I just feel that everything is like a dream." Tang Ji had a nagging feeling that Han Fei had turned a little odd, but Han Fei responded that he was over his trauma, leading to a change in personality. Han Fei was reluctant to tell him that his brother had already died and someone else would live on in his body. While Han Fei was thinking, the boat passed through the clouds, allowing him to see the mountain floating in the sky. Countless boats were hanging off the cliff. Above, many boats were coming and going. Han Fei was too shocked by the extraordinary view to speak. It seemed to be a scene from legends. Although he had memories of it, his heart was still pounding after seeing it for real. Several minutes later, the boat landed on the ocean, ripples spreading. Everybody had to register here when they left for the ocean or returned. Most people had stock when they returned, and the merchants were waiting for them here, so this place was also the biggest trade center in the village. Everybody was smiling even though the stink of fish did not smell too good. After all, they could make good money out of it. Han Fei clicked his tongue when he saw the prosperous town and heard the noises. Was this Heavenly Water Village? As he recalled, Heavenly Water Village had 600,000 people, and it was just a village. How many villages and cities were out there in this world? How many people were living in the sky? For Han Fei, everything was too new. With Tang Ji leading the way, the two of them registered in the departure port and returned to their house. Han Fei's house was a shabby yard with a coverage of only some 20 square meters. Right behind the house was a bottomless cliff. His nearest neighbor was several hundred meters away. The house seemed to have been isolated. He looked behind the house and saw infinite clouds. Half of the sky was blocked by the enormous sun. The mist at sunset was enchanting. Tang Ji picked up a few big clams from the water tank in the house and pulled a bucket of water out of Han Fei's bed. "Han Fei, the clams are being boiled for you. Wait for me, I'll be back soon." Han Fei nodded with a smile. Clams were the most common food for the residents here. They were succulent and in huge supply, enough to keep most people fed despite their lack of spiritual energy. An hour passed. Han Fei was going to pour the clams and the soup out, but he was stunned after he lifted the pot cover because he saw a series of data. Name: regular clam soup level, 1 quality, regular spiritual energy. 24 points, effect. This food can keep you from starving, nothing more. Han Fei rubbed his eyes. Is it my talent? He took a deep breath. Tang Ji must be coming back soon. He'd better study it later. He found 2 pearls in the pot. Han Fei smiled casually. The mediocre pearls could be sold for 20 sea coins. What could 20 sea coins buy? 2 or 3 regular clams. There was absolutely nothing else in Han Fei's house. Soon, Tang Ji entered with a bowl of soup in his hand. The aroma of the food immediately filled the room. Han Fei grinned. "You're giving your swallowed spirit soup to me again?" Looking at the soup in Tang Ji's hand, Han Fei's eyes twitched again. Name: swallowed spirit soup level. 8 quality, regular spiritual energy, 48 points, effect. Training efficiency will be improved by 20% for 3 hours after this is taken. Han Fei swallowed. My whole pot of soup is not as effective as that tiny bowl. Swallowed spirit soup was made with the spirit-swallowing fish in the level 1 fishery. Such fish were not aggressive and could absorb natural spiritual energy. Their soup could fill people with spiritual energy. It was very helpful in cultivation. Tang Ji did not think it was a big deal. "It's nothing. I can easily pass the trial. My soul will be awakened a month from now. Do you think I care about a bowl of swallowed spirit soup? Han Fei had heard about the trial too many times. As he recalled, everybody had to go through a fishing trial where elimination basically meant death when they were 12. Only one who survived and passed the trial could awaken their soul, acquire their spiritual beast, and fish in the level 1 fisheries. Otherwise, they could only live the rest of their life as a regular fisher. The fishing trial was only 1 month from now, and Han Fei could barely survive it. So, as the most distinguished genius, Tang Ji often gave his resources to Han Fei for Han Fei's cultivation. However, Han Fei's body was too unworthy. He was only a level 2 fisher today. Level 2 fishermen were essentially the ordinary people in this world. Few people were more untalented than him. Han Fei finished the soup quickly under Tang Ji's earnest gaze. The soup was fresh and salty, but he felt that his body was warmed up as he drank it. After only a brief moment, his body was refilled with energy and steaming faintly. Hiss, Han Fei was amazed by the glimmer on his hand. Was it the so-called spiritual energy? Am I glowing? He knew that everybody in this world was a cultivator, but it still felt quite wonderful to experience it in person for the first time. Tang Ji, on the other hand, chuckled. How does it feel? When do you think you can become a level 3 fisher? I wasted a lot of time when I was upset, but I've learned to move on. I think I will make it soon. After drinking up the swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei had another 2 clams and finally felt full. Tang Ji still needed to check the results at school, so he left in a hurry, allowing Han Fei to shut the door. Han Fei sat on the bed eagerly. What would cultivation feel like? Exciting and fun? If someone else were in the room, they would be surprised at the calabash tattoo on Han Fei's wrist that even had leaves and vines. Han Fei recited soul fishing, the only art that he knew, but his wrist hurt the moment he got started. He opened his eyes, only to see the calabash tattoo on his wrist. Are you haunting me? The next moment, Han Fei saw another set of data displayed by the so-called demon purification pot. Chapter 3, Strength Matters Most. Demon Purification Pot Owner, Han Fei Level 2 Beginner Fisher Spiritual Energy, 4848 Spiritual Heritage, Level 1 Incomplete Upgradable Main Art, Soul Fishing Repairable. Han Fei was quite surprised. Demon Purification Pot. What was the calabash on his wrist about? On one side of the series of data, there was a glittering option that said Arts. Han Fei clicked Arts curiously. Existing Arts. Soul Fishing, Incomplete. Level 1 of Immobilization, Incomplete. Note: this generic ancient art is now incomplete after the passage of time. Repairing it will cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei's eyes immediately glowed. Am I favored by fate? His joy did not last long. When Han Fei noticed his 48 points of spiritual energy and realized the gap between it and 1,000, he was lost for words. Then, seeing repairable behind the name of the art, he thought he might as well try repairing it. When he thought about that, his 48 points were immediately reduced to 0, and the hazy picture was gone. Galulu. I'm so hungry. Han Fei felt that the world was spinning and he was about to fall over. His overflowing spiritual energy vanished all of a sudden. Han Fei staggered to the table and ate the unfinished clams. He didn't feel better until he gulped down all the clams, and his spiritual energy turned to 12 points. However, to his exasperation, the data regarding the clams left him wishing he were dead. They were merely at level 1, barely enough to fill his stomach. 4 points are too few. What does absorbable mean here? When he thought about that, Han Fei realized that the clam before him lost something. He checked his own data, only to discover that his spiritual energy became 16 points. The clam's information had totally changed. Name, unfresh clam level, 1 quality, bad spiritual energy, 0 points, effect. This food can keep you from starving, nothing more. I can do this. Han Fei was surprised. Do I only need to touch the clams and not eat them? Instead of touching all the other clams immediately, Han Fei murmured, the demon purification pot can directly absorb spiritual energy. Does it mean that I'll have infinite spiritual energy as long as there's enough seafood? If I can absorb clams, can I absorb flowers, grass, or stone? Then, Han Fei focused on his spiritual heritage, which was level 1, incomplete. Was it the reason why he hadn't been able to improve? Seeing that there were still some clams in the tank, Han Fei thought of repairing his spiritual heritage, only to discover that it would also cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei was lost for words. Where can I find 1,000 points of spiritual energy? He focused his eyes on the clams again. Several minutes later, he touched all the clams, and his spiritual energy reached 52 points. Wait, the amount of spiritual energy can surpass the capacity of my body. Han Fei was shocked. It meant that he would have inexhaustible spiritual energy as long as he stored enough, whereas other people had to rest and recover after their spiritual energy was used up. However, Han Fei gave up the idea soon because he did not have even close to enough seafood for absorption. Cleaning up all the clam shells, Han Fei sat on bed again, ready for cultivation. This time, Han Fei dare not repair any art. He merely glimpsed and noticed a progress bar that had moved forward a bit. It must have been because he consumed 48 points of spiritual energy just now. He read on and saw new information. Existing arts. Soul fishing, incomplete. Level 1 of immobilization, incomplete. Note: the generic ancient art is now incomplete after the passage of time. Repairing it will cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Superseding art. Void fishing progress. 48/1000. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Fine, I'd better cultivate by myself. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the bed. The calabash appeared faintly on his wrist again, but not as painfully as before. In his meditation, Han Fei felt something cool in the air flowing into his body. After a long time, Han Fei, who was in the middle of his cultivation, suddenly lay back and fell asleep. Bam! Han Fei was sound asleep when his door was kicked open by a ferocious-looking fatty who pointed at Han Fei and roared, "Here you are. You're still sleeping? You think you're the boss? Go to the general fishery in an hour. Don't think you can stay home because you're ill. Don't come back tonight if you can't complete your mission." Han Fei looked at the fatty, whose name was Zhang Han. The man was a supervisor of the area. A wise man knows when to retreat. With the demon purification pot, it was only a matter of course for him to rise. It was unnecessary to cause trouble now. Han Fei rose quickly and smiled. "Supervisor Zhang, we're going today?" "Of course. You think someone will offer you food for free? You're lucky that according to the new rule, common fishermen only need to pay a tax of 150 kilograms of fish every day." Zhang Han then sneered. "However, if you can't submit 150 kilograms, you know the consequence, right? No useless men live in Heavenly Water Village. You'll spend the night on the ocean. Think carefully." Han Fei was alarmed. He knew that the fishermen who couldn't pay the tax would be cast out. It was said that nights on the ocean were dangerous with the fish attacks. Nobody had ever survived 5 consecutive nights on the ocean. However, he said with a smile, "Supervisor Zhang, I've lost my fishing pole and bait, so?" Zhang Han grinned. "No biggie. I'll give you an ordinary fishing pole and a box of bait for only 10 low-quality pearls. What do you think?" Han Fei clenched his fists even more tightly. The man was obviously taking advantage of him. An ordinary fishing pole cost 3 low-quality pearls, and a box of bait was only worth 80 sea coins. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, "Supervisor Zhang, I only have 20 sea coins for now. Can I borrow your tools?" Zhang Han changed his expression and said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me sooner that you have no money? You don't even have 10 low-quality pearls. You are destined to be a civilian for the rest of your life. If you die in an ocean, how can you pay me back?" Although that was what he said, Zhang Han turned and left, not forgetting to tell Han Fei to head to his store, but interest would be collected. Han Fei was infuriated, but he also realized that he was in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Revenge was a dish best served cold. He decided to hold himself back until he could get back at the guy. Very soon, Han Fei came to the departure port. Zhang Han had a store himself, but he paid little attention to it. When Han Fei came, the man was eating a tiny shellfish. Zhang Han found a ragged fishing pole and a box of green bait in his store before he tossed them to Han Fei. He said, "You would have been exiled if you weren't still eligible for the fishing trial. Go now. Remember, 1 low-quality pearl every day." In the registration office, Han Fei finished the paperwork, and under the receptionist's gaze, Han Fei boarded an 8-man boat. A middle-aged man next to Han Fei said, "Sit tight. We've leaving." Han Fei was still astounded despite the last experience. This world was too splendid. The reflection of the enormous sun dyed the ocean red. It was very beautiful. Hey, what's interesting about the sun? You're not baiting the hook? Han Fei turned around, only to discover that everybody was putting the green bait on the hooks of their fishing poles. The green bait was the most common bait for regular fishermen. It was like an earthworm but thicker and shorter. A young man on the boat looked at Han Fei. You were the guy who was pulled into the ocean by a green turtle yesterday? Chapter 4, First Fishing. Han Fei nodded. That's me. The young man sneered. How weak. Han Fei was rendered speechless. Are the kids here all so caustic? Several minutes later, the boat landed on the ocean, ripples spreading. Everybody raised their poles. It was hard to imagine that the hook flew hundreds of meters away without a reel after an easy toss. Han Fei was full of questions. Everyone closed their eyes. Their hands glimmered with spiritual energy. Their fishing lines were all slightly moving back. Han Fei was amazed. Why were their fishing lines extensible? Han Fei had an answer. They must be controlling the fishing lines with spiritual energy. But as he recalled, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei cast the hook with all his strength, only for it to land 20 meters away. Huh! When he went fishing before, there was always a weight at the end of the line, but he had only a line and a bait right now. It was rather difficult to control the distance with spiritual energy. Han Fei hurried to look at everyone and discovered that they didn't notice it, so he began his fishing as if nothing happened. Skillfully, he pulled, released, and shook the pole. To the left, to the right. Han Fei murmured to himself, but everyone on the boat was surprised. Someone said, Hey, are you an idiot? Your bait is gone. Han Fei did not know what to say. The middle-aged man said, Pull it back. The green bug is the least active bug, so the fish will not touch your hook when it is still wriggling. Pulling the fishing line was an art. Everybody was lost for words watching Han Fei reel the line. Someone finally commented, Why have you not starved? Use your spiritual energy, not your muscles. I used my spiritual energy, but the fishing line wouldn't budge. The middle-aged man said, Feel your spiritual energy. Concentrate it on the fishing line and pull the line back. Blushing, Han Fei felt his spiritual energy accordingly. When his spiritual energy was attached to the fishing pole and line, he was surprised to sense the obscure attraction between them. I didn't know I could wield it like this. Refreshed, Han Fei activated his spiritual energy. The hook immediately sprang out of the water. However, it did not stop but darted into the butt of another young man on the other side of the boat. Han Fei, you're asking to be killed. Han Fei apologized. Sorry, it was not on purpose. Don't move, I'll get it out. Pooh, the hook flew from the young man's back. Everybody, including Han Fei himself, ducked quickly. A large piece of cloth had been torn off on the young man's butt. Blood was spurting out. Han Fei said, I'm terribly sorry that I didn't control it well. Han Fei, I will kill you. The others also looked at Han Fei warily. Was the boy's head damaged yesterday? Why had he forgotten the basics of fishing? Seeing that the young man was charging at him, Han Fei hurried to raise his fishing pole. The young man was so scared that he stopped immediately, suspecting that Han Fei would throw the hook at him again. Someone scolded, Han Fei, get back to business. We'll call the supervisors if you cause trouble again. Han Fei smiled in embarrassment. All right. The incident was over. The young man did not really give him trouble despite his fury. Han Fei simply sat there after casting the hook, same as what other people did. But such a way of fishing required no skill at all. After almost an hour, right when Han Fei intended to ask for advice in his impatience, someone suddenly stood up and grunted. Then the guy made a very weird gesture, and his spiritual energy surged out. His fishing pole and line were immediately covered in a faint radiance. Rise, Bo. Han Fei's eyes widened. Was it so simple? He then realized that other people were as envious of the man as he was. A huge yellow fish around 60 kilograms had been pulled up by a man named Old Huang. Yellow fish were unaggressive and not as threatening as green turtles and blade fish, so they were one of the cheapest and most popular foods on the floating islands, just like the clams. Seeing the others lifting their poles, Han Fei did the same. It was because the yellow fish struggled too long just now, and all the vigilant fish had escaped. Until they reached the level of a fishing master, the fishermen always changed spots every time they caught a fish. Arriving at a new location, everyone cast their lines again. After only a quarter hour, the middle-aged man sensed something. Just like old Chen just now, the middle-aged roared, "Rise!" Han Fei's eyes lit up. It was another green turtle. He remembered Wang Jai's fascinating Crab King's pincer when Wang Jai dealt with the green turtle yesterday. Veins bulged on the middle-aged man's hands, and the line was pulled fast. Holding the pole with both hands, the man turned around and dragged with his shoulder, hauling a big fish out of water. Hew, hew, hew! Stones were thrown. Everybody hid in a corner except Han Fei, who watched the middle-aged man slap the stones away with his glowing hand until he smashed the turtle in the end. A 1-meter-long green turtle fell on the deck, its tail slapping about randomly. It seemed to have passed out. Han Fei had a closer look this time. The green turtle was covered in scales that looked like greenish stones all over its body. Those scales reflected bright blue light under the sun. Name: Green Turtle Level 5 Quality, Regular Spiritual Energy, 12 points. Effect: it can increase one's physical strength if it's eaten over a long period of time. Absorbable: Han Fei realized that the spiritual energy of 3 clams equaled to that of a green turtle. It meant that this thing was not really as impressive as it looked. Everybody exclaimed in shock. "Old Niu, are you a superior fisher now?" The middle-aged man grinned and said frankly, "I made a breakthrough the other day." Everybody congratulated him. Old Chen, in particular, grabbed his arm and asked, "I've been stuck in level 6 for a long time. What's your advice?" Han Fei pricked his ears. He never saw a superior fisher in person before, and he was quite shocked that old Chen had been stuck for almost half of his life. Was cultivation so difficult? Fine, a worker has to sharpen his tools first if he wants to do a good job. I'll crush you after I improve my arts and my spiritual heritage. After the middle-aged man put away the large green turtle, they changed spots again. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Of the 8 passengers, everybody had accomplished their task except Han Fei and the young man who was about the same age as him. The sun was setting. They began chit-chatting while enjoying some of their trophies. Suddenly, the young man shouted, "I got one! I got one!" Han Fei looked at him gloomily. Everybody else had accomplished their task, but he hadn't even caught a single fish after using up almost all his bait. Right as Han Fei mocked himself, a seasoned fisher cried out. Old Chen also shouted, "Boy, let it go now, you can't catch this." Chapter 5, Unexpected Breakthrough. The middle-aged man changed his expression. "It's not a fish. You've attracted a tentacle lobster." Han Fei was surprised. A tentacle lobster? The thing that Tang Ji caught earlier. Before the young man realized what was going on, he had already lifted his fishing pole. Everybody saw a pair of long tentacles. They swung their poles at it. The middle-aged man roared, "Break!" However, one of the tentacles quickly wrapped around the young man's arm. To Han Fei's shock, a patch of flesh on the arm was immediately torn off, and the young man fell over to one side of the boat, crying. Old Chen shouted and dragged the young man back by the leg, but the other tentacle extended straight toward him. The middle-aged man instantly buted Old Chen with his fishing pole, knocking him back. Next moment, the young man was pulled off the boat entirely. Han Fei was bold enough to look out, only to discover, sweating, that the young man's head was already gone. From beginning to end, all the tentacle lobster revealed was 2 tentacles. FCK. Can I go back to my original world? Han Fei was pale. The young man mocked him that morning, and he had wounded his butt. He was rather sorry that the guy passed away just like that. That was only a kid after all. One of them pondered for a moment and said, "Let's report it to the supervisors." The supervisors were the patrolmen in the fisheries, under the lead of a fishing master. The captain of supervisors in this fishery was Wang Jai, who saved Han Fei yesterday. Wang Jai soon arrived. He glanced at the crowd and saw Han Fei, but his eyes did not stop on him. With an awful expression, Wang Jai asked, "What happened?" The passengers quickly explained everything. Wang Jai was immediately irked. What an idiot! Did he not know that the feeling of the tentacle lobster is different from that of other fish? How dare he try to reel it in? The middle-aged man replied, "Perhaps he was too anxious. It's almost sunset." Han Fei's face was even gloomier after he heard that. As a famous gold digger at sea, he had caught not just common fish but also sharks before, but after an entire day, He failed to even grab a shrimp. It was most humiliating. Wang Jai said solemnly, "It hasn't been peaceful recently. Another boat fared even worse than you. They encountered a snake belt. 4 of the 8 people on board died." Hiss, everybody gasped. A snake belt was even more horrifying than a tentacle lobster. If they had encountered it, they couldn't have ended up any better than the other ship. Han Fei recalled what a snake belt was. It was a kind of long, scarlet fish that looked like a snake, except that its head was almost exclusively teeth. It swam extremely fast in the ocean. It could dart into a human and slither inside his body. Han Fei finally understood why people liked low-level boats, because the passengers could help one another in an accident. If he had met a tentacle lobster on his own, he would have probably been killed. Wang Jai asked, "Have you accomplished your mission?" "Yes, we have. Thank you for asking, Mr. Fishing Master." Wang Jai looked at Han Fei indifferently. "Where's your fish?" Blushing, Han Fei replied, I didn't catch any." Wang Jai was stunned. After being dragged into the ocean by the green turtle yesterday, this guy did not catch any fish today. Wang Jai had never seen a fisher who couldn't catch any fish before. However unskilled you are, you can at least get a few yellow fish or little white fish, right? The middle-aged man said in a hurry, "I'm told that he almost drowned yesterday. His hook was unsteady, probably because he had not recovered from the shock yet. He will be better in a couple of days." Wang Jai sniffed. "Useless. If you give such a poor performance after a slight shock, what can you achieve in the future?" Han Fei did not give a reply because he was also stunned. Was it really because he cast the line poorly? Wang Jai made Han Fei spend the night at sea despite many people pleading on his behalf. Wang Jai only advised Han Fei that when fishing at night, not to cast the line deeper than 3 meters. He couldn't be bothered to show any pity to this useless bum. Old Chen handed over a piece of dried fish and a pot of water to Han Fei. "Be careful." Someone else gave Han Fei an iron dagger and said, "Use this to protect yourself." Han Fei thanked them, feeling warm about other people's generosity. Wang Jai left the boat to Han Fei and departed with the others. Han Fei was bummed after everybody left. He grabbed the fish that old Chen left him and chewed it. It had a pungent smell. After not eating any food for an entire day, Han Fei was already hungry. He soon devoured the dried fish, which was not large at all. Soon, it was completely dark. The waves were not big out at sea, and nothing except for the bright moonlight could be seen. "My hook was unsteady." Han Fei remembered what the middle-aged man said. He also remembered immobilization in soul fishing. The books described it in an overly simplified manner. Keep the body, the pole, and the heart as tranquil as still water. It was easier said than done. After all, a human was not a statue. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his wrist was hot. He rolled up his sleeve, only to find the calabash mark was glimmering. Then, he sensed that spiritual energy was attaching to his wrist and entering his body like the air he was breathing in. The spiritual energy is automatically attracted into my body. Immediately, Han Fei dropped his fishing pole and sat down. He didn't know why the calabash began to absorb spiritual energy, but it was a good thing and could help with his cultivation. Han Fei began cultivating according to memory. The moment he started, the calabash on his wrist shocked strongly, and the spiritual energy attracted was multiple times greater than before. An hour later, Han Fei sensed that something was broken in his body. He was exalted and energetic. Is this the so-called breakthrough? Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot. The data had indeed changed. Demon purification pot owner. Han Fei level 3 beginner fisher spiritual energy. 60 spiritual heritage. Level 1 incomplete upgradable main art. Soul fishing repairable. Han Fei was delighted. This breakthrough was too easy. Didn't they say that it could take years? Why had he made it after cultivating for only an hour? Han Fei was going to continue his cultivation when he heard rattling sounds on the ocean. Chapter 6. Precious Spiritual Energy. Dozens of fish were jumping in the water near the boat and did not leave until minutes later, as if they were asking him why the spiritual energy was cut off. Han Fei was quite excited. Could the fish sense the spiritual energy that was attracted to him during his cultivation? Seeing that more and more fish were leaving, Han Fei hurried to put a bait on the hook and cast the line. Could there be a better moment? There was no telling if Han Fei was luckier when he was in a good mood. but he sensed an enormous force the moment he cast the line. Han Fei roared and clutched the pole. Having no time to bother with any fishing tricks, he simply pulled the pole hard. Damn, this creature is strong. The hook was shaking violently, assuring Han Fei that it was not a tentacle lobster. As such, Han Fei hauled it without concern. Perhaps because his level was too low, Han Fei almost lost his fishing pole several times. After a few minutes of struggle, a big yellow fish was finally lifted out of the water. It was not as huge as the one that old Chen caught, but it could definitely be counted as a big fish. Data popped up in his view. Name, yellow fish level, 3 quality, regular spiritual energy, 6 points, effect. It can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Absorbable. Not wasting any time, Han Fei hurriedly fixed the bait and cast the line. Because there were plenty of fish, the bait was taken quickly, but the fish were very strong and broke off the hook. In the end, he couldn't even get a shrimp. After he was familiar with the technique, Han Fei soon caught a second yellow fish, although it was apparently smaller than the first one. Han Fei was not bothered, because it still weighed almost 30 kilograms. His daily requirement was 150 kilograms. However, what surprised Han Fei was that fishing with spiritual energy cost him 5 points of spiritual energy, when this yellow fish only contained 5 points of spiritual energy. That was too much. Another fish took the bait after an hour. Han Fei estimated that it was the normal period of time. The shoal of fish only gathered just now because of spiritual energy. Instead of reeling in the fish immediately after it took the bait, Han Fei learned to concentrate his energy on the fishing pole, sense the fish's struggle, and spin the pole. Then, he could pull the fish up easily. Of course, it was not successful every time. The hook slipped more than 10 times during the 5 hours, and Han Fei only caught no more than 10 fish in total, including 2 little white fish. Another hour passed. The night was already dark. The wind was rising and the temperature was dropping. He had one last piece of bait left. In his cabin, 8 to 9 yellow fish were swimming. He felt lucky that they were all yellow fish. If he had met a green turtle, he might not have been able to catch it. His job would be done after he used the last bait. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered Wang Jai's warning. Would he catch something else if he sank the hook more than 3 meters deep? Han Fei thought that it wouldn't hurt if he tried it. Going slightly deeper than 3 meters shouldn't be too dangerous. Yellow fish were too inferior after all. He intended to aim for the green turtle. This time, Han Fei loosened the fishing line a bit more on purpose. He felt that there might be green turtles 3 meters below. As it turned out, the fishing line moved the moment Han Fei dropped the hook. Are the fish 3 meters below so active? Han Fei was delighted. The deeper a fish was, the faster they would take the bait. He immediately pulled the fishing pole up, but he suddenly lost balance and fell on the boat after the fishing line broke. Thanks to the bright moon, Han Fei saw a cold edge on the dim ocean. A weird fish 1/2 meter long was darting at him. Han Fei realized that it was a blade fish. He had met a blade fish. Did the blade fish cut his fishing line just now? Everybody knew that the blade fish carried a knife on its back. The blade could even be built into weapons and sold at a high price. The knife on the blade fish could be separated from its body. The cold edge that Han Fei saw was exactly such a knife. Han Fei hurried to block it with his fishing pole. Crack, the fishing pole fell apart in the blink of an eye. Han Fei fell back under enormous force. Thankfully, the knife brushed past his face and stabbed into the wood. Han Fei was dazed. It was so close. If he hadn't fallen, would he have been cut in half? Han Fei rolled on the boat and smacked it with the fishing pole. Han Fei's arm became numb. The fish was too strong. Han Fei confirmed that even sharks were not as ferocious as this creature, which had skills. Having no place to hide in, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. If spiritual energy could be injected into the fishing pole, could the fishing pole be used as a weapon? Han Fei grabbed the 2 halves of the fishing pole. Transmitting his spiritual energy to them, he stabbed them at the head of the fish. Han Fei felt like he was hit in the chest by a giant rock. He was flung into the wall, bleeding internally. The next moment, a heavy fish fell upon his body. Cough, cough, damn, why are the fish here so dangerous? The fishing pole stabbed into the blade fish's mouth. The fish was too strong and killed itself by pressing against the pole. Han Fei narrowly escaped disaster. After a long time, Han Fei finally returned to himself. He felt he had run out of strength. His body was numb and painful. He finally understood why people did not like catching blade fish. Such creatures were truly lethal. Name: blade fish level, 6 quality, regular dead, spiritual energy, 22 points, effect. It can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: inferior fin knife, absorbable. This is an inferior knife? What would the better ones be like? Han Fei breathed heavily, lost for words. His wrist was feeling a pricking pain after the tremendous consumption of spiritual energy. He lowered his head, only to discover that the calabash was glowing. Vaguely, he saw a green light moving from the blade fish to the calabash before it disappeared. Had the calabash absorbed the spiritual energy? Galulu. Han Fei was so hungry that he cut a piece of meat from the dead blade fish. The meat was stinky and tasteless after the spiritual energy disappeared. However, his hunger was still greatly relieved. He looked at the demon purification pot, but only saw 2 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei was lost for words. The spiritual energy absorbed by the calabash is not counted as my storage. Left with no choice, Han Fei could only pick up a yellow fish from the cabin and devour it. What a pity! It weighs dozens of kilograms. Han Fei complained while absorbing it. In the meantime, he looked at his calabash curiously. However, there was no response after a long time. Chapter 7. The fish have occupied the boat. The fishing pole was broken. Han Fei was utterly bankrupt again. The only thing he had left was a ragged dagger and an inferior knife fin stuck in the wood. Gloomily, Han Fei took out a little white fish and began to eat it raw. It does not taste bad at all. The meat is tight and feels like beef. Han Fei was a bit surprised. This meat could totally be made into sashimi. He thought that the white fish tasted worse than the yellow fish and blade fish, but they were surprisingly good. He finished half of the white fish quickly. To Han Fei's surprise, his spiritual energy increased from 20 to 23. Didn't the white fish have 3 points of spiritual energy in total? He had only just eaten half of it. Han Fei finished the other half of the fish. His spiritual energy became 26 points. He was quite surprised. It was almost dawn. He had survived the night. Han Fei sat cross-legged and continued his cultivation. His wrist became hot again, indicating that a stream of spiritual energy was entering his body, but the amount of spiritual energy was much lesser. Why is it lesser now? Han Fei opened his eyes in surprise and noticed that the 3 moons were about to disappear. The absorption of spiritual energy has something to do with the 3 moons. More than an hour later, the enormous sun revealed itself on the horizon, unleashing the morning sunlight. Han Fei, feeling that his wrist was burning, stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, only to discover that his wrist was smoking with purple light. Before he rose, a fire had risen on his wrist. Han Fei immediately got back to his feet and extended his hand into the water and checked the demon purification pot in passing. His spiritual energy had turned from 26 into 108. He was instantly surprised. Was it because of the purple light just now? Han Fei almost fell over while he considered. The ocean was boiling, waves rising everywhere. Han Fei saw countless fish swimming towards him as they began to jump merrily. For a start, a few little white fish smacked Han Fei's face. Not just that, a big yellow fish knocked into Han Fei's belly, making him double over in pain. Han Fei then saw a tentacle lobster flying. FCK! Wasting no time, Han Fei dived into the fish cabin and closed it. Soon after he closed the fish cabin, dum, 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 crack, 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 too many fish were falling on the deck. Tentacle lobsters were also crawling up there. Han Fei even saw their tentacles through the gaps. When Han Fei tried to take another look, a knife swooshed into the cover and almost stabbed him. Several minutes later, a lobster leg pierced through the cover of the cabin. Bro, please go. Han Fei held his breath. If a tentacle lobster broke it, he would be cut into pieces. Wait, can I try absorbing it? Han Fei immediately hugged the leg without letting it go. Absorb it. Demon purification pot, absorb it. Bam. The cover of the fish cabin was almost lifted. At first, the tentacle lobster struggled hard and nearly flipped the boat over several times, but gradually it weakened. Han Fei was delighted that the demon purification pot was useful. 5 minutes later, Han Fei felt that the lobster leg stopped struggling in his arms. Its spiritual energy must have been devoured by him. After a couple of minutes, the noises on the deck finally stopped. The fish seemed to have leaped back into the ocean. Han Fei finally summoned the courage to open the cabin. A yellow fish, startled by Han Fei, bumped into Han Fei's head. He almost cried in pain. Confirming that no dangerous creatures were on board, Han Fei jumped out of the fish cabin, only to discover that the deck was a mess. Too many fish, including a blade fish, had been cut into pieces. Other than that, the boat was laden with stones from green turtles. As far as he could see, 3 of them were dead on the deck. Some of them were minced, and some were cut into halves. Han Fei was flabbergasted. How sharp were the tentacles of the tentacle lobsters to cut the green turtles? Han Fei turned around and looked at the 3-meter-long tentacle lobster, which seemed to have been boiled. It had a particularly huge head and a short body. Like dry wood, it was now paralyzed on the deck. But soon, Han Fei became excited. His spiritual energy increased to 156, which meant that the tentacle lobster provided 48 points of spiritual energy to him, the same amount a swallowed spirit soup could provide. Besides that, the 8 fish cabins on the boat, except for the one he had been hiding in, were all full of fish. Han Fei laughed aloud, counting his fingers and murmuring to himself, "There are a lot of white fish. The calabash can have dozens of them. The yellow fish are plentiful, too. Why is the water in this cabin red?" When Han Fei looked at the fish cabin, he saw something swimming through it. Han Fei kicked the cover and closed the cabin. If his guess was correct, that must be a snake belt. The snake-shaped fish had killed half of the passengers on a boat yesterday. He certainly couldn't beat it if it ran loose. Han Fei had made up his mind to let the stronger experts open this cabin after he returned. So, Han Fei held yellow fish in his left hand and green turtles in his right hand. After absorbing them, he kicked the bodies off the boat. Although the fish could still be sold after they were dead, the money was not as important as his secret. A dozen minutes later, Han Fei was shocked again. Han Fei had 814 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei breathed heavily. The storage of the demon purification pot had no upper limit. Han Fei enjoyed the sunlight on the deck, delighted. He had thought that it would take a long time before he saved 1,000 points of spiritual energy, but one night turned out to be almost enough. Should I do it again tomorrow night? What Han Fei did not know was that, if he told someone else about it, they would think that he was crazy to train in the morning under the sun, which would have burned other people into ashes. He cleaned up the boat and intentionally left some traces. He also cut the tentacles of the tentacle lobster and kicked it into the water, because he couldn't explain why such a huge lobster was lying here in one piece. The sun was already high, and many boats were descending from the sky. One of them came straight toward where Han Fei was. Wang Jai came with another 2 supervisors. Wang Jai did not check if Han Fei was all right or notice the dark circles around Han Fei's eyes. He and his subordinates were shocked at the mess on Han Fei's boat. Chapter 8, Sails. "What happened?" Han Fei replied. "Well, in the morning, when I was still sleeping, turmoil broke out on the ocean and a lot of fish jumped into the boat on their own. Then I hid myself in the cabin until you came. A tentacle lobster must have caused this." Han Fei spoke innocently. He pointed at the dark circles around his eyes and said, "A yellow fish knocked into me and left me these marks." Wang Jai frowned. "Was it a fish tide?" One of the guys behind Wang Jai said enviously, "This is still a lot. Dozens of fish are enough for you to pay your taxes for 2 months. Han Fei grinned. "I suspect that there is a snake belt in this cabin. I closed it and never checked it." "A snake belt?" the 2 guys behind Wang Jai exclaimed. A snake belt was very precious. Was the guy so lucky that even a snake belt jumped into his boat? His eyes bulging, Wang Jai said in a hurry, "You back off." Han Fei hid behind them. If the creature ran loose, it would kill these people before it could kill him. Wang Jai approached the cabin and kicked the cover. A shadow swooshed out instantly. Wang Jai roared and snatched it with a glimmering hand. Bam! An invisible barrier appeared before Wang Jai and blocked the charging snake belt. Wang Jai's glowing hand smashed down. The snake belt, after being slapped into the deck, still had strength. It tried to flee when Wang Jai drew his fishing pole and cast the line out, hauling it back. After another slap, the snake belt finally passed out. Han Fei was shocked. Could a fish be so tough that even a fishing master could not finish it in one attack? Wang Jai glanced at him. Not bad, Han Fei. This snake belt is dangerous. It's of little use to you. Do you want to sell it to me? Han Fei rolled his eyes. If you want it, just consider it a gift from me. Wang Jai said solemnly, that's not fair. This is a mid-quality pearl that is basically as valuable as a snake belt. Han Fei kept waving his hands. He knew how the world worked with relations. With other people present, he had to give Wang Jai an out, so he got Wang Jai to give him a fishing pole. The two supervisors couldn't believe their ears. What? A mid-quality pearl for a fishing pole? Wang Jai was a little taken aback as well. This poor sod is able to resist the temptation of a mid-quality pearl, if only his talent was better. Sai Wang Jai nodded and charged the boat with spiritual energy and said to a guy behind him, Song Fei, would you please escort him back? He wouldn't have offered the favor if Han Fei had accepted the mid-quality pearl. After the boat ascended, Han Fei looked at the supervisor, who was staring at the minced blade fish. Han Fei rolled his eyes and asked, Brother, may I know your name? The supervisor replied indifferently, Song Fei. Han Fei proposed, Brother Song, this blade fish was minced by the tentacle lobster. It was too strong for me to deal with. I can see that Brother Song likes it. I would like to give it to you as a gift. Huh? Song Fei was stunned. He had earned a blade fish in this round trip after doing nothing. After a momentary daze, Song Fei accepted the blade fish, assuring him that he could seek him out if he had any troubles in the future. Minutes later, Han Fei cleaned the surface of the boat. Song Fei commented, You are rather diligent, although your level is low. After you sell your fish, you can buy a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid, or it will be barely possible for you to pass the fishing trial. Okay, got it? Han Fei responded absent-mindedly. He was quite upset that all the broken pieces of meat were only worth 142 points of spiritual energy. The receptionist, seeing that Han Fei was back, said coldly without batting an eye, You survived. Not bad, huh? So many fish? Song Fei said. Zio Qin, the boy, was lucky enough to encounter a fish tide. He survived it by hiding in the fish cabin. It's a major harvest. The receptionist smiled. All right. I'll have 150 kilograms of them as your tax. You can handle the rest of them. Han Fei's heart was bleeding. That was good money. After the boat was completely docked, someone immediately ran to him. Most of them simply greeted Song Fei and asked Han Fei, Hey, boy, I'll have all of your yellow fish. I'll give you 20 sea coins for each. Someone else immediately pushed him away. Boy, don't listen to his nonsense. I'll give you 30 sea coins for each. You'll earn more. Boy, I want your green turtles, 10 low-quality pearls for each. Chapter 9, Preposterous Bandit, Han Fei sneered. Wang Jai offered a mid-quality pearl, and you're only giving me a few low-quality pearls. I'll be a fool if I sell them to you. Han Fei looked at Song Fei. Song Fei sniffed and said, Be quiet, let's obey the rules. Yellow fish, 16 sea coins per kilogram. White fish, 8 sea coins per kilogram. Green turtle, 40 sea coins per kilogram. That blade is not for sale. If you want them, order them now. If you don't, leave. Song Fei sneered. You want my blade? Keep dreaming. Everyone was surprised that Song Fei backed the boy. What was his background? Soon, all the fish, except for a yellow fish Han Fei reserved for himself, were sold for 1,480 sea coins, which equaled 148 low-quality pearls or 1.5 mid-quality pearls. Most of the money came from the green turtles, which were expensive. It was not a lot, but many scoundrels in the port were already looking at him. Han Fei had a headache after he received the money. He had to spend the money as soon as possible, or the money would be extorted from him the next day. Song Fei knew it too, so he brought Han Fei to Wang Jai's shop. As a fishing master, Wang Jai was naturally qualified to open a shop. His shop was in the golden area of the district. In the shop, Song Fei said, Old Guan, I've brought business for you. An old man, who looked plain but shrewd, came to welcome him. Song Fei shared what happened with the old man. Immediately, the old man grinned. Boy, it was not easy for you to survive a fish tide. Since my boss promised you a fishing pole, you can pick any of the poles in the shop as long as the price is lower than 1 mid-quality pearl. Han Fei couldn't tell the quality of the poles, but after a quick glance, he noticed that most of them were pegged at 18, 28, 58, or 68 low-quality pearls. There were about 10 poles that cost 88 low-quality pearls. There were only 3 fishing poles with a price higher than 88 pearls. They were labeled with 128, 168, and 188 respectively. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Mr. Guan, can I have the one whose price is 128 low-quality pearls? Well, I can pay the extra money if it's too much." Song Fei and Mr. Guan both understood. Everybody wanted a good fishing pole. They even thought that Han Fei would choose the 188 pearl one since he had the money. Han Fei ran some calculations. He still had 120 low-quality pearls. There were too many. Han Fei asked, "Mr. Guan, do you have any fish head body polishing fluid?" Mr. Guan was surprised. "Yes, but every bottle costs 1 mid-quality pearl." "Are you sure you want one?" Han Fei said. "Yes." Old Guan carefully took a bottle of bright green fluid from a box and said, "This is a real treasure. Even our shop only has a limited number of bottles. Remember, train immediately after you take it. The effect of the drug can last 6 hours at most." Han Fei put it into his pocket. "Thank you, Mr. Guan." He left the shop with an iron fishing pole worth 128 low-quality pearls and a black dagger worth 8 low-quality pearls. Song Fei said, "All right, you've spent all of your money. Prepare some food for yourself. I'll go back now." Song Fei left, and Han Fei went straight to Zhang Han's shop in the fish market through the main road. Zhang Han was chatting with someone. He was surprised to see Han Fei. "Huh, you're still alive?" Han Fei grinned. "I almost couldn't make it back. Here's the money that I owe you." Zhang Han was stunned when Han Fei presented 12 low-quality pearls. How did the guy make so much money after a night on the ocean? "Huh, wait, he's holding an iron fishing pole? That's good stuff." Zhang Han gasped. "You were the boy who survived the fish tide." Han Fei smiled innocently. It was pure luck. Zhang Han was so jealous that he wanted to swindle Han Fei out of his money right there, but he couldn't because Han Fei did not have any low-quality pearls. It wouldn't end well if Han Fei reported him to the supervisors. Zhang Han said, "All right, you have money now. Do you want some bait? 1 low-quality pearl for a box." Han Fei sneered, "Are you really taking me for a fool? It's only worth 80 C coins in other places." However, Han Fei merely smiled. "Manager Zhang, I have 8 low-quality pearls left. I would like to buy some bait and clams. Do you have any?" Zhang Han's eyes immediately glittered. "Of course, Brother Zhang will give you a special price." Therefore, when Han Fei left for home, he carried dozens of clams and 2 boxes of bait with him. He had apparently spent 2 more low-quality pearls on them. When Han Fei was almost home, a few scoundrels showed up. As Han Fei expected, someone had been following him since he left the port. A ruthless fatty rubbed his fingers and approached him. "Boy, I'm told that you earned more than 100 low-quality pearls today, didn't you? Do you think it's time you pay your protection fee?" Han Fei grinned. "Brothers, I did make some money, but I spent all of it. I don't have any C coins left now." Enraged, the fatty shouted, "Liar, you spent 148 low-quality pearls in 2 hours. Who are you fooling? You have no respect for the tigers." Han Fei was surprised. How did they know the specific amount he earned? Han Fei raised his fishing pole and clams and said, "Brother, I did spend them. You know that I avoided the fish tide by sheer luck. I dedicated the snake belt that I encountered to Master Wang Jai, so he asked Brother Song Fei to shop in his store. All my money was spent there." The scoundrels were dazed. "What? Master Wang Jai asked you to shop in his store?" They couldn't have looked more awful. Considering how lacking in intelligence they were, it was proof that scamming someone really did require skill. Ignoring how Master Wang Jai had scammed a snake belt from him, he had even gotten this punk to spend at his store. No matter how the money flowed, it all entered his pockets. This was truly a great scam. The fatty slapped Han Fei's shoulder furiously. "Boy, be smarter next time. 7 days from now, you will pay me 10 low-quality pearls as your protection fee. If you can't, you'll certainly regret it." After the scoundrels left, Han Fei sneered. 7 days, in 7 days I'll make you regret proposing such a demand." Chapter 10, Vicissitudes of Life. After he returned home, Han Fei did not rush to take the fish head body polishing fluid, which could only strengthen his muscles and bones and increase the odds of survival on the ocean. Han Fei cut the yellow fish into many parts. He intended to cook it, but there were no seasonings in the house except salt. Fine, I'll just steam it. An hour later, he was full and energetic. Void fishing? I should be able to level it up now. Let's see how good you are. Gold light burst out before his eyes. Then, infinite sophisticated words popped up in his head. Right when the art was completed, thunder rumbled in the sunny sky, followed by a huge storm that sprawled over 10,000 kilometers. Almost at the same time, in a floating city 10,000 kilometers away, someone was calculating in the void. Ha! An unusual phenomenon in a village under my command. Then, the man stepped forward and wrote a decree in midair with his hand as the pen. From today on, the resource supply for all villages will be doubled. All academies will pay attention to the talents. Report if you find any. At that moment, Han Fei was too pale right now to care if it was raining. When those sophisticated words popped up, Han Fei felt like a balloon that had just popped. He clearly sensed that he had regressed into a level 2 fisher. Han Fei was almost crying. I have just upgraded an art. Shouldn't I be rising to the peak of my life? Why have my capabilities declined? But it was not over yet. After briefly staying as a level 2 fisher, Han Fei continued weakening until he was no better than a 5-year-old. For a moment, Han Fei almost passed out in tears. Wait, why do I feel that I'm stronger when my level has dropped? Thunder was still rumbling. Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot. It had dropped a level, and there was only 104 spiritual energy left. Han Fei gasped loudly when he saw the spiritual energy. He remembered that his basic spiritual energy was 60 points when he was level 3. Why was it still 60 now that he was at level 1? However, his arts had an additional hook kiss in void fishing. Han Fei immediately sat up straight and began cultivating. After another hour, Han Fei broke through. In only 2 hours, he dropped from level 3 to level 1 and then returned to level 3. He seemed the same as before, but only he knew what he had grasped. His body would be modified by natural spiritual energy as he got stronger. Now that his veins and his body were solidified, it was a sign of another breakthrough. However, is it really good to make continuous breakthroughs? The moment the idea popped up in his head, he sensed something from far, far away. Immediately, he drank up the fish head body polishing fluid. A cool stream circulated through his body, soothing his heating skin. After another quarter, another crack burst out from his body. Han Fei had broken the barrier and become a level 4 fisher easily. For the first time in his life, he was an intermediate fisher. Likewise, the demon purification pot had reached level 4, an intermediate level. His spiritual energy had increased to 119. Han Fei gasped loudly. He had just reached the new level, and his own storage of spiritual energy was 119 points, which was 50 points more than usual. Was he really going to rise to the peak of his life? My spiritual heritage has become level 1, high quality. Han Fei was shocked. Could his spiritual heritage benefit from the upgrade of his main art? Opening his eyes, Han Fei immediately smelled the stench in the house. He looked at his body, only to see all kinds of sticky dirt and mud. Is this the legendary body cleansing? Han Fei ran out. It was still raining, so Han Fei took a shower in the rainwater. After cleaning up everything, Han Fei boiled 2 clams and ate them before he left for school in his hideous clothes. Han Fei suspected that his clothes were made of fish skin. Such clothes were extremely tight. It would be fine for men, but if women were to wear such clothes? Han Fei encountered Hu Kun on the road before he arrived at school. Hu Kun was also stunned to see Han Fei. His face was awful. The guy had become famous after surviving the fish tied yesterday. It was said that he also made a fortune by selling the fish. It would be a waste not scamming him. Hu Kun sneered, "Hey, isn't this the level 2 fisher who was dragged into the ocean by the green turtle?" Chapter 11, Racketeering is my profession. Han Fei had no time to bother him. If the guy could be so cynical as a 12-year-old boy, it was unlikely that he would achieve anything in the future. He immediately left. Hu Fei snapped angrily, "Han Fei, stop there. If it weren't for Tang Ji, you would have been crippled years ago. You're proud of that?" Han Fei stopped. "Is it any of your business? Did I ever eat your yellow fish?" Hu Kun's face was gloomy. "You indeed did it before. When we were both level 2 fishermen 4 years ago, you ate my yellow fish. Have you forgotten that? However, it was too humiliating to bring it up again. Hu Kun clenched his fists but did not dare to attack. If he accidentally hurt Han Fei could easily report him with evidence. Looking at Hu Kun's anxiety, Han Fei said with even more disdain, "What a coward." Then, Han Fei turned around to leave. Before he could walk away, Hu Kun pulled him back. "Make yourself clear. Who's a coward?" Pa, Han Fei slapped Hu Kun right in the face. Hu Kun was stunned. Why does it feel so wrong? You're just a level 2 fisher, and you dare to hit a level 6 fisher? Hu Kun shouted, "You attacked me." Hu Kun grabbed Han Fei's collar and was about to beat him. Han Fei, however, fell back and cried aloud. Hu Kun attacked his classmate so brutally. "I'm dying, my internal organs have been terribly injured." Hu Kun had never seen anything like this before. He was stunned when Han Fei dropped himself on the ground. He hadn't done anything yet. Hu Kun turned around, only to discover that a little girl was observing them not far away. They both knew the girl. She was Lu Lingjai, their classmate and a level 5 fisher. Hu Kun released Han Fei in a hurry and explained, I didn't hit him. He fell on the ground on his own. He hit me first." Lu Lingjai rolled her eyes. "A level 2 fisher hit a level 6 fisher? You think I'm an idiot." Holding his chest, Han Fei said angrily, "Hu Kun, I didn't know that you were so vicious. I'm going to report you even though I've been injured." Lu Lingjai left without looking back. Han Fei and Hu Kun stared at each other. Hu Kun burst into fury. "You set me up." Han Fei suddenly sneered. "Who set whom up? Do you really think I do not know the reason for my injury before the test?" Hu Kun's face changed greatly as he stepped back in panic. If the school discovered it, the consequences would be much more severe. However, on second thought, Hu Kun asked, "Who can prove it?" Han Fei said, "If you can beat me up for no good reason, you could certainly set me up for no reason at all." "What will our teacher think?" Blushing, Hu Kun said, "When did I beat you up?" Han Fei said mysteriously. "Lu Lingjai saw everything." "Fine, I plan to get it over with between us, but since you're so angry, I'd better report it to our teacher." Hu Kun almost went crazy. Han Fei had been proud and not nearly as shameless as this. Why had he changed? Hu Kun immediately asked, "You want to settle it between us?" "How?" Han Fei said. "I know that the high-level students are given the swallowed spirit soup regularly. Tusk, I feel that I'll have a breakthrough soon. Why don't you give me your swallowed spirit soup?" "Right, there's also the blade fish knife that you owe me. Give it to me and we'll be even." Hu Kun's eyes widened. "When did I owe you a blade fish knife?" A bowl of swallowed spirit soup was precious, but not too important, because the breakthrough from level 6 to level 7 required much more than that. Squinting, Han Fei said, "Ouch. My stomach hurts. I need to find our teacher." Hu Kun was dumbfounded. "What exactly is your problem?" Pretending to leave, Han Fei said, "You don't want to give them to me? That's all right. I have Lu Lingjai as my eyewitness." "Wait," gloomily, Hu Kun said. "Fine, I admit my failure. I'll compensate you." Hu Kun was of a mind to stuff Han Fei into the blade fish's stomach. He was not scared of the consequences of a fight. But if Han Fei told other people how Hu Kun set him up last time, not only would Tang Ji seek Hu Kun for trouble, even his teacher would be suspicious. Han Fei felt delighted as he left for school, feeling at ease. He wasn't worried that Hu Kun would go back on his words. How much intelligence could a 12-year-old have? The school on the floating island was different from what he thought. The buildings in it were quite ragged. At the gate of the campus were 2 statues of tentacle lobsters. "Assemble! Assemble!" Before Han Fei entered the school, a little girl suddenly forced him to run. Han Fei asked, "Hey, who are you?" The girl glared back at him. "Join the crowd. You're the only one not present in our class." Han Fei finally remembered that the girl was He Xiaoyu, the monitor of his class. Her father was a teacher in the school. Han Fei asked, "He Xiaoyu, what happened? Why are we gathering so early?" He Xiaoyu said, "Don't talk. Someone from up above has come." Up above. Han Fei was puzzled as he asked where Tang Ji had gone. She told him that the mentors had brought them to a level 1 fishery. It gave him a fright. A level 1 fishery was apparently reserved for fishing masters. This showed how much importance was given to Tang Ji. He Xiaoyu squeezed into the crowd with Han Fei as tens of thousands of students stood there, their heads drawn to the sky. The village leader and all the fishing masters of the school stood at the front. The village leader shouted, "Welcome, Angel." The 100 fishing masters echoed, "Welcome, angel." Han Fei did not join them. He simply stared at the sky. In the drizzle, a person stepped down from the sky with 2 wings, a black fishing pole on his back, and a glowing sword in his hand. Hiss! Han Fei was stunned. A real angel? Isn't it too pretentious? Chapter 12. Battle Technique Practice. Then someone next to Han Fei said enviously, "Is this one of the legendary experts? He can walk on air. How strong." He Xiaoyu was also envious. She did not forget to encourage Han Fei. "Look, that's the legendary hidden fisher. One of them is from our village." Han Fei was surprised. "What?" Many people leaned closer to her. They had never heard anything about it before and were interested in He Xiaoyu's explanation. He Xiaoyu said, "It said that above the Grand Fishing Master there are rising fishers and hidden fishers. Only the hidden fishers have such wings." Everyone was stunned. "I've never heard anything about it before." He Xiaoyu returned to herself. "Stand straight. Even the village leader is too far from their level, not to mention you." The village leader, a grand fishing master, was the strongest expert in Heavenly Water Village. It was said that he could travel the level 2 fisheries. Han Fei knew that his father was even stronger than the village leader before the man died in the unknown land beyond the level 3 fishery. In the sky, the angel, who was essentially an envoy, stopped and looked down. He said indifferently, "Do you have any heavenly talents in your school?" The village leader replied in a hurry, "The heavenly talents of our school have gone to a level 1 fishery for cultivating. They're coming back as quickly as possible." Looking into the distance, the angel said expressionlessly, "My name is Fang Zi. I'm here to look for the most distinguished heavenly talents. In the next 3 days, all children between 8 to 12 will have a spiritual heritage test. Also, the resource supply for the school will be doubled. I'll stay here until the soul awakening this time." Everyone went crazy after hearing that. The village thanked him nonstop, and He Xiaoyu clapped her hands next to Han Fei. "Wow, the angel is recruiting a disciple. It hasn't happened in a dozen years." In the crowd, Hu Kun's eyes glowed. It was a great opportunity for him. He was determined to become an advanced fisher in order to catch the angel's attention. Han Fei did not really care about it since he had his calabash. He scorned that a random person from the sky was respected by them as an angel. After they were dismissed, Han Fei returned to the classroom with He Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a teacher looked at Han Fei and asked in surprise, "Han Fei, you made a breakthrough?" The teacher was certain. He only asked it because he sensed that Han Fei's vibe was much more powerful. He Xiaoyu and other students looked at Han Fei in surprise. The guy had made a breakthrough after 4 years of dawdling. With a smile, Han Fei said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. I understood a lot of things after the 2 near-death experiences, which allowed me to make breakthroughs." "Wow, finally! Are you level 3 now? If you work harder, it's possible that you can reach level 4 before the fishing trial." He Xiaoyu was quite delighted. Han Fei was her classmate after all. Someone else said in disdain, "A breakthrough after 4 years in school. I've never seen anyone with worse aptitude." Ignoring the mockery, Han Fei simply smiled and said, "I'm level 4 now." "Huh." Some were surprised, others doubtful. Even the teacher frowned. "What's going on?" Han Fei said. "Master, I think it's because I stayed in level 2 for too long. After I advanced into level 3, I reached level 4 very quickly. I feel that I may have more breakthroughs before the fishing trial." "Seriously?" The middle-aged teacher immediately beamed. "Punch me." That caught Han Fei's attention. Was he being tested? Without any hesitation, Han Fei roared and punched out, with only 50% of his strength, of course. "Huh, you're truly a level 4 fisher now, even stronger than the usual level 4s. In such a case, you don't need to have Tang Ji's swallowed spirit soup anymore. You can ask for a bowl every 5 days." "Thank you, sir." His other classmates were uninterested. They even felt humiliated that a useless guy had caught up with them. The guy was also confident of another breakthrough. Did he really think that it was so easy? The teacher was naturally not excited. After all, almost every student in the school was a level 4 fisher. In fact, few people in Heavenly Water Village above the age of 12 were lower than level 5. The greatest obstacle of cultivation was the peak of level 6, where most people got stuck. Some couldn't break through after decades, and some did it in only days. The latter were often praised as geniuses. Obviously, Han Fei was far away from being called a genius. He Xiaoyu was the only one who was happy in the crowd. She circled and surveyed Han Fei while pulling her ponytail, giving Han Fei quite a headache. Han Fei said, "Okay, it's enough. I still have to continue my cultivation." He Xiaoyu said, "I can teach you. I'm free now anyway. Your results in the last test were too poor. If you can't pass the fishing trial, you will be demoted into a common fisher, and you will lose your share of battle techniques and cultivating resources." Han Fei stopped walking. "Battle techniques?" He Xiaoyu said, "That's right. My father said that I'm already proficient with sweeping stick now. It's a mortal level, high-quality technique. I can teach you." Han Fei considered for a moment. Battle techniques could only be learned by intermediate fishermen. Since he was one now, he needed a battle technique. Taking this opportunity, he asked about matters regarding battle techniques. The world had some publicized, with tiers above mortal level being high quality and ultra quality. However, the latter two were not something the typical person could obtain. Han Fei wanted to test his strength and chose to battle Xiaoyu. As it turned out, an hour later, Han Fei was sitting on the ground, unable to stand up. His arms, calves, thighs, abdomen, and butt had been hit more times than he could count. Han Fei was surprised that such a little girl could wield a stick so intimidatingly. He used 50% of his strength at first, then 80%, and then 100%, but she still crushed him easily. Pleased with herself, He Xiaoyu taught him sweeping stick. Chapter 13, Bashing Up Rookies. Han Fei also learned that He Xiaoyu's bamboo rod was a treasure obtained from the sea. It was better than his iron fishing pole, so he wanted to borrow it. He Xiaoyu clutched her bamboo rod tightly the moment Han Fei mentioned it. Han Fei was amused. "I'm just going to practice with it. I'll return it to you in the cafeteria later." He Xiaoyu was not entirely convinced. "You'd better, or my father will kill me." Han Fei's face changed when he took the bamboo rod, which was significantly heavier than his iron fishing pole. Han Fei immediately understood that He Xiaoyu went easy on him just now, or he would have been crippled when the rod hit him. After this tiny interlude, Han Fei recalled that he needed to claim a debt. Hu Kun and Han Fei were not in the same class. At this moment, Hu Kun's class was having free exercises. Those who wanted to become Fang Zi's disciple were all cultivating hard. Han Fei came to the cultivating ground with the bamboo rod. Immediately, a lot of people who were working out saw Han Fei. Hu Kun was gloomy to see Han Fei. Lu Lingjai was also a bit surprised. She then looked at Hu Kun, feeling that Han Fei was slightly different from before. Ignoring the young man, Han Fei shouted at Hu Kun, "Hu Kun, come here." Before Hu Kun replied, the young man scolded again, "Did I not hear that I asked you to get lost?" Han Fei finally smiled. "I would be praising you if I said that you're an idiot. I'm looking for someone else. Is it your business?" Everybody fell quiet. Many girls opened their mouths in shock. Even Han Fei dared to insult someone aloud now. Hu Kun grinned, thinking that Han Fei was dead for sure. This was a cultivating ground where duels were allowed. Did he not know what intermediate level meant? The young man was shocked. Did Han Fei just insult him back? Someone else whistled. "Well, Zhang Ning, he has no respect for you. Zhang Ning, I would have knocked him out already if I were you." "Zhang Ning, you can't stand a level 2 fisher insulting you like this, can you?" The young man named Zhang Ning sneered. "You're good. Since you came with a rod, you must be here for practice, right? Let's have a game. I'll show you the gap between us." Lu Lingjai scolded, "Zhang Ning, that's too outrageous." She then turned around to Han Fei. "Go now, you're at different levels. You can't defeat a level 4 fisher." Han Fei grinned. "That's fine. As it happens, I learned a stick technique today. It's a good opportunity for me to practice." Zhang Ning hurried to say, "Leave us alone, Lu Lingjai. This boy has agreed to it. I won't use any weapons." Just as Zhang Ning was about to step forward, Han Fei had already slapped him with his bamboo rod. Zhang Ning shouted, "You're ambushing me." Bam, crack. "Ah, my neck is broken." "My neck is broken?" Zhang Ning fell to his knees and cried with a tilted head. Han Fei was too fast for him to dodge just now, and his shoulder was hit by Han Fei's stick. His collarbone had been dislocated. Glancing at Zhang Ning, who was crying, Han Fei said to everyone, "It was he who demanded a fight. He talked too much and did not use any weapons. Was it my fault?" Everyone choked. They did not know that he was so strong at all. Someone shouted, That's not right. His strength and speed were not level 2 at all, but at least level 4. Hu Kun and Lu Lingzhi both changed their expressions. Han Fei had reached level 4. Han Fei said, I didn't say that I was in level 2, did I? Are we done? Hu Kun, come here. Wait. You think that you can flee so easily after hitting one of our classmates? A tall guy walked out with a rod in his hand, except that it was of much worse quality than the bamboo rod. The guy pointed at Han Fei. You caught him by surprise just now. I don't know why you're so cocky when you have only just reached level 4. The guy then moved into a defensive stance with his stick. Han Fei chuckled and jumped with the bamboo rod before he smashed it down. He had been beaten by He Xiaoyu all morning and knew how powerful it could be. The guy lifted his rod against Han Fei's. Clang. The guy stepped back quickly, his hands turning numb. Has Han Fei really only just reached level 4? Why is he so strong? Lu Lingzhi and Hu Kun both blinked. How could Han Fei be so domineering immediately after his breakthrough? Han Fei did not give the guy any chance to fight back. He simply slashed forward with the bamboo rod without using any tricks. Clang, clang, clang. After a couple of hits, the guy's rod was bent. Bam. The guy fell on the ground after taking a hit from Han Kun. You're here specifically to challenge us, aren't you? Another guy walked out with a rod. Han Fei squinted slightly. This was a level 5 fisher who had mocked him more than once before. However, Han Fei was not scared. Seeing that the guy came at him, he merely struck back in the same way. Clang! Everybody covered their ears at the ear-splitting noise. Han Fei, however, was delighted. This guy was much stronger and sturdier. Han Fei struck unstoppably with the bamboo rod. Now and then, he was hit by the enemy's rod, but it was nothing because a level 4 fisher had enough hardiness. He had been tested by He Xiaoyu for quite a while just now. Someone was dumbfounded. Is this guy a monster? Why is he so strong? In the battle, seeing that hitting was useless, Han Fei decided to sweep. He simply allowed the young man to strike his back before he swept with his full strength. Crack! Ah, my arm is broken. It's broken. He Xiaoyu would have been amused if she were here. Her sweeping stick focused on technique, but Han Fei simply hit and swept with sheer strength. Seeing the young man cry on the ground, Han Fei finally grimaced in pain. Hu Kun, if you don't come out, I'll report you to the teacher. Chapter 14, Spiritual Heritage Test. Han Fei had a bowl of swallowed spirit soup, feeling revitalized, while Hu Kun stared at him hatefully. Hu Kun gnashed his teeth. Han Fei, good days don't last. Physical strength doesn't matter in the fishing trial. You will be demoted into an ordinary fisher if you can't pass it. Han Fei patted Hu Kun's shoulder with a smile, as if he were comforting him. Some students even wondered why Han Fei and Hu Kun were so close. Han Fei asked, Right, where's my blade fish knife? Hu Kun said, You're really taking it from me? Regretfully, Hu Kun gave him the knife and declared, Fine, we're even now. I'll teach you a good lesson next time we meet. After he had the soup, his spiritual energy reached 196 points, far more than the capacity of his body. Before he finished his meal, Tang Ji rushed to him in a hurry. He took a long breath in relief seeing that Han Fei was fine. Have you advanced? Han Fei said. Yes, it feels quite good. Tang Ji asked, You made it straight to level 4? Han Fei replied, Yes. I'm making progress fast, probably because I stagnated too long. Han Fei asked, What about you? How does the level 1 fishery feel? Tang Ji replied hopefully, I have to become a fishing master. Someone acquired the power of a spiritual lobster that increased their cultivating speed by 30%. Another got the power of ball fish and had 50% more defense ability. Both Han Fei and He Xiaoyu were greatly shocked. Han Fei found this world uncannier and uncannier. A human could acquire the power of a fish. However, Han Fei still warned him, Tang Ji, let's listen to our teachers. If it's really so great, everyone would have absorbed the power of fish long ago, but they didn't, so there must be disadvantages. We're only 12. There's plenty of time for us to become hidden fishers. She said, That's right, we can't be blind. If it's possible, my father would have asked me to absorb it. Let's focus on the spiritual heritage test. Tang Ji asked confusedly, What's a hidden fisher? He Xiaoyu talked a lot about hidden fishers and spiritual heritage. Hidden fisher was too far away, but both Han Fei and Tang Ji were interested in her theories about spiritual heritage. Spiritual heritage decided the peak of one's cultivation. For example, He Zioyu's father's spiritual heritage was level 2, high quality, and the village leader's was level 3, high quality. Those whose spiritual heritage was above level 3 had mostly gone to the town. So most people in the village only had poor spiritual heritage. Han Fei immediately understood why the former Han Fei was so bad at cultivating. Level 1, incomplete, was so horrible that he should have thanked God that he could still train himself. Tang Ji did not stay long. He had a meal quickly before he was summoned for the test. He Zioyu said, "Those who have reached level 7 by 12 have been gathered. It said that there are more than 100 of them. They will probably be given elixirs. Only geniuses can have elixirs." Han Fei waited for a long time in the classroom, but Tang Ji did not come back. The other people in the classroom were quite unfriendly after they learned that he had reached level 4. They were embarrassed that they were surpassed by such a useless guy. Wang Jai entered the classroom at this moment. He glanced at everyone and said, "Gather in the playground. You will have the spiritual heritage test." Everybody was excited and hopeful. The playground was jam-packed with people. 30 fishermen stood in a row at the front of the playground, a desk before each of them. There was a stone the size of a fist on every desk. The village leader hosted it in person. "Listen up, everyone. The spiritual heritage test is of paramount importance. Starting from today, those who have a spiritual heritage of level 1, high quality, will be rewarded with a bowl of swallowed spirit soup every 5 days. Those with level 2, high quality, and level 3 will have a chance to study in the schools in the town. And if anyone has a spiritual heritage above level 3, you will be the pride of Heavenly Water Village." Han Fei saw Tang Ji and his peers. They were at the front of the lines. Tang Ji intended to go to Han Fei, but the teachers simply asked them to take the test. He Zioyu said, "Some of them must have level 3 spiritual heritage." Han Fei asked, "How do you know?" He Zioyu said, "My father said that there are several of them every year. There was even a guy with level 5 spiritual heritage one year. He was directly taken into the city. It had already started up ahead. Cao Jia, a level 7 fisher, spiritual heritage. Level 2, high quality." The whole playground was shocked that the first student was already level 2, high quality. It meant that he could study in the town and rise to greater heights. Li Rushui, spiritual heritage. Level 2, low quality. Zhou Heibo, spiritual heritage, level 2, mid quality. Dozens of names were announced. 21 of them were level 2. The rest of them were all level 1, high quality. Suddenly, someone cried, "The spiritual heritage of Wu Lei from class 3 is level 3, mid quality." Everybody cheered in the playground. Even the village leader stepped forward. Level 3, mid quality, was almost a guarantee for a grand fishing master. The guy named Wu Lei immediately exclaimed, "I'm level 3, mid quality? Haha, I'm level 3, mid quality." The other people all envied him. They had no idea that Fang Zi was observing them from a roof far away. He scorned that they were so satisfied with level 3, mid quality. It would be barely possible for them to make it to the city. Another dozen names were announced. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed and stood up quickly. Chapter 15, Standard of Spiritual Energy. On the playground, everybody looked at the purple light that was bursting before their eyes in disbelief. Tang Ji. Spiritual heritage? 7. Not that the teacher did not want to announce the level, but he had been too stunned to not stammer after seeing a level 7 spiritual heritage for the first time in his life. The teacher was not alone. Everybody on the playground, including the teachers and the village leader, couldn't say anything. Hu Kun, who just raised glittery yellow light in the test, was also dumbfounded. He just intended to cry out his result when Tang Ji's result came in. How could he say anything? "You're Tang Ji?" Tang Ji nodded in confusion. Fang Zi grinned so hard that his face was splitting apart. In ecstasy, he patted Tang Ji's shoulder heavily. "You will follow me for the time being." Then, Fang Zi turned to the village leader. "Heavenly Water Village will be rewarded for raising this talent. All resource supplies will be doubled from today. The village leader will be given a spirit ascension pill, a blood coral pole, a crimson sea fruit." Excited, Fang Zi threw out names that other people had never heard before. The village leader almost passed out. Han Fei was happy for Tang Ji when he saw him being taken away. The village leader finally returned to himself after the excitement. Glowing, he shouted, "Continue the test." Hu Kun. Spiritual heritage, level 3, high quality. After the test for the heavenly talents were over, the results instantly became horrible. Those whose spiritual heritage was level 1, low quality, looked awful. It meant that they could only be level 6 fishermen at best in their life. He Zioyu said, "Only if your spiritual heritage is better than level 1, high quality, can you become a fishing master. All right, it's our turn." Han Fei realized something when he saw the brilliant yellow light that He Zioyu unleashed. Those with yellow light were no higher than level 4. As he expected, the teacher announced, "He Zioyu. Spiritual heritage, level 3, high quality." He Zioyu's father was quite excited. His daughter ranked in the top 5 of the 1,000 students. He almost laughed aloud in satisfaction. Han Fei walked forward in silence. Wang Jai looked at him and said, "Put your hand on the measuring stone and inject your spiritual energy into it." It was a simple process. Han Fei saw that the stone glistened insignificantly. "Huh?" Wang Jai said in slight surprise. "Han Fei, spiritual heritage, level 1, high quality." The result was so common that nobody paid any attention to it. Wang Jai exclaimed because he thought that Han Fei was level 1, low quality at best, or his advancement couldn't have been as slow. Nobody noticed that there was a black streak on the stone. It could barely be distinguished from the stone itself. Wang Jai didn't see it, but Han Fei caught it. Han Fei retreated his hand. "Sir, what's the color for level 4 spiritual heritage?" Wang Jai answered casually, "Blue." Next, Han Fei returned in confusion. Below level 4, it was yellow. Between level 4 and level 6, it was blue. Above level 7, it was purple. What did black represent? Han Fei, no need to worry. There's still hope for you. Although you can't compare to me, you're still better than a lot of people. In the cultivating ground, He Zioyu said, "You must be defter. Your way of fighting is too violent. We must focus more on technique. If you pour spiritual energy into the weapon, your spiritual energy will be used up after a couple of hits." Han Fei stopped. "We can pour spiritual energy into the weapon?" He Zioyu said. "Of course, but we don't use spiritual energy in our cultivation. It's too precious. However, a crisis may happen any time in the fisheries, so you have to pour spiritual energy into your weapon, and you'd better make the best use of every point of it." Han Fei was surprised as he asked about matters related to spiritual energy. He Zioyu had 142 points now. Theoretically, one could become a level 7 fisher after they broke through 140 points. However, some people choose to train themselves at the peak of level 6. It was said that the best guys in the village could reach 159 points, while geniuses in the towns even cultivated to 179 points. Han Fei's heart was pounding. "Are you sure that you have 120 points when you reach level 6? He Zioyu said. "That's right. The standard for level 6 is 120 points. Han Fei wondered what his 119 points meant. When he checked the demon purification pot, his face changed. His spiritual energy's upper limit had changed to 121. Han Fei found it odd. Why was the upper limit increased by 2 points? Was it because of the 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup, or was it because he cultivated his body with swallowed spirit soup? Thinking about that, Han Fei grinned. "He Zioyu, can I borrow your bamboo rod?" He Zioyu said. "You want to fight again. I won't give it to you." Han Fei said, "Listen, I'll pay you a bowl of swallowed spirit soup every time I borrow it. How does that sound?" Chapter 16, Retaliation. He Zioyu was tempted. She regretted giving away a bowl of swallowed spirit soup just now, and Han Fei said that he would pay her a bowl if she lent him her rod. She thought that Han Fei was silly. He owed her a crimson sea fruit, and she did not lose any swallowed spirit soup. She was so smart. Han Fei, on the other hand, swaggered away with the rod. 1 bowl of swallowed spirit soup equaled 1 point of spiritual energy. Could there be a faster way of advancement? Han Fei kicked in the gate of Class 1's cultivating ground. The students of Class 1 were furious to see Han Fei. "You've come again. Do you really think we dare not beat you up?" Hu Kun asked, "Han Fei, what do you want?" Han Fei said, "Nothing. I'm happy that I made a breakthrough today, so I've come to duel." Han Fei declared, "Whoever defeats me will have this bamboo rod. It was collected from the bottom of a level 1 fishery and is definitely worth 10 mid-quality pearls. What do you say?" He Xiaoyu grew anxious. She pulled Han Fei back and said, "It's mine. My father will kill me if I lose it." Someone immediately jumped out. "Bring it on, you're rather cocky for a piece of level 4 garbage. Han Fei, your bamboo rod is mine." Few people on the island had a bamboo rod. Most of them were fishing masters. He Xiaoyu's father only got her one because he loved her. The guy dared not rob her of it, but if he could win it in a duel, it would belong to him. Their hands glittered, a sign that spiritual energy was emerging. "Han Fei, there's no turning back now." Han Fei said, "I'm not turning back. However, while I'll give you the bamboo rod if I lose, what will you give me if you fail?" The young man said, "You can have my iron rod." Han Fei said, "How about this? If I win, you need to give me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup." The young man thought that it was no big deal. The swallowed spirit soup was offered for free every 5 days. It was not nearly as precious as the bamboo rod. "All right, it's a deal." The young man was quite excited. He thought that the bamboo rod was already his. He hit Han Fei rather heavily. However, Han Fei hit back with the bamboo rod equally ruthlessly, with a mischievous smile. Bam! The collision of the two rods caused such a huge blast that the young man was instantly blown away. His rod was broken into halves, and his hands were shaking and bleeding. His face couldn't be paler. "That's impossible. That's impossible. How can you be so strong?" Hu Kun, Lu Lingjai, and He Xiaoyu were all dumbfounded. The guy was knocked down after only one attack when they were at the same level. Han Fei sneered, "You really think I'm level 4? Why would I challenge you if I was a regular level 4? What surprised him was that the attack cost 8 points of spiritual energy, which meant a yellow fish. But on second thought, he had won a bowl of swallowed spirit soup, which could increase the upper bound of his spiritual energy storage by 1 point. That was definitely worth it. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Next!" Some people lost confidence, but the bamboo rod was still too tempting. Another young man stood out. Just as he was about to speak, Han Fei immediately began the fight. Clang! Under the thunderous explosion of spiritual energy, both of them became pale. However, Han Fei swept with the bamboo rod without thinking, unleashing all his strength. His opponent was flung away into the wall, vomiting blood and unable to stand up again. "Next!" He Xiaoyu was shocked. How could the guy be so good? He only learned the technique this morning. Was he really untalented? Hu Kun looked awful. He was also surprised that Han Fei was so good. He had thought that he could catch the angel's attention, but Tang Ji stole his thunder. Was he going to be eclipsed by a piece of garbage now? Hu Kun immediately hinted to his friend. "Han Fei, since you're here for duels, I assume you welcome all opponents. I, Wang Ming, am a level 5 fisher, and I also practice sweeping stick. Do you dare to duel with me?" Han Fei said. "Of course, but since your level is above mine, you need to pay 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup." "All right, 2 bowls it is." The battle began quickly. Han Fei was not scared at all but simply attacked, swept, and pierced just like before. Han Fei launched 3 heavy attacks at the very beginning. His opponent was rather shocked. Did the guy have unlimited spiritual energy? A level 4 fisher was only supposed to have 80 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei's heavy hits should have cost a dozen points each time. How many times had he struck? Clang, clang, clang. Everybody blinked every time their weapons clashed. How could the guy still fight? Bam! His opponent was thrown away. Breathing heavily, Han Fei said, "Next, are there more?" After 7 consecutive sweeps, Han Fei knocked the guy out again, not giving him a chance to fight back. Everybody was greatly shocked. Han Fei could defeat a level 5 fisher? A bunch of people jumped out the next second. He Xiaoyu pulled Han Fei's sleeve and said, "Wait, you can't fight on. You'll lose if you continue." Han Fei smiled and shouted, "Where is my soup? Why are my 4 bowls of soup still not here?" Everybody could tell that Han Fei had been worn out. However, the absorption of the swallowed spirit soup would take a long time. How much spiritual energy could Han Fei regain if he drank it now? A few minutes later, the soup was delivered. The students looked awful. They were mad that they lost 4 bowls of soup so easily. Han Fei gave a bowl to He Xiaoyu. "We're even now." Han Fei chugged the 3 bowls of soup without stopping. Han Fei took a deep breath and realized that his spiritual energy had reached 300 points. It was a profitable deal. Han Fei shouted, "I feel that I can kill a big meat turtle." Who's next? Someone said suspiciously. He must be pretending, take him down. Then, Han Fei charged at him with his rod and jumped at him. The guy was astounded. When did I say I want to fight with you? Bam. After a collision, the guy's iron rod was broken, and he vomited blood on the ground. You're shameless. When did he say that he would challenge you? Han Fei said. He said that he would take me down. That's a declaration of war. I didn't know that he was so useless. That's enough. Hu Kun stepped forward and said, Han Fei, what's the meaning of this? Chapter 17, overly full. Han Fei had thought of a plan. He grinned and said, from today on, I will get back at those who bullied me before. However, if they offer me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup voluntarily, I'll let bygones be bygones. Hu Kun also wanted to beat Han Fei, but he knew it would be too outrageous if he were to go up. He had to hold back. Han Fei turned around and sniffed. You are too weak. None of you are worthy. Even he Xiaoyu was confused. The Han Fei today was completely different from the Han Fei she knew the past 4 years. She had heard what happened to Han Fei before and understood why Tang Ji protected him. Had Han Fei really awakened, like he claimed, but why was he so violent after awakening? As a matter of fact, Han Fei was not violent at all. He was merely eating swallowed spirit soup with an excuse. If one bowl of the soup could increase the upper limit of his spiritual energy by 1 point, would he be invincible after he had 100 bowls? In the cultivating ground of Class 2, bam, the gate was kicked open. Han Fei announced, hey, everyone, let's make a deal. This bamboo rod of mine is most valuable. Whoever defeats me will have it. Of course, it doesn't matter if you lose. All you need to do is to give me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. A round of mockery sounded like before. 10 minutes later, everybody was lying on the ground, and a couple of bowls of swallowed spirit soup had been placed before Han Fei. Gudu, Gudu. Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu, who was still dazed, and said, do you want another bowl? The rent for your rod that I proposed seems too petty. Han Fei grew famous after half a day. A useless guy had defeated everyone of his level, and even some whose level was higher than his in all classes. The whole school was shocked. The faculty was having a meeting discussing the arrangement for the geniuses with level 3 spiritual heritage when an intern teacher came in and said, Master Wang Jai, I'm afraid there's something you need to take care of. Wang Jai was dazed. What is it? The intern teacher replied. Well, Han Fei from your class fought on campus. Wang Jai chuckled. Han Fei, who did he fight with? Mr. Zhang, it's not unusual for students to practice with each other, or they will be flowers in a greenhouse. The intern teacher smiled bitterly. Was it really practice? No, Master Wang Jai, he has defeated everybody in his grade. Nobody in his level fights him anymore. He's now challenging those whose level is higher than his. Pooh! All the fishing masters were astounded. What? He defeated a whole grade and even challenged people beyond his level. Wang Jai asked in astonishment, Are you sure that you're talking about Han Fei from my class? The intern teacher replied, Is there a second Han Fei in our school? When the teachers arrived, Han Fei was shouting at a class. Are you doing it or not? This bamboo rod can be sold for 10 mid-quality pearls, and you only need to pay a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. However, the experts of his level all shook their heads quickly. Han Fei said, What a bunch of cowards. That's fine. However, whoever bullied me before better give me my swallowed spirit soup in 3 days, or you will know how merciless my rod can be. Someone said grimly, I'll fight you. Han Fei said, That won't do. You're a level 6 fisher. I'm only level 4. Having been enraged by Han Fei, the guy shouted, I don't want your bamboo rod. If you win, I'll give you 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Deal. Han Fei was meaning to find out the gap between him and a level 6 fisher. The guy offered him a chance. He Xiaoyu said, Han Fei, you're out of your mind. He's level 6. Don't break your foundation for some swallowed spirit soup. Han Fei said solemnly, Am I doing this for the swallowed spirit soup? No, I'm only polishing myself. Only with a strong body can I better survive on the ocean. He Xiaoyu blinked. Why do I feel that you're fooling me? You're obviously doing this for the swallowed spirit soup. One of the mentors said, That's Qin Guang from my class. His spiritual heritage was level 2, high quality in the test. Han Fei is fighting him? Wang Jai was dizzy himself. Wasn't Han Fei a level 2 fisher? Why could he fight a level 6 fisher? Only then did another teacher tell him that Han Fei had broken through to level 4. The fishing masters were still chatting when Han Fei and Qin Guang began to fight. Spiritual energy flourished between them. Enormous power burst out between the bamboo rod and the iron rod. Han Fei simply smashed forward, spiritual energy flowing from the bamboo rod. Unable to break his opponent's defense, Han Fei began to sweep. After a couple of attacks, he changed from sweeping to smashing again. Qin Guang had a lot of abilities, but he couldn't resist against Han Fei, who was unleashing his spiritual energy without any restraint. Every fisher only had limited spiritual energy. His 136 points had all been used to block Han Fei's bamboo rod. How could he fight on? After the 16th hit from Han Fei, Qin Guang's rod was finally blown away. Qin Guang was pale. He couldn't understand why he was defeated by a level 4 fisher. Did the guy have unlimited spiritual energy? Not just Qin Guang, all the fishing masters were dumbfounded, too. How could a level 4 fisher have so much spiritual energy? Han Fei struck 16 times in total. Even if it cost 8 points of spiritual energy each time, that would be 128 points in total. It was the capacity of level 6, not level 4. Han Fei, on the other hand, picked up the swallowed spirit soup and had another bowl. Han Fei immediately looked better. The gap between level 6 and level 4 was obvious. His opponent's hardiness was better than his own. If Qin Guang had abandoned defense and fought back, the result of the battle could have been different. Han Fei said, "He Xiaoyu, drink some for me, I'm full." He Xiaoyu was almost in tears. "I'm full, too. I've had 13 bowls." One of the middle-aged fishing masters found it odd. Why was his daughter involved in this? Also, why did Han Fei's bamboo rod look like his daughter's? The other fishing masters were lost for words, too. They had never seen anyone fed with swallowed spirit soup. How many bowls had Han Fei had? Actually, the swallowed spirit soup was of no use to Han Fei now. Han Fei realized it when he discovered that the upper limit of his spiritual energy was stuck at 139 points. However, he could continue his challenges. While the capacity of his spiritual energy couldn't be changed, the swallowed spirit soup could refill the spiritual energy he lost. A student shouted from the crowd, "Han Fei, you've had more than 30 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Do you not need to pee at all?" Han Fei, however, burped and said, "I can hold it back for now." "Who's next?" Suddenly, there was a fierce shout. "Han Fei," Han Fei said without looking back, one at a time. "I'm not done with this class yet. Don't be hasty. How many more classes are you planning to fight?" Han Fei turned around, only to discover Wang Jai as well as a bunch of other teachers. Darting his eyes about, Han Fei said in a hurry, "Master, I have to pee. I'll go to the bathroom. You can hold it back. You're not going anywhere." He Xiaoyu rose in a hurry and said, "Han Fei, my bamboo rod." Han Fei realized that he couldn't fight on anymore, so he threw the bamboo rod back to He Xiaoyu. Everybody was relieved after Han Fei left. Finally, even a level 6 expert was defeated by him. Did they have to ask a level 7 expert to crush him? Why was the useless guy so strong all of a sudden? Everybody knew that Tang Ji's spiritual heritage was level 7, but Han Fei's was only level 1. Even if Tang Ji asked the angel to help him, he couldn't have grown so fast. On the playground, Wang Jai narrowed his eyes and asked, "I can understand your advancement, but what's with your spiritual energy?" Han Fei said, Master, my spiritual energy circulates in my body." Pa. Han Fei was immediately slapped in the head by Wang Jai, who was lost for words. Even Fang Zi, who came from the city, could not circulate spiritual energy in his body, and Han Fei said he could. Chapter 18. A war caused by a tortoise. Wang Jai was suspicious about Han Fei's ability to absorb spiritual energy. He had never seen anyone who could absorb it as fast. Was it a talent? But if so, why had Han Fei never revealed it until today? Wang Jai said, "Attack me." Han Fei hesitated. "Master, I don't want to waste my spiritual energy on my teacher." Wang Jai said, "You will do what I ask you to." "Enough talking." Han Fei said gloomily, "Master, I don't have a rod, I borrowed He Xiaoyu's." Wang Jai thought for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." Several minutes later, Wang Jai returned and tossed an iron rod to Han Fei. "Hit me." Han Fei knew that he couldn't squirrel his way out of this. All he could do was waste some of his spiritual energy, striking heavily with an explosive sound. Bam, 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 Wang Jai blocked with his fishing pole at ease. Han Fei's smashing, sweeping, and piercing couldn't hurt Wang Jai at all. Han Fei was greatly shocked. How strong would grand fishing masters and hidden fishers be if a fishing master was already so strong? Pondering for a moment, Wang Jai said, "Your body is as good as that of a level 6 fisher. Is it a naturally endowed talent?" But he quickly shook his head. Han Fei's spiritual heritage was level 1, high quality after all. Such a talent couldn't be of much help. Besides, it remained to be seen whether or not it was Han Fei's talent. Wang Jai said, "You'd better stop asking for your classmates' trouble. Since you're good at fighting, you can spend more time in the general fishery. Try releasing your hook more than 5 meters deep, but make sure it's no more than 8 meters deep." Han Fei asked, "Master, shouldn't I learn battle techniques right now?" Wang Jai was amused. "Battle techniques? You want to learn more battle techniques when you haven't grasped sweeping stick yet? Come to me when your soul awakens or when you reach level 7. Han Fei had temporarily dropped the idea of learning battle techniques. After all the duels, he indeed realized that everybody practiced stick arts. Also, the stick arts were quite brutal battle techniques themselves. Han Fei was quite satisfied with it. Tang Ji did not return. He did not send any messages after Fang Zi took him away. Having devoured almost 40 bowls of swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei was almost overflowing with spiritual energy, but it was only an illusion. The data in the demon purification pot had soared. Owner, Han Fei level 4, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy, 1,488, 139 spiritual heritage. Level 1, high-quality upgradable main art. Void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei was excited at the storage of his spiritual energy. He wanted to infer another awesome technique, but his level was too low for him to practice any other battle techniques yet. In the morning, Han Fei left for the port with his fishing pole. The port was as lively as ever. There were 3 main roads to the port, and all were jam-packed with people. There were also 5 more ports that were as prosperous as this one. He passed by a stand that sold fragrant snails. It was surprisingly popular. Han Fei clicked his tongue. He didn't know there were so many rich people. Fragrant snails were snails that lived at the bottom of the ocean. Some fish fed on them, and most fishermen got them by capturing those fish. Of course, some of the more adventurous fishermen would dive into the water and dig them from the bottom of the ocean, even though the bottom of the ocean was full of dangers, such as snake belts or poisonous sea snakes. However, returns were the best motivation. Han Fei was in no rush today, so he observed a bit longer. Then he realized that most food here was steamed or boiled without any seasoning. Would he make a fortune if he opened a barbecue shop? Before Han Fei was able to consider the idea, the crowd clamored far away on the main road. Dozens of people came to Han Fei with a middle-aged man at the center. When they were closer, Han Fei saw a giant meat tortoise on the man's shoulder. He glanced at it and the data popped up. Name, giant meat tortoise level, 9 quality, regular spiritual energy. 188 points, effect, increases health, broadens veins. Collectible, lousy shell, absorbable. Han Fei was surprised. It was the creature of the highest level that he had seen. The spiritual energy it contained was enormous. Hiss, a lot of people gasped loudly. Someone exclaimed, "Heavens, a giant meat tortoise, how did you get it?" Someone approached the middle-aged man and said, "Brother, 5 mid-quality pearls is a fair price. Why don't you sell it to me?" The middle-aged man shook his head stubbornly. "This tortoise is for my son's cultivation. I won't sell it." The man next to him, who was obviously a merchant, suggested, "Brother, what's your son's level? Does he need a weapon or a battle technique? We can trade." Right then, the crowd was divided. A handsome young man in white clothes came over with a bunch of servants. Seeing them, someone immediately shouted, "The Wang family. A family of 5 fishing masters?" Someone said in a low voice, "I'm told that the leader of the Wang family is already a grand fishing master. This giant meat tortoise will definitely go to the Wang family." The young man smiled at the middle-aged man. "Uncle, why don't you sell the tortoise to me? I'll offer you 8 mid-quality pearls and a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid." The man was astounded by the offer. Before the middle-aged man said anything, another bunch of people approached from the other end. The dealers beside Han Fei hurried to clear the way. "It's Li Hu, the young master of the tigers. Get out of the way." The tigers were an infamous gang in Heavenly Water Village. The leader of the gang had a rarely seen spiritual beast that protected him in the Level 1 fishery. On the ocean, even the grand fishing masters had to show him some respect. Li Hu glared at the young man from the Wang family. "Wang Beiyu, is the Wang family invading the territory of the tigers?" Wang Beiyu was not angry at all, but simply chuckled at him. "Are the tigers allowed to disrupt fair deals at the port? Or do the tigers think that nobody in Heavenly Water Village can suppress them?" Li Hu said, "Why don't you ask him if he dares to sell it to you?" The middle-aged man immediately dropped the idea. He couldn't afford pissing off the tigers. Wang Beiyu said, "Why don't you buy it? I can rob you of it afterward. It will save me a lot of money." He couldn't have looked calmer, but his declaration was most ruthless. Li Hu grinned. "Try robbing me?" The middle-aged man was quite pitiful. He could crush the two brats easily, but he dared not touch them at all because of their family background. "You can divide the tortoise evenly." While the two parties were at odds, somebody suddenly suggested this. Instantly, everybody looked at the source of the voice. Chapter 19, Undersea Shock. Han Fei only said it innocently. He thought that it was just a tortoise, and that they should respect the uncle who had obtained it through all the trouble. Li Hu's eyes beamed with coldness. Before he spoke, one of his subordinates scolded, "Boy, who allowed you to talk?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you suggesting that I can't talk?" Wang Beiyu, however, chuckled. "Have the tigers forbidden everyone from talking? If you dare to touch him, I'll cut your hands." Li Hu sneered, "His suggestion is not bad. I'll have the shell. You can have the meat." Wang Beiyu scorned with good manners, "What are you thinking? Can you make use of the shell? In the whole Heavenly Water Village, only the Wang family has an armorist. If you can find a second one, I'll give the shell to you." Li Hu seemed to have lost interest in debating. He sniffed and said, "Beat them. Whatever is in the tiger's territory belongs to the tigers." Two people behind Li, who unleashed magnificent auras and glowed with spiritual energy, indicating that they were at least level 6 fishermen. The two of them charged out like arrows, but halfway through, two swords that were also enshrouded in spiritual energy darted at them. Han Fei stepped back in a hurry. For a moment, he sensed a power that could rip him apart easily. Shua, a cold light flashed, and the two swords stabbed into the ground, with two hands next to them. "Armorist?" Li Hu was appalled. He looked at the crowd, only to see a brawny, middle-aged man walking toward him with an enormous box. "Third young master." The man approached Wang Beiyu and greeted him respectfully before he stepped aside. Li Hu said, "Good. Is the Wang family declaring war on the tigers?" Before Wang Beiyu could say anything, the middle-aged man replied indifferently, "Declaring war on the tigers. Ask your father to make the remark again." The folly ended as fast as it started. Wang Beiyu chuckled and said, "Right, Li Hu, I'll have someone send the meat to your house later." All the onlookers were too scared to say anything. The middle-aged man who carried the giant meat tortoise dare not argue. Someone took it away from him and gave him his reward. Li Hu sniffed and walked back coldly. Han Fei stayed where he was, still recovering from the shock. After a flash, two arms fell on the ground. What if the swords were shot at their heads? Han Fei looked at the man who carried the box in astonishment. "Armorist? What's that?" He did not know anything about it. He speculated that he would have the answer when he became a fishing master. He was not hasty. The street was occupied by noise again after the fight, but Han Fei did not want to stay anymore. There were too many secrets in this world waiting to be unveiled, and in order to do that, he had to become a fishing master. In the departure port, it was still the same receptionist. Han Fei said, "Sister Xiao Qin, just for me alone." Xiao Qin asked in surprise, "For yourself? Can you afford the tax?" Although she questioned Han Fei suspiciously, she had already begun to register for him. Few people rented boats for themselves, so Han Fei's boat came fast. He rented an 8-person boat because it had 8 fish cabins. If another fish tide took place, he would be in for a treat. Han Fei got on the boat and flew somewhat far away in the general fishery. The general fishery was said to have a length and width of 1,000 kilometers, but few people ever made it 500 kilometers away. because there wasn't enough spiritual energy for them to control the boat. Even the best fishermen could only reach 700 kilometers away. As for Han Fei, he did not intend to go so far away. He planned to go 200 meters away. If he got too far, he might not be able to return. However, after a dozen minutes, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that the boat flew further and further beyond his control. Damn, are you kidding me? Back in the headquarters of the Tigers in Heavenly Water Village. Young master, I guarantee that guy will never return. Li Hu said, all right, got it. Han Fei did not know that somebody had set him up. Bam! After an explosion, Han Fei discovered that the controller was broken. His eyes almost popped out. I can accept that you malfunctioned, but how could you explode? Han Fei was grim. He did not know how far he had flown, but he could not see another boat on the ocean. Also, after the controller exploded, the boat lost momentum and couldn't float anymore. Shaking, it dropped quickly. Damn, I'm going to be killed. The boat was falling from hundreds of meters high in the sky. Han Fei believed that he was doomed. The boat would definitely smash itself into a pile of wood. Han Fei clutched the edge of the boat in the raging wind. Right before it hit the water, he sprang from the boat and dived into the ocean. He couldn't be more nervous. The fish in the ocean could be horrifying. If he encountered a blade fish or a snakebelt, he could be killed any minute. Thankfully, no shoals were around. Even if there had been any, they had been scared off by his sudden dive. The first thing Han Fei did in the ocean was open his eyes and search for the boat. The fall was slower than he had expected. If the boat was of reasonable quality, it shouldn't be damaged. But an accident did take place. Han Fei saw an enormous green turtle far away that was attracted to him and swimming in his direction. It was twice the size of regular green turtles. Shoot! The creature was only 5 meters away from him, but it suddenly turned around as if it had lost interest in him. Han Fei took a breath in relief and hurried to swim upward. However, he immediately saw a few shiny knives. Han Fei felt like crying. He had met multiple blade fish. He dared not move at all, hoping that they would not take him for food, which he did not look like at all. As he expected, the blade fish circled Han Fei and left. One of them even stared at Han Fei for quite a while, as if wondering why it had never seen such a thing before. Han Fei reached for the knife on his waist. Who knew if the blade fish would come and cut him? Seeing no reaction from the blade fish, Han Fei waved his limbs, ready to ascend to the surface of the ocean. When Han Fei swam, he realized that his vision was surprisingly good in the water. Also, his movement in the ocean couldn't be easier. Were the people in this world naturally born with swimming skills? However, before Han Fei reached the surface, he saw a snake-shaped creature slithering at him fast. Damn, a snakebelt. Han Fei couldn't be more unlucky. Green turtles and blade fish were fine. They wouldn't attack until they were in danger. However, the snakebelt was different. It liked warm things best. What could be warmer than Han Fei right now? It wanted to pierce his body. Thinking about that, Han Fei dived down. If he were to reach the surface of the ocean, the snakebelt would strike him easily when he couldn't see it. Holding his dagger, Han Fei faced the snakebelt warily. The snakebelt was circling, and the dense, sharp teeth on its head were opening and closing. It seemed to have grown interested in Han Fei. Han Fei's heart pounded. He tried to calm himself down while he confronted the snakebelt with his dagger. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that a shadow was darting at him from the left near his feet. Chapter 20. The bottom of the ocean. Not daring to ignore it, he stabbed his dagger in that direction. At the same time, he tightened his muscles and covered his body with spiritual energy. He felt lucky that he didn't upgrade his spiritual heritage, or his spiritual energy wouldn't have been enough. Other people wouldn't think about that at all. Only the advanced experts above level 7 could cover their body with spiritual energy, because it consumed a lot of energy. While 10 or so points of spiritual energy were needed to enhance a weapon, at least 30 points were required to enshroud the body. After his body was enshrouded by spiritual energy, Han Fei suddenly seemed to have turned into a fish. His body was no longer affected by the current, and his vision and reaction time significantly improved. Galulu! Han Fei slashed his dagger, but he was still not as fast as the snakebelt. It opened its mouth and took a bite at his chest. Quickly, Han Fei turned away, slashing his dagger and punching his fist at the same time. Because his speed was better, the snake belt was hit, but not very badly. It was only flung half a meter away before it regained its balance. Han Fei quickly turned around, only to see the snake belt coming at him again as fast as a ray of light. Han Fei was incapable of any undersea battle techniques. He regretted that he didn't take an iron rod just now. If he had the rod, he might be able to crush the creature easily. However, since he only had a dagger, he could only use it as a rod. Woo! Woo! The noise when he wielded the dagger underwater was weird. Han Fei poured his spiritual energy into the dagger and waved it crazily. Although it dealt little damage, the snake belt was more or less intimidated. Then, Han Fei's wrist hurt. As it turned out, the snake belt bit him on the wrist, seeing that it couldn't win a head-on battle. Han Fei did not know that the fish was intelligent. It was scared of Han Fei's dagger, which was brimming with spiritual energy, so it intended to bite his hand and force him to drop the dagger. Right when Han Fei thought that part of his flesh would be bitten off, Han Fei's wrist suddenly glittered. A calabash appeared out of nowhere and glowed. As if terrified, the snake belt turned around, trying to flee. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let it go, not after he had wasted hundreds of points of spiritual energy on the creature. Immediately, he grasped the snake belt's tail. Speculating that the tail might be slippery, Han Fei then stabbed his dagger into it. Immediately, the snake belt squeaked and dragged Han Fei downward crazily. Han Fei, stunned and caught unprepared, was suddenly hauled to the bottom of the ocean. By the time he realized he should release the tail, he had descended dozens of meters. He felt the pressure of the water. He planned to let it go and swim back up, but after a quick glance, he discovered several snake belts, green turtles, and even a meat tortoise in the distance. There was also an assortment of other fish that he had no time to recognize. Not daring to loosen his hands, Han Fei descended deeper and deeper and felt more and more pressure. For reasons he didn't know, he did not feel any lack of oxygen after fighting for such a long time and being pulled all the way to this place. His body was still functioning normally, and he felt that he could hold his breath for another 20 minutes. However, he certainly couldn't spend the rest of his life in the water. Seeing that he was about to reach the bottom, Han Fei gripped the dagger and clutched the snake belt's wound. Exerting his strength, he immediately cut the snake belt into 2 parts. Blood gushed out. Having no time to care about the snake belt, he swam as far away from it as possible. Several minutes later, fish emerged out of nowhere and bit the snake belt. Han Fei watched the ferocious predator be reduced into a long fish bone in the blink of an eye. Han Fei saw coral and swam in that direction. It was too horrible. If dozens of fish were to bite him, he would be nibbled into a skeleton even if he were a fishing master. However, after Han Fei saw the full view of the bottom of the ocean, he was dumbfounded. The bottom of the ocean was full of crimson coral that stretched out for thousands of meters, as well as all kinds of shells. Clams were opening and closing, enormous mussels were sleeping, green crabs half a meter long were watching Han Fei and warily holding their pincers, and sea anemones' long tentacles were waving in the water. For a moment, all kinds of data was popping up before Han Fei's eyes. Name, bloody anemone level, 10 quality, regular spiritual energy, 1888 points, effect, inedible for pharmaceutical purposes, collectible, dissolved poisons absorbable, name, ruler coral level, 10 quality, regular spiritual energy, 100 points, effect, inedible for forging purposes, collectible, coral heart absorbable. Han Fei was overwhelmed by the data. There were too many creatures for him to check. In that moment, a colorful fish was absorbed by a sea anemone. Then dense tubes were stabbed into the fish's body, turning it into bones. Feeling creeped out, Han Fei stayed as far away from the sea anemone as possible. He turned around, hoping to see something else. But a starfish the size of a basin spun quickly like a top and squeezed into the mud. Han Fei even saw a clam, several meters long, whose mouth was wide open. There was a glittering pearl in it. Han Fei was sure that it was not a regular pearl because it was glowing. Oh, could it be a high-quality pearl? Han Fei observed it carefully. Name, Ghost Blade Clam level, 10 quality, regular spiritual energy, 192 points, effect. It tastes delicious and can increase physical qualities. Collectible. Ghost Pearl, which can nurture the veins and nerves when eaten. Absorbable. Whoa, This is a real treasure. Han Fei knew that anything that could nurture the veins and nerves was worth dozens of mid-quality pearls. Most people couldn't afford it in their lifetime. Han Fei looked around. The bottom of the ocean was less dangerous. While many huge fish were swimming around, none of them regarded Han Fei as an enemy. Some little fish were even wandering around Han Fei. Tempted, Han Fei was ready to fetch the pearl. However, a big black fish rushed closer, as if it were going to compete with him for it. Han Fei was rather angry. It was not easy to come down here, and you're competing with me. But Han Fei's complaint was soon gone. At the edge of the clam, countless sharp teeth appeared and tightened, biting the big black fish into halves frighteningly. Han Fei couldn't sweat right now, but his head was still dizzy. Is this a trap? What kind of clam has teeth? Han Fei looked at the smaller clams and the big clam and lost interest. No wonder it was named Ghost Blade Clam. Such a huge clam was indeed extraordinary. The undersea species were too weird. He saw certain creatures that looked like nails hopping close from far away like springs. Han Fei knew that they were nail conches that would poke nails at people when attacked. The fishermen had to be extra careful when they caught a nail conch, or they might be penetrated by the nails. Han Fei swam like a fish. He was not scared of the corals, which were unaggressive. He could also use the corals as his shield when in danger. Of course, he had to avoid the corners that he couldn't see clearly. God knew how many creatures were hiding there. Han Fei only wanted to find a rod, or whatever could be used as a rod. His first idea was to cut a coral, but he couldn't. He only managed to chop a small piece even after he poured his spiritual energy into his dagger. So hard, Han Fei's eyes glittered. He cut a long coral with his dagger. If it was made into a rod, it would be much better than an iron rod, although it still couldn't compare to the bamboo rod. A while later, Han Fei swam among the corals with a coral rod in his hand. He wondered how he could return to the surface of the ocean. He couldn't hold his breath much longer. Suddenly, Han Fei was stunned by a crimson tree that looked like a coral. Corals were in fact the dead bodies of certain insects. However, the crimson tree seemed much smoother than coral. Han Fei even saw a fruit on it. Chapter 21, Hook Kiss. Can corals yield fruits? The idea popped up in Han Fei's head but was immediately disapproved. Han Fei swam closer and realized that something was not right. How could there be so many bones? Yes, there were bones everywhere. Some were fish, some were turtles, and some were human. More importantly, the human bones did not come from one person. When he looked at the fruit on the crimson tree, Han Fei was shocked that data appeared. Name, purple bamboo, level, 10 quality, ultra spiritual energy. Unknown, effect, unknown, collectible, purple bamboo fruit, absorbable, purple bamboo fruit. Han Fei immediately remembered the crimson sea fruit that Fang Zi gave to the village leader. He didn't see the fruit clearly, but he saw how ecstatic the village leader was. Fortunately, he had met another marvelous fruit. He wondered how it was compared to the crimson sea fruit. Wait. Han Fei calmed himself down. The bones indicated great danger. Why were those people and animals dead? Han Fei immediately backed off. He saw the knife of a blade fish in the corals. It must belong to the deceased. Other than the knife, Han Fei also noticed some fishing poles and iron rods. Seeing the iron rod, Han Fei immediately drew his fishing pole. The coral rod was for self-defense, but in a battle, it would definitely be too rough and unwieldy. The iron rod, on the other hand, would be much better. Hugh, Han Fei cast the hook out. He caught the iron rod and even tied the line on the rod. That was the difference between a divine fishing art and a regular fishing art. Regular fishing arts were special tricks that aimed to capture fish. Hook Kiss, on the other hand, could integrate the hook, the line, and the fishing pole and be applied to battles. Han Fei had practiced it before but wasn't very familiar with it yet. One of his purposes for the trip was to practice Hook Kiss. The effect of the art amazed him. Han Fei dragged the iron rod as well as the blade fish's knife to him. Although there were human bones, he didn't see any weapons. He saw several fishing poles, but they were iron ones at best. It would be a burden to carry them. Huh, a turtle shell? The Wang family and the tigers fought over a shell. That's certainly good stuff. Casting the hook and pulling, Han Fei changed his face. It weighed more than 50 kilograms. Han Fei's heart was bleeding. The shell was too heavy for him to carry to the surface of the ocean. Han Fei did not dwell on it. He abandoned the shell and looked at the purple bamboo. Han Fei was tempted. The purple bamboo was a natural material for a rod. Han Fei wondered if he should try to grab it. But what if he did grab it? Would there be any trouble? For Han Fei, taking risks was not unusual. He made up his mind to take it. Han Fei cast the hook at the purple bamboo fruit quickly. His heart raced as the hook approached his target. Hew! The hook reached the fruit, but at exactly the same moment, Han Fei felt that the corals trembled and a gigantic head extended out of a hole. Name: Sea Dragon Level. 18 Quality: Rare Spiritual Energy. Unknown. Effect: Unknown. Collectible: Unknown. Absorbable: Damn it, a sea dragon, a level 18 rare monster. I'm so FC-ked. The sea dragon was not a real dragon, but one of the strongest sea snakes. As a top-tier demonic snake, it shouldn't be here at all. Han Fei had no doubt that he was no match for the creature. He immediately tried to retreat the line and run, but the fruit was not pulled to him, although the line had been straightened. Seeing that it was possible to take it, Han Fei immediately gave up. He shook the fishing pole and transmitted his power from the fishing pole to the hook. The hook instantly broke free. Han Fei cast it out again, not at the purple bamboo fruit, but at another cluster of corals dozens of meters away. The sea dragon dashed out and stared at him with bloodshot eyes, as if it were interested in the small creature that was trying to steal its treasure. Right after the sea snake came at him, Han Fei pulled the hook heavily and swooshed to the other cluster of corals. A strange scene happened in the corals. Han Fei cast his hook now and then, allowing him to leap from one place to another quickly, but whenever he left a place, the corals behind him would be crushed by a giant head. Han Fei cried, "Brother, I did not intend to steal your stuff. Can we talk nicely? I'm doomed, it's a dead end." There were no corals ahead. He had reached where he started his exploration. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei quickly swam to the sea anemones. However, the sea dragon was much faster than him. Seeing that it was going to bite him, Han Fei gritted his teeth and flew at the ghost blade clam whose mouth was wide open. Crack! The noise of closing teeth came into Han Fei's ears. This place was too dangerous. The ghost blade clam's mouth was aimed at Han Fei, as if it were waiting for Han Fei to send himself over. The moment Han Fei approached it, he sprang and jumped over the ghost blade clam. In the next second, an enormous head bumped into the ghost blade clam. The ghost blade clam would have been rendered speechless if it was intelligent. How can there be such a huge head? I can't swallow it at all. Sharp teeth emerged and bit down, only to pierce into the sea dragon's flesh. Hoo! The sea dragon roared and crashed into a rock. Clang! After an ear-splitting explosion, the ghost blade clam fell from the sea dragon. If Han Fei had the time to look back, he would see that half of the clam's teeth were gone and there was a hole on its shell. It was basically dead. A green crab was watching, holding its pincers. Having no time to think, Han Fei cast the hook to the crab and threw it to the sea dragon. The half-meter-long crab was chewed into pieces after a bite, but one of its pincers left a wound on the sea dragon's mouth. Han Fei was anxious. What could he do if it didn't let go of him? He couldn't defeat it. Seeing the tentacles of the sea anemones that were floating in the water, Han Fei gritted his teeth. He cast the hook to one of the tentacles. The next moment, all the tentacles began to float. He had threats both ahead and behind. Han Fei hurled himself to the sea anemones, where thousands of tentacles were waiting. He poured all his spiritual energy into his iron rod and slashed. Immediately, the water surged and pushed the tentacles to one side. Exceeding his expectations, a bloody mouth enveloped him right before he fell into the sea anemones. I'm doomed. Han Fei could see nothing but darkness. He had been devoured. The good news was that the coral rod was stuck in the mouth of the sea dragon. As for the iron rod, he had lost it earlier. Damn it. This is so tight. Han Fei couldn't move at all. The muscles of the sea dragon were constricting and moving randomly. Han Fei hadn't been swallowed into the stomach yet, but who knew what would happen next? He tried to hold the blade fish's knife and cut whatever he could reach. Bam, 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 the sea dragon struggled hard. After only an instant, thousands of holes appeared on its body. Han Fei wasn't any better. Some tentacles pierced through the sea dragon and entered his body. Demon purification pot, absorb now. Han Fei thought he was done. There was no telling if the demon purification pot worked. But the muscles that gripped him gradually relaxed. Die. Han Fei struggled hard. His body was so sore that he thought his feet had rotted into bones. When he thought of that, Han Fei struggled and waved his dagger crazily. A piece of meat almost fell into his mouth. Pooh, this is bitter. Han Fei had an idea. A snake gallbladder? The sea dragon struggled more and more weakly. Under the dual attack of the tentacles of the sea anemones and the demon purification pot, it was impossible for the sea dragon to flee. It suddenly stopped jerking. A glowing shadow cut the skin and jumped out of the creature. Han Fei was covered in blood, but he dared not be careless and cast the hook out the moment he left the body. He swooshed away instantly. Then, the place where he was at was filled by tentacles. Han Fei's heart pounded. Dozens of holes had been left on his body despite the protection of spiritual energy. In the ocean, blood could be very horrible. Are you still hunting me? Are you still biting me? Blood was surging out. Han Fei saw countless fish swimming over and fled quickly. The sea dragon, on the other hand, was drowned by tentacles and fish. Chapter 22. Evolution of the Demon Purification Pot. One couldn't acquire any treasure without taking risks. Han Fei returned to the ghost blade clam and took the pearl away. He then came to the purple bamboo in excitement and plucked it out. It was more like a straight stick than a plant. It was not as difficult to remove as Han Fei thought. He poured spiritual energy into his hands and used all his strength. Eventually, he was able to get it out. The purple bamboo fruit fell the moment he plucked the bamboo. Han Fei felt intoxicated. The intense fragrance of the fruit was attached to his skin through water and leaked into his body, making him sense the aroma. However, Han Fei was too panicked to enjoy it. The smell was too intense even for him. What about other undersea fish? Besides, he had blood all over him. He already saw dozens of green crabs not far away. Gudu. Han Fei stuffed the fruit into his mouth and intended to flee. However, the moment the purple bamboo fruit entered his body, Han Fei felt like he was being boiled. His skin reddened, and he couldn't possibly feel any hotter. The scorching energy caused the calabash on his wrist to glow. A tremendous amount of energy escaped into his wrist. Han Fei's muscles tightened. He could almost hear the sound of his blood pumping. Han Fei couldn't move, but he saw hundreds of green crabs raising their pincers at him. Then, with a crisp sound, Han Fei felt that he had a breakthrough, and his body's condition was better. The green crabs were still densely packed at this moment. Han Fei was scared. The energy in his body was still on a rampage. Some entered his wrist, and some flowed through his body. Although Han Fei was not in his best state, he could at least move now. Having no time to think, he cast his hook at several big black fish dozens of meters above him. The fish fled under the stimulation, dragging Han Fei upward. After a brief while, the fish turned around and crashed into Han Fei, as if it realized that it couldn't escape. Shoot! Bam! Han Fei almost threw up because of the collision. He couldn't hold his breath anymore. I have to breathe in fresh air now. Han Fei struggled to hug the big black fish. He accidentally laid his hands on the scales, and his fingers were cut. Go up! Han Fei stabbed his dagger into the fish's head. The black fish fled again at the pain, but since its head was controlled by Han Fei, it could only swim upward. Han Fei looked back, only to see all kinds of fish chasing after him. He almost peed himself. The black fish was very fast. After only a minute, it leaped out of the water. Han Fei took a big breath of air. Then, he saw his boat hundreds of meters away, undamaged. Hiya! Hiya, with a dagger on its head, the black fish could not do anything except rush in the direction that Han Fei desired. Hurry, hurry! A huge mouth bit his calf. Ouch! Han Fei cried miserably. Having no time to knock the attacker off, he focused all his attention on reining in the black fish. When he was 100 meters away from the boat, Han Fei cast the hook to the boat and finally pulled himself onto it. Bam! 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 He struck a dozen times and killed the fish that had been biting him. He then threw the fish away. Hoo! Having no time to bother the blood on his calf, Han Fei lied on the boat with his limbs stretched out. That was too close. He felt it was a miracle that he survived the adventure. Several minutes later, Han Fei sat up in excitement. He felt that his body was full of power. Han Fei looked at his wrist. The calabash was still blinking, but nothing new was revealed. He checked the data. Owner, Han Fei level 5, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy. 682, 159 Spiritual Heritage. Level 1, High-Quality Upgradable Main Art. Void Fishing, Chapter 1. Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality, Stunned. Han Fei took a deep breath. Have I lost 800 points of spiritual energy? He gasped loudly. If he had run out of spiritual energy, he would have been dead. Also, he just had a purple bamboo fruit that must have contained tremendous spiritual energy, yet he only had less than 700 points of spiritual energy left. Han Fei weighed the purple bamboo in his hand and wondered how good it was compared to the bamboo rod he previously used. Suddenly, Han Fei felt an excruciating pain in his palm. He opened his hand, only to be shocked. A green calabash was growing out of his body from his palm. It was delicate and slightly smaller than an apple, with a fresh leaf on top. A real calabash? Han Fei's eyes widened. How did the calabash grow out? He snapped it, only to discover that the calabash seemed to have been stuck to his hand. He put the calabash before his eyes and observed it. Suddenly, it flashed, and Han Fei found himself in a dark void, surrounded by countless sophisticated characters. Right before his eyes, there were two vertical lines. Han Fei couldn't understand the characters, but he did recognize the two lines. Refining, Forge the Universe. Refining was the most brilliant and eye-catching world. Forge the Universe, in comparison, was rather lackluster. Other than them, Han Fei could see more words, but they were unorganized and beyond recognition. Refining? Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. He needed 2,000 points of spiritual energy to activate the function. Han Fei was relieved. 2,000 points was not too far-fetched for him. Then, Han Fei looked at Forge the Universe. If refining meant building weapons, what did Forge the Universe mean? Damn it, 10,000 points of spiritual energy? Are you robbing me? It meant more than 200 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Han Fei was lost for words. He had been thrilled about the demon purification pot's change after absorbing the energy of the purple bamboo fruit, but it was still demanding spiritual energy. Since he did not have enough spiritual energy, Han Fei decided to ignore it. When he opened his eyes, the calabash was already gone, but when he thought about it, it emerged again. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Interesting. This must be an artifact. I have to keep the secret well. Han Fei finally looked at the big yellow fish next to him. Name, Young Ironhead Fish, level, 8 quality, regular spiritual energy, 42 points, effect. It can increase one's physical strength if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible, brains of the ironhead fish, which can accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy absorbable. An ironhead fish. Am I in a level 1 fishery? Ironhead fish usually appeared in level 1 fisheries. They were dangerous and fond of crashing into people or boats. However, this ironhead fish was much smaller than what he saw before. Under normal circumstances, one's bones would be broken after being knocked into by this fish. Han Fei remembered the crash in the ocean, which nearly squeezed his internal organs out. He tapped the fish's head with the purple bamboo. Clang. Han Fei tapped it again with greater strength and was finally relieved after the fish head collapsed. It was indeed tough. If it were an adult, he probably would have been dead. Judging from the look of it, he was still in the general fishery. Han Fei had been badly wounded, mostly by the gastric acids of the sea dragon. All his wounds were bleeding heavily. Huh, is it healing? Han Fei checked the bite on his calf, only to discover that the wound was much smaller. After another moment, the wound was even smaller, and the corrupted flesh was recuperating. Is it because of the gallbladder, or the purple bamboo fruit? After several minutes, Han Fei calmed down and felt that his senses were sharper. His body was also very comfortable. An hour later, Han Fei stood up and warmed himself up, only to realize that his wounds had been half-healed. With this speed of recovery, he would return to peak condition in another 2 hours. However, Han Fei became grim the next second. He had lost the coral rod, the iron rod, the turtle shell, and the sea dragon skin. He did have the pearl that he collected from the ghost blade clam. Should he eat it to facilitate his recovery? I'd better keep it for now. I should take it when my body is in better shape. Han Fei recalled the treasures at the bottom of the ocean. The clams, the green crabs, the nail conchs, the corals. When I reach higher levels, I'll definitely go down there again after accumulating several thousand points of spiritual energy. If others learned of his plan, they would think him a lunatic. Even the Grand Fishing Master did not have thousands of points of spiritual energy. Han Fei did not know that the bones he saw at the bottom of the ocean were all fishing masters. They died simply because their spiritual energy ran out. At the bottom of the ocean, even a snake belt could kill a fishing master who did not have spiritual energy. After his wounds were healed, Han Fei looked around, only to see no boats around. There were only some birds in the sky. I'll definitely demand an explanation from the port. How could they distribute a faulty boat to me? However, the journey did have a silver lining. Not only had he made a breakthrough, he also acquired a purple bamboo, which was an ultimate plant. After a brief rest, Han Fei began to fish and practice hook kiss again. It was indeed an amazing art that could turn him into Spider-Man at the bottom of the ocean. Chapter 23: Fight the Tentacle Lobster. Hook kiss was much more powerful than immobilization. Han Fei had studied it before. Immobilization could make people absolutely calm and steady before their spiritual energy was transmitted to the fishing line and hook. It could also weaken the line and hook's threat for fish. However, the greatest disadvantage of immobilization was that it would take a long time, and the fish might break off the hook at any moment. Hook kiss, in comparison, was much more powerful. As long as one knew a fish's location, they would be able to cast the hook there as fast as a snake belt. Pudong, Han Fei tossed a big yellow fish into the fish cabin. He mumbled, "Wait, when I cast the hook, I sense the waves in the water down below. I think I can save some spiritual energy if I cast the hook there." Pudong, Han Fei tossed a seventh yellow fish into the fish cabin. The spiritual energy cost has been reduced by 1 point. Haha, I'm a genius. Han Fei was very excited. The reduction might be insignificant, but as he fished more and more, he would be able to save a lot of spiritual energy. After half a day, Han Fei used up 1 box of bait and filled one of the cabins with almost 50 yellow fish. 30 of them were absorbed by him. Seeing that his spiritual energy had been restored to 842 points, Han Fei stopped absorbing, or he wouldn't be able to pay his fish tax. No, I can't catch yellow fish anymore. There's only 1 box of green bait. Since it's already night, I can consider sinking the hook 3 meters deep. He caught a green turtle at first, which threw random stones at him. Han Fei tried to block them, but because he was not skilled enough, he was hit multiple times, and his face was pale. If someone else observed him, they would have been shocked that he resisted the green turtle with his body instead of spiritual energy. Han Fei knocked out the green turtle and mumbled, "This is not profitable. I spent 6 points of spiritual energy on hook kiss and had to use another 8 to block the stones. I can only earn the same amount of spiritual energy by absorbing the green turtle with the demon purification pot. I should try catching blade fish instead." Han Fei cast his hook more than 5 meters deep. He did not know what was out there, but anything would be fine as long as it was not a tentacle lobster. Although the snake belt was fast, he could kill it by covering his body with spiritual energy. The tentacle lobster, on the other hand, was much more destructive. He would rather not encounter one. The blade fish was much more difficult to catch than the green turtle was, or its knife couldn't have been as precious. The blade fish took the bait much less frequently. Also, since the blade fish had only 1 chance to throw its knife after it left the water, the attack could be brutal, and the odds were slim that one could obtain the knife. Last time, Han Fei was almost chopped by a knife. He would have been dead if the knife hadn't deviated by chance. It was the 7th time that Han Fei cast the hook. Han Fei sensed that a knife was passing the space down before, but he could not use hook kiss randomly in case the blade fish cut the fishing line. Waiting for the best moment, Han Fei shook the fishing line like a whip. "Get up!" Han Fei dragged it hard, and a dark shadow broke out of the water. "Hugh!" A knife darted at him like cold lightning. Han Fei was long prepared for it. The purple bamboo in his hand glowed and smashed at the knife. Clang! The knife pierced through the deck into the cabin. Han Fei smashed the bamboo at the blade fish's head. The blade fish was vulnerable without its knife and was killed instantly. This is still not a good deal. The fishing cost 6 points of spiritual energy, the attack cost 10, but the blade fish can only give me no more than 20 points of spiritual energy. However, its knife can be traded for 50 low-quality pearls. That's not bad. As night fell, Han Fei caught 3 blade fish and 3 green turtles. Half of the box of baits had been used. When he was about to fish again, he heard squeaking sounds from underneath the boat. Han Fei immediately had goosebumps all over his body. He knew perfectly that it was a tentacle lobster. Without any hesitation, Han Fei crawled into a fish cabin. Such lobsters were not very strong but could be very tricky. Their tentacles could attack incessantly like whips. Han Fei was very certain that he would waste a lot of spiritual energy even if he could catch a tentacle lobster. That wouldn't be a fair deal at all. He thought that the lobster would go, but he heard it crawling to one side of the boat from the bottom. "Are you coming aboard?" Han Fei was lost for words. Had it gotten on the boat even though he didn't try to catch it? Soon, Han Fei realized that the tentacle lobster had gotten on the boat and was crawling on the deck. "Are you kidding me? I'm the hunter here, but I'm hiding in the cabin and you're on the deck." Soon, the tentacle lobster crawled over his head and made obscure noises. "Huh, why do I feel that it's eating?" Han Fei waited for a while, but the sound continued. A moment later, Han Fei heard the sound of fish being picked up from the cabin next door. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Was it stealing his fish? He couldn't have looked more awful. The green turtles and the blade fish were kept in that cabin. Even Han Fei hadn't absorbed any of them yet, but the tentacle lobster was stealing them. "Damn it, you're asking to be killed." Han Fei lifted the cover of the cabin and jumped out, unable to hold back any longer. "Do you know how difficult it was for me to catch those fish?" The tentacle lobster, caught unprepared, backed 3 meters away. The lobster was more than 2 meters long, with 2 tentacles even longer than its body. More importantly, there were another 2 tentacles above them. Han Fei observed carefully, only to discover that it was another lobster, except that it was of a much smaller size. Han Fei cried, "There are 2 of you." He glanced at them and information popped up. Name, tentacle lobster level, 8 quality, regular spiritual energy, 52 points, effect. The succulent meat of the lobster can increase spiritual power. Collectible, long tentacles, which can be built into whips. Absorbable, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He hurried to cover himself and the purple bamboo with spiritual energy. "Get off, put my spiritual energy." "No, put my fish down." Han Fei saw that the smaller tentacle lobster was biting a half-meter-long blade fish. Sensing the threat from Han Fei, the bigger tentacle lobster was infuriated and swept its tentacles. "Pa!" The tentacles whipped the wall of the boat. Han Fei leaped back and smashed the purple bamboo down. "This is outrageous! You're bandits!" The purple bamboo was wrapped up in the tentacles, and the smaller lobster on top seemed interested in whipping him too. Spiritual energy emerged from the purple bamboo, allowing him to break free from the tentacles. When the smaller tentacle lobster whipped him, Han Fei swept his bamboo and cut the tentacles with his dagger. A tentacle was cut apart. Han Fei took the opportunity to jump on the smaller lobster's back. Bam, bam, bam. Not giving the enemy another chance to attack, he struck the smaller tentacle lobster 3 times in a row, hitting it into smithereens. Han Fei rolled to the deck quickly, but a tentacle was still whipped at him. Hiss. Han Fei sensed burning pain on his back. He almost passed out under the agony. Sweep. Han Fei wielded his purple bamboo and smashed at the lobsters again. Bam! One of the lobster's eyes was blown up. It began slapping its tentacles randomly under the pain. Han Fei seized the opportunity to hit the lobster from its back. "You want to eat my fish? You want to eat my fish?" Seeing another tentacle come at him, Han Fei drew his remaining 4 daggers and threw them. Soon, another tentacle on the bigger lobster was broken. It struggled and tried to jump into the ocean, but how could Han Fei give it the chance? He jumped again and smashed the lobster's head until it was deformed. Han Fei cursed at the tentacle lobsters after they had stopped moving. "You came to steal my fish with your son. You think you can steal my fish so easily?" Chapter 24, Another Fish Tied. Han Fei felt that his back was itchy. When he touched it, he discovered, to his surprise, that his wound was already scabbing. This doesn't make sense. I was whipped just now and the wound is so small. Han Fei touched it, but the wound was gone after only 1 moment. Hiss! Han Fei remembered the purple bamboo fruit and the dragon gallbladder. One of them must still be effective. Was the advanced healing continuous? After the incident with the tentacle lobsters, Han Fei stopped fishing. He absorbed the remainder of the blade fish as well as the smaller tentacle lobster whose head had been blown up. To Han Fei's surprise, the smaller tentacle lobster provided 36 points of spiritual energy, which equaled what half a bowl of swallowed spirit soup could offer. The higher level a creature is, the more spiritual energy it will contain. However, after calculation, Han Fei realized that he still suffered a loss. Filling his body with spiritual energy was a major cost in battle. He had also consumed a lot of spiritual energy to launch attacks. Han Fei was upset. Life for an intermediate fisher on the ocean was too hard. He would rather spend all his time in school fighting other people. It remains to be seen whether or not I can return. I should focus on cultivation. The view at night on the ocean was still splendid with the 3 moons, but it was creepily quiet. The meat of the lobsters were dug out and taken as food. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the deck and started his cultivation. The moment he started, Han Fei sensed a stream of spiritual energy entering his body. Most was absorbed by the calabash, but it was still much more than when he was at home. Again? It seems that cultivating against the moons is more effective. Han Fei felt that he had found a great secret. Back on the island, while void fishing was much more effective than soul fishing, the difference wasn't too huge. However, the effect of void fishing on the ocean with moonlight was significantly better than that on the island. He couldn't feel the difference when he was a level 2 fisher last time, but right now, with infinite spiritual energy surging into his body, he realized how magnificent the art was. It deserves to be called the best generic art. 1 day of cultivation under such intensity equals other people's months of cultivation. Same as last time, when Han Fei started his cultivation, waves spread out on the surface of the ocean. Fish jumped up now and then. Perhaps because the spiritual energy Han Fei attracted was powerful but not powerful enough, the fish were gathered around him but did not go rampant. Pa. A white fish jumped on the boat and slapped the deck in front of Han Fei. Huala, a yellow fish landed at Han Fei's side, slapping the deck. Pa. Another 2 white fish jumped on Han Fei's face. Han Fei stopped his cultivation furiously. Can't you just stay in the water instead of slapping my face? He kicked the fish into the cabin, but the moment he stopped the flow of his spiritual energy, dozens of fish began to hop. Han Fei approached the edge of the boat, only to discover that green turtles and blade fish were swimming about aggressively. After a few seconds, the ocean seemed to be boiling. Han Fei was so scared that he sat down and resumed his cultivation. When his cultivation started again, the turmoil died down. Han Fei finally discovered that those fish were making use of the spiritual energy that he attracted for his cultivation. He felt that such a way of cultivation was truly dangerous. More and more fish were gathered here. Whenever Han Fei stopped, a riot seemed to happen. He was too scared to stop. Finally, the moons fell, and the first light of the morning glowed from the horizon. Same as last time, Han Fei trembled because of the excruciating pain in his wrist. The calabash radiated and was ignited for 3 seconds. Han Fei had to stop his cultivation after his hand was set on fire. This time, Han Fei was smart enough to jump into one of the cabins and close it. As expected, thousands of fish jumped and splashed water in the next moment. Blade fish, green turtles, tentacle lobsters, snake belts, yellow fish. There was even a meat tortoise, except that it was too heavy to jump on the boat. The ocean was dyed red by blood for a moment. Too many big fish were falling on the deck. Some of the green turtles were so heavy that the boat was shaking and creaking. Han Fei even suspected that the boat would fall apart. Han Fei was certain that he would be skinned by the fish if he were to go out at this moment. Bam! Bam! After several minutes, the noises were finally over. Han Fei finally opened the cabin carefully. He saw a mountain of broken bodies on the deck. Some living fish were still struggling and catching their last breath. Han Fei looked at the fish in delight. They were not broken bodies but spiritual energy in his eyes. The refining function in his demon purification pot required 2,000 points of spiritual energy, and Forge the Universe required 10,000. He could easily activate them after spending half a month on the ocean. That being said, Han Fei still investigated all the fish cabins carefully. He didn't find any snake belts, but he did find a black ball to his surprise. The black ball was rolling inside a fish cabin. Name: Ball fish level. 10 quality, regular, spiritual energy, 290 points, effect. The heart of the ball fish is as sweet as sugar and can increase the speed of recovery. Collectible, fish splinters, which can be used as a weapon. Absorbable, 290 points of spiritual energy. According to his memory, the ball fish were a special fish in the level 1 fishery. They were easy to catch, but they could shoot splinters in all directions when they were in danger. If they ran loose, new splinters would grow out in a couple of days. Few creatures wanted to mess with them. Most people would rather not catch them because they could turn those people into pincushions. More importantly, the fish did not have much meat. Their only advantage was their heart, that could increase the speed of recovery. Han Fei gasped aloud. Have I come to a level 1 fishery? He thought for a moment and decided to leave the ball fish alone for now. He closed the cabin and then absorbed the broken bodies crazily. An hour later, all the fish cabins were cleaned up except for those where the yellow fish and the ball fish were kept. Han Fei's spiritual energy increased to 2584 points. This was certainly a fruitful trip. Han Fei thought for a moment and made up his mind to kill the ball fish so that he could try refining. He had 5 knives and a purple bamboo, and he'd better make the best use of them. Han Fei kicked the cover of the cabin and stepped back in a hurry. Next second, 3 black splinters were shot to the ceiling. So brutal. Han Fei extended his fishing pole and stirred the water. Then, black splinters darted to the ceiling nonstop. Han Fei said, "Hey, you're too silly. What can you do after you run out of splinters?" Han Fei stirred for a long time until there were no splinters shooting out. He then stirred with the purple bamboo. After 5 minutes, another few splinters came out. Is that all? A few minutes later, Han Fei picked up a soft, slippery dark ball. Han Fei stabbed into it without hesitation. With its gas leaking out, the fish became a big skin after a few seconds. This thing can be made into a bag. Han Fei cut the heart of the ball fish. It was white and a little bit hard. Was it really worth 290 points of spiritual energy? He touched it and sensed spiritual energy flowing out. Naturally, Han Fei wasted no time throwing it into his mouth. It was better for him to take it than to give it to the demon purification pot. After he took it, Han Fei sensed that his spiritual energy was much higher. He checked it and found it to be 2856 points. Han Fei was rather surprised. Shouldn't there be more since he had taken it orally? Was it because the ball fish had lost all the splinters? That must be the reason. Han Fei did not know that the heart of a ball fish could be sold for 3 mid-quality pearls. If he had known, he would probably die before he took it. Besides, few people took the heart orally. If the heart was used as an ingredient to make drugs, its effect would be more than doubled. Chapter 25. As poor as can be. After clearing the last fish cabin, Han Fei had a spiritual energy storage of 3241 points, which was enough for him to travel to the bottom of the ocean another 3 times. Of course, he couldn't be so lucky every time. The sea dragon, the ghost blade clam, and the sea anemones were all very formidable. Leaning against the broken controller, Han Fei studied the demon purification pot. Looking at the apple-sized calabash, Han Fei meditated. Activate. 2,000 points of spiritual energy immediately vanished. Han Fei sensed a hazy mist in his head. When the mist exploded, new understandings popped up in Han Fei's mind. There seemed to be a burning furnace in the void. Han Fei had the feeling that he could store anything in the calabash and put together amazing combinations. In the meantime, an idea came Han Fei's mind. Furnace of the universe. With the universe as the furnace and the spiritual energy as the fire, anything can be built into a weapon. Han Fei swallowed. With the universe as the furnace. That sounded rather impressive. However, when he thought of the introduction to void fishing, he calmed down. After his transmigration, he had learned to accept the unacceptable. Han Fei looked at the purple bamboo, the knives from the blade fish, the iron fishing pole, and his ragged clothes. Since he had 5 knives from the blade fish, he stored one of them in the furnace of universe. The moment the knife disappeared, he saw a hazy space in the calabash where the knife was floating. Forge! A fire rose immediately. Within a breath, a palm-sized dagger drifted out. So quickly, Han Fei opened his eyes and saw a dagger falling on his hand. Whoa! Han Fei was somewhat astounded. My half-meter-long knife was reduced into a small dagger. Han Fei picked up the knife. For some reason, he felt that the knife was suitable for him. Trying to test how good the small dagger was, he cut another knife with the dagger, only to widen his eyes. The knife had a huge dent on it. So good. Han Fei looked at the purple bamboo and decided to test it again. Ding! After a slight tap, Han Fei checked them carefully. Neither the purple bamboo nor the dagger was damaged. Han Fei was immediately reassured. The purple bamboo must be of a high level. He looked at the demon purification pot, only to be shocked. I have only 1,053 points left. It cost me 188 points? Han Fei hesitated. He was delighted at the result, but the cost was enormous. How much would the purple bamboo cost when a knife had cost so much? Gritting his teeth, he stored the purple bamboo in the furnace of universe and tossed the remaining knives in it. He needed a weapon, and he couldn't use his Xiaoyu's bamboo rod all the time. Han Fei took a deep breath. He still had a cabin of yellow fish. If the spiritual energy was not enough, he could still absorb several hundred points. Han Fei began forging and wondered what he would get in the end. After a moment, the calabash glowed and a purple stick floated out. Han Fei felt greatly weakened, but he did not feel the urgent need to absorb spiritual energy. He was greatly relieved. After taking a closer look at the purple stick, Han Fei was immensely satisfied. It was silver on both ends and purple-red at the center. He realized that the two ends must be made of the knives, and the middle part was made of the purple bamboo. Purple bamboo rod, mortal level, mid-quality note. Made with a 280-year-old purple bamboo and blade fish knives, it can launch sharp blade auras. Mortal level, mid-quality. Weapons are classified in different levels too. It does make sense on second thought. However, isn't the purple bamboo an ultimate treasure? Why is it mortal level, mid-quality now? Han Fei observed it carefully and weighed it. It was over 40 kilograms and could serve as a magnificent weapon. When Han Fei grasped the rod, he felt that he had used it for years. He tried wielding it. It was slightly heavy but very handy. Han Fei, delighted, practiced sweeping stick. The weapon rattled and radiated as he poured his spiritual energy into it. At this moment, the purple bamboo rod seemed to have turned into part of Han Fei's body. His limbs and his body could control and react to the rod precisely. After wielding it for an hour, Han Fei felt that he was more and more familiar with it. He now also understood the essence of sweeping stick. If he Xiaoyu were here, she would have been greatly surprised, because Han Fei's sweeping stick had reached a whole new level at this moment. This feels good. Han Fei stopped and fell on the ground after an exclamation. The world was swirling before him, and acids were surging from his stomach. He looked at the demon purification pot, only to smile bitterly. He had used up his spiritual energy after the practice. Owner, Han Fei level. 5 intermediate fisher, spiritual energy. 0, 159 spiritual heritage. Level 1, high-quality weapon. Purple bamboo rod main art. Void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality, seeing the number. Han Fei staggered to the cabin where yellow fish were kept and grabbed a yellow fish. A moment later, the whole cabin was cleared, and his spiritual energy returned to 144 points. Yes, a whole cabin of yellow fish only provided 144 points of spiritual energy for him. Han Fei felt like crying. He earned 3,000 points of spiritual energy by risking his life twice, but he had spent all of them in less than 2 minutes. He saw an enormous pit before him. The refining function alone had stripped him of his spiritual energy. What could forge the universe, which required 10,000 points of spiritual energy to be activated, bring him? Han Fei had a feeling that he needed to worry about spiritual energy all the time in the future. Other people spent several points of spiritual energy at a time, but he spent thousands of them each time, although he was only a fisher. How could he make ends meet? Han Fei sighed and smashed his rod at a corner of the boat to unleash his fury. However, it hit the controller of the boat accidentally, and the wooden cover on it was broken. Han Fei thought that he was doomed. The boat was damaged in the first place. Would he be demanded compensation for his strike? While Han Fei wondered if he should compensate, he saw a block on the controller that was cut by a knife instead of smashed by his rod. Han Fei examined it for a long time. Then his face turned cold. The The fault was not natural. Who wants to kill me? The first person he thought of was Hu Kun, but then he shook his head. Hu Kun indeed hated him, but such a little kid wasn't capable of this. Besides, the guy did not know when he left the island, nor could he sabotage a boat that belonged to the island. But who else could it be if not Hu Kun? Han Fei did not remember pissing off anyone else. Chapter 26. Rescue. After floating for another day, Han Fei used up his remaining bait and caught 9 yellow fish, 3 green turtles, and a blade fish. The ratio would have been unbelievable if he told it to anyone else. There were only 40 pieces of bait in each box, and most people could only catch 5 fish with them. It was unimaginable that Han Fei caught 13 fish, including a blade fish, with only half a box of bait. Actually, Han Fei only wasted the bait on the blade fish and the green turtles several times. None of the yellow fish was able to escape from his hook. It was night again. Han Fei couldn't fish anymore now that his bait was used up. He started his cultivation. Just like the previous times, he was surrounded by fish that jumped to his boat now and then. At dawn, he intensely absorbed spiritual energy again, which caused a riot. So he had another boat of fish the next morning, although no special fish came to him. After leaving a cabin of fish as his tax, Han Fei increased his spiritual energy to 1,200 points. Han Fei dared not be extravagant again. Although he had 3 more knives, he dared not forge them again, or he would be bankrupt. It was Han Fei's 3rd day on the ocean. There was still nobody around. He did not know where he was at all. On the 4th day, Han Fei's boat was already ragged after the 3 fish tides. One of the fish cabins had even been broken by a green turtle. 2 giant holes were left on one side of the boat, too. Han Fei was bailing out the water that came in through the holes at this moment. He knew that the boat couldn't survive the 5th fish tide. It was now shaking and could fall apart at any moment. In the afternoon of the 5th day, Han Fei was practicing the stick arts on the boat. After 3 days, he was even more familiar with the technique. In the meantime, he discovered that the progress of his arts required spiritual energy, too. However, since Han Fei had more than 2,000 points of spiritual energy at this moment, he couldn't care less about it. Tilting his head, he noticed quite a few boats far away. Immediately, he waved his rod and cried, "Hey, hey, brother, sister, uncle, save me!" Han Fei roared at his loudest. "Third young master, there's someone over there." Wang Beiyu said, "I see him. Interesting. I didn't expect to see someone fishing alone so far away. Let's go and take a look." Han Fei was excited to see them coming near. It was not easy to meet someone else on the boundless ocean. After the boats approached each other, Han Fei and Wang Beiyu looked at each other. "It's you! It's you!" Wang Beiyu was stunned. Wasn't it the boy he met on the road the other day? He only took a look at the boy because he was the one who broke the silence back then. Han Fei was also surprised. The 3rd young master of the Wang family, who had 5 boats protecting him on his fishing trip. Wang Beiyu squinted at Han Fei's boat, which was more like a shipwreck than a boat. He was surprised that it hadn't sunk yet. Wang Beiyu said, "Brother, you're quite a fisher. You came 800 kilometers away alone?" Han Fei gasped. "Whoa, I've come that far?" Wang Beiyu was slightly surprised. "Huh, you didn't know?" Han Fei said with a helpless smile, "My boat malfunctioned and brought me to this place on its own. I've floated for 5 days on the ocean." "How many days?" Wang Beiyu's subordinates were stunned. He floated for 5 days alone without being killed. Few people in Heavenly Water Village could spend 5 days on the ocean alone and return alive. There were only 1 or 2 of them every year. Wang Beiyu immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Your boat malfunctioned? That's unlikely. Our boats are propelled by natural floating stones. They will never malfunction as long as the stones are there." Before he finished, Wang Beiyu saw Han Fei raise a stone at him. Han Fei said, "Are you talking about this?" Wang Beiyu's eyes widened. "Yes, but your floating stone is broken." "Huh, it was cut into halves, which resulted in the disruption of power transmission. You were set up," Wang Beiyu declared without any hesitation. He then added, "To destroy a floating stone, you have to be at least a peak fisher with a good weapon. Of course, it will be easier if you are a fishing master. However, most fishing masters have better things to do." Han Fei's heart grew heavy. At least a peak fisher? When did he piss off such an expert? Was the father of someone he beat up at school seeking revenge for his son? Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. Was it the tigers? Li Hu did glare at him when he left the other day. Han Fei said, "Brother Wang, thank God you're here, or I would probably die in the ocean." Wang Beiyu was very interested in Han Fei. He smiled warmly. "How did you survive 5 days on the ocean?" He looked at Han Fei's boat again. It was a miracle that such a pile of wood did not fall apart. Han Fei heaved a sigh. "It's a long story. The ocean is indeed horrifying. I encountered a fish tide that almost crumbled my boat. I would have been killed if I hadn't hidden in the fish cabin." "A fish tide?" Wang Beiyu's subordinates grew solemn. Another fish tide had happened. Did it mean that a crisis was going on in the general fishery? Han Fei naturally wouldn't tell them that it was he who caused the fish tide. Wang Beiyu observed Han Fei and thought that a man with a blade fish knife and an iron fishing pole couldn't be too weak. Besides, Han Fei's rod also looked extraordinary. Wang Beiyu said, "Brother Han, your rod seems rare." Han Fei said, "It's a gift from my brother. It's only slightly better than an iron rod. I'm sure Brother Wang has much better weapons." Wang Beiyu was naturally not convinced, but he was more decent than to rob a total stranger. He looked at Han Fei's boat curiously. "Huh. Brother Han, your boat is still full of fish." Han Fei said without blushing, "They jumped on my boat during the fish tide. However, since my boat has been terribly damaged, I think they're barely enough to cover compensation costs." Wang Beiyu shook his head. "Your boat was deliberately destroyed. Somebody will investigate it. You don't even need to pay the fish tax. However, do you have any rare fish on board?" Han Fei asked. "You're looking for rare fish, Brother Wang?" Wang Beiyu said. "Truth be told, I'm looking for rare and mysterious fish in the general fishery on this trip." Han Fei replied, "I'm afraid I don't have any. I did have a ball fish during the fish tide, but I couldn't deal with its spurts. It jumped back into the ocean in the end." Wang Beiyu was obviously disappointed. Ball fish were not too rare. The Wang Beiyu had plenty of them. Han Fei asked, "Brother Wang, do you purchase fish? Since my boat can't move now, I can sell my fish to you at a lower price." Wang Beiyu smiled calmly. "What do you have?" Han Fei counted. "I have 7 knives, 6 green turtles, a small octopus, a jellyfish, 3 whelks." Some jumped onto the boat on their own, including the small octopus. The jellyfish was caught by accident. As for the whelks, they were discovered in the stomachs of the dead fish. Together, they were worth some money. Wang Beiyu was immediately shocked. "You've kept 7 knives after the fish tide?" Han Fei replied, "Yes. There were even tentacle lobsters, but alas, they ran loose." "Right, I had a few tentacles. The lobsters left them during the fight with the blade fish." What Han Fei offered was worth 8 mid-quality pearls. That might not sound like too many, but was actually a lot. Even the descendants of a great family usually did not have so much money with them. Wang Beiyu immediately nodded his head. "All right, I'll take them. However, I don't need the yellow fish and the like. If you want, I can help you bring them back. It's very easy for me." Han Fei said, "I could use your help. Thank you very much." Wang Beiyu and Han Fei were not friends. He was only doing Han Fei a favor. He cleared a boat for Han Fei and asked one of his subordinates to escort Han Fei back. After Han Fei left, a subordinate asked, "Third young master, why do you treat him so nicely? It was unnecessary for us to purchase those things at all." With intelligence that did not befit his age, Wang Beiyu explained, "Do you not feel suspicious that an intermediate fisher has an enemy who's a peak fisher or even a fishing master? Usually, people only have enemies of their own level. Besides, you really think it's possible to avoid a fish tide by hiding in the cabin?" Chapter 27. It feels good to spend money. Wang Beiyu sent Han Fei away first because he did not want Han Fei to know the real purpose of his trip. Han Fei did not want to pry into it either. Being rescued was good enough for him. The only bad thing was that he owed the guy a favor. In the departure port, the receptionist was surprised to see Han Fei. The receptionist asked, "It's been 5 days, you're still alive." Han Fei said, "Sister Chin, it's a long story. My boat was deliberately damaged." Han Fei explained everything quickly. The receptionist frowned, her face cold and expressionless. She said, "I'll have someone investigate it. If it's true, the supervision department will give you an answer." As Wang Beiyu said, the port did not levy fish tax on him because Han Fei's indictment still required investigation. If it was fake, Han Fei would have to do much more than paying fish tax. If it was true, the port authorities wouldn't let go of whoever sabotaged the boat. Han Fei left the port with 7 mid-quality pearls, 6 of which were from Wang Beiyu. Han Fei's return did not catch any attention. Instead of going home or to school, Han Fei decided to increase his capabilities since Wang Beiyu mentioned that his enemy could be a peak fisher. He was not so desperate before, but it was impossible for a level 5 fisher to defeat a peak fisher who was multiple levels higher than him, if not a fishing master, whatever his weapon was. After an hour, Han Fei walked to the business area in the western port of the island, where he found a blacksmith. A brawny man with exposed arms smiled at him. "Brother, what can I get you?" Han Fei asked. "Can you coat my rod with iron?" Unlike He Zioyu, Han Fei did not have a fishing master father who ensured that her bamboo rod wouldn't be looted. Although Han Fei could count on Tang Ji, he did not think that it would be easy to meet Tang Ji again after Fang Zi took him away. The blacksmith was amazed by Han Fei's purple bamboo rod. "Where did you get this rod?" "Wow, it's so extraordinary," Han Fei said warily. "One of my seniors gave it to me, but I found it too high profile. Uncle, can you coat it or not? If not, I'll find someone else." The blacksmith said, "Of course I can. But this is a great rod as it is. Is your senior a fishing master?" Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei said, "A little bit higher." The blacksmith lowered his voice. "A peak fishing master?" Han Fei asked. "Uncle, are fishing masters the best experts you've seen?" The blacksmith was shocked. "You mean the village leader? That's impossible. The village leader doesn't have a nephew." Han Fei said, "Uncle, do you really think that there is only one grand fishing master in Heavenly Water Village?" "Eesh!" The blacksmith changed his face greatly. Some people said that the grandfather of the Wang family became a grand fishing master a long time ago. The leader of the tigers was also reaching for the level of grand fishing master. Was this boy related to them? Or were there more hidden experts in Heavenly Water Village? Han Fei said, "Uncle, certain things are best left unknown, do you understand?" Seeing that Han Fei was proud and confident, the blacksmith nodded. At the very least, Han Fei's look was rather convincing. The blacksmith said, "I can do that. It will only take a moment." Han Fei waited for a quarter. He was quite satisfied with the rod once it was entirely blackened. Ignoring the blacksmith's puzzled looks, he disappeared into the crowd. What Han Fei did not know was that the blacksmith locked the door and left immediately after he left. Han Fei visited many stores before he finally left the western port and returned to the eastern port he came from. After returning to the place that he was familiar with, Han Fei finally cursed the expensive service aloud, which cost him 18 low-quality pearls. In Wang Jiai's store, the manager was calculating the accounts when he saw a familiar person. Wasn't it his boss's student? "Mr. Guan, what are you busy with?" Mr. Guan said. "I didn't expect to see you. Why, are you rich again? What would you like to buy?" Han Fei asked in a low voice. "Mr. Guan, is there anything better than the fish head body polishing fluid here?" Mr. Guan immediately asked in surprise, "Better than the fish head body polishing fluid? Do you want the spirit refilling pill? Can you afford it?" Han Fei was surprised that something was indeed available. He asked interestedly, "Mr. Guan, I've earned some money. How much is the spirit refilling pill?" Mr. Guan said, "The spirit refilling pill can quickly refill 300 points of spiritual energy. It's mainly sold to the peak fishermen. Why do you want it? Besides, every pill costs 2 mid-quality pearls. Can you afford it?" Han Fei was rather shocked. 2 mid-quality pearls for 300 points of spiritual energy? That was too expensive. However, Han Fei still asked, "Mr. Guan, how fast can the spirit refilling pill refill spiritual energy? It's rather expensive." Mr. Guan smiled. "It only takes 10 seconds. 2 mid-quality pearls is actually a fair price." Han Fei chuckled. "Mr. Guan, is there anything better? Do you have anything that can nurture the veins or increase spiritual energy? You're quite a dreamer, aren't you? Even if they are available in my store, they will be reserved by my boss." There's a bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid that is of no use to my boss anymore. I can sell it for 6 mid-quality pearls since you're my boss's student." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Mr. Guan, I would like that." He took 6 shiny mid-quality pearls from his pocket. Mr. Guan was immediately shocked. "You're just a student. Where did you get the money?" Without thinking, Han Fei said, "My brother gave it to me. My brother was recruited by the angel as a disciple for his level 7 spiritual heritage. He gave you a couple of mid-quality pearls." "Ah, Tang Ji is your brother?" Han Fei asked. "Mr. Guan, do you know my brother?" Mr. Guan said, "Of course. Who in Heavenly Water Village doesn't know Tang Ji? His spiritual heritage is too good even for the town." "Wait, if you are his brother, why don't you ask him for it instead of buying it in my store?" Han Fei pretended to smile bitterly. "I wouldn't buy it if I could meet him. Angel Fang Zi has been keeping him busy. With the fishing trial coming, I can't waste all my time waiting." Mr. Guan nodded. "It does make sense. Since you are Tang Ji's brother, I'll give you a 10% discount on this bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid." Han Fei said, "Wow, thank you, Mr. Guan." Mr. Guan looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, "I know that you are eager in cultivation, but you must not be anxious. The iron fish body polishing fluid is designed for peak fishermen. You'd better not try it until you're level 6 and not use too much at once. Also, you must not make a breakthrough with the iron fish body polishing fluid. It's a medication for cultivation, not for breakthroughs." Han Fei said, "Got it. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Guan. I would like to buy another 2 bottles of fish head body polishing fluid." Han Fei felt like weeping after he left the store. Training was truly costly. He thought he was rich just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had only 42 low-quality pearls left, which were not even enough to buy a knife. However, Han Fei was much more relaxed now that his money had been spent. He bought 2 big whelks, 10 clams, and several kinds of sauces. In the end, he had only 6 low-quality pearls left. Han Fei mumbled all the way home. If it weren't for Tang Ji's celebration, he wouldn't buy anything so expensive as big whelks. 2 of them cost 24 low-quality pearls. His heart was bleeding. "They're just big whelks. I can catch several hundred of them later and make a fortune with them. They're everywhere at the bottom of the ocean." While Han Fei muttered to himself and approached his home, he saw several people at the gate of his house from far away. Chapter 28, Do You Still Collect Protection Fees? As he approached, Han Fei saw that a few gangsters were having clams in his yard. His face immediately turned grim. "Hey, brother gang, that guy is back." "Pa." The fatty threw the shells to the ground heavily. "Brat, do you know that I came for you yesterday? Where is the protection fee that I asked?" Han Fei shivered in fury. "I was on the brink of death several times, and when I finally come home, you're eating my food. Is it fair?" Han Fei grinned coldly. 5 low-quality pearls for each clam. "I'll let you go if you give me the money, or I'll beat you until you pay for them." The fatty and his lackeys were dazed. Then, they burst into laughter. "Brother gang, did he just ask us for money?" "Brother gang, this guy is crazy. Is he threatening us?" With a wicked smile, the fatty bared his teeth and chuckled. "Brat, did my ears just deceive me, or was your brain damaged by an iron-head fish? You're threatening your brother gang?" Dong. Han Fei was much more confident now. The guy might be a level 7 fisher, so what? It was not such a challenge after he killed a sea dragon. Han Fei drew his purple bamboo rod and declared, "Do you want to spill your blood in my place?" "Huh!" Brother Gang and his people were about to mock Han Fei again when the purple bamboo rod glowed in Han Fei's hand. Brother Gang changed his face. "Brat, you're truly bold. Brothers, take him down. I'll kill you." Han Fei jumped and struck with the purple bamboo rod heavily. "You think I'm too old to wield a rod." Before Brother Gang realized what was going on, one of his level 5 subordinates had already been hit. The man cried, holding his shoulder. "Ah, my arm is broken. Brother Gang, my arm is broken." Brother Gang burst into fury. "Are you asking to be killed?" All of them picked up their rods. How could they be defeated by a child who was terribly outnumbered? Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei had 159 points of basic spiritual energy and a storage of more than 3,000 points. What could he possibly be scared of? "I'm going to kill this fatty." Bam! One of the gangsters filled his body with spiritual energy and tried to take Han Fei's attack the hard way. However, after a crack, the man fell on the ground and vomited blood. Brother Gang became alarmed. "Not good. This boy is at the peak of level 6. Let me." The fatty slashed an iron rod at Han Fei. Outside of his expectations, Han Fei felt that his arm was numb. His face slightly changed. Was the guy a level 7 fisher? Brother Gang was also stunned. You're rather strong, but you don't know how good a level 7 expert is at all. Sweeping flash stick. Instantly, a snake belt seemed to be slithering on the fatty. Next moment, the fatty's combat ability significantly increased. His speed was twice as high. Han Fei was shocked. How could a man so fat be so fast? Clang. Clang, clang, bam. Han Fei was forced to step back for the first time. Although he felt that he was no weaker than the fatty, he could not bear the fatty's 6 consecutive attacks at the same time. Cough, Han Fei's arm was numb and blood flowed on his lips. Brother Gang sneered, "Level 7 experts can loot the power of demonic fish. You think I do not have any power? Boy, kneel and submit all your belongings." "Fine, since you do not have any belongings, give this yard to me, and I will spare you." Han Fei took a deep breath. He still had his recovery ability, although it was much weaker than previously. He grinned. "Is it the only thing that level 7 experts are capable of? How weak are you?" "Ah!" Infinite spiritual energy surged out from Han Fei. Both he and his rod glowed as he leaped and smashed again. Clang. Brother Gang said, "Boy, you are killing yourself. You're only a level 6 fisher. Filling your body with spiritual energy alone will cost 1/3 of your spiritual energy. How many more times can you strike?" Han Fei said, "You really talk too much." Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei smashed at him 6 times crazily without stopping. He was hit once in return, which made his chest hurt. The fatty breathed heavily. His previous attacks only caused a minor injury to Han Fei, but the boy went crazy and struck another couple of times. How much spiritual energy did the boy have? Han Fei did not stop there. He swept and the spiritual energy spread out in ripples. Dum, 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 poo, the rods collided thunderously. Brother Gang vomited blood and lost control of his iron rod. His eyes were full of disbelief. How was it possible? How many times had the boy struck while filling his body with spiritual energy? It must have cost more than 200 points of spiritual energy. Bam! Han Fei dispersed his spiritual energy and whipped the fatty. All the other gangsters were stunned. Had Brother Gang been defeated? Han Fei squatted before Brother Gang and grinned. "Do you still collect protection fee from me?" Sweating hard, Brother Gang said, "It's a misunderstanding." "Brother, it's totally a misunderstanding." Bam, 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 Han Fei bashed Brother Gang 3 times and knocked him to the ground. "A misunderstanding? Are you sure it's a misunderstanding?" Brother Gang grimaced in pain but dared not fight back. "Brother, I can compensate you. I guarantee that I won't look for you for trouble anymore." Bam, 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 Han Fei yelled, "Who's your brother?" Brother Gang said, "Master Han, please forgive me, Master Han." Bam, bam, bam. Brother Gang trembled. "Why are you still beating me? I will be crippled if you don't stop." Brother Gang begged for mercy. "Master, please spare me. I can give you my girlfriend." Han Fei did not know what to say. Bam. Gloomily, Han Fei said, "Leave your money and your iron rod here and get lost." Brother Gang wept. How could he have imagined this happening? Why did the guy pretend to be so weak a few days ago? Brother Gang said, "Master, I only have an iron rod. Here you are, please don't point it at me, I'm scared." Han Fei said, "I've wasted too much spiritual energy on you. Your iron rod is not nearly enough to compensate for my loss. You'd better get as far away as possible." "Yes, of course. Why are you still here? Go." Han Fei was secretly surprised when the fatty rose and ran agilely. Was it the power of the demonic fish that he mentioned? If the fatty had stored enough spiritual energy, the result of the battle could have been different. His weird power doubled his strength. Han Fei only defeated him because he had much more spiritual energy than his enemy did. No, I underestimated the advanced fishermen. They are called advanced for a reason. The fatty was defeated by me because of insufficient spiritual energy. What if he were a level 8 fisher? For the second time, Han Fei felt that he had been improving too slowly. Even a gangster could reach level 7. How many such people were out there in this world where everybody cultivated? He was only a Mr. Nobody, and he had to work hard to change that. Han Fei entered the room and saw a note on the table left by Tang Ji. "I won't be back for the time being. There's something in that place, you know. I'll see you at the fishing trial." Han Fei shredded the note and reached the back of the house. Behind the house was a cliff with a trail less than half a meter wide. An iron chain was hanging on the trail. Han Fei grabbed the chain and descended carefully for about 10 meters. Then, An inconspicuous cave whose entrance was covered by bushes lay before his eyes. The cave had existed before the house was built. Every time Tang Ji found anything good, he would hide it in the cave instead of the house in case it was stolen. The cave was 4 meters deep and 3 meters wide. There was a small bed and a stone tank where dozens of clams were kept. On the bed, Han Fei saw a small package. Han Fei gasped after he opened it. 2 mid-quality pearls rolled out first. They were probably all the money that Tang Ji had. Besides the 2 mid-quality pearls, there were also 2 books, an iron box, and a bottle. Han Fei gasped again, because the covers of the 2 books said Swimming Art and Mystic Body Technique. After only a quick glance, Han Fei already knew why they were important. Most fishermen in Heavenly Water Village practiced stick arts. Even if there were books about other arts in the school library, there couldn't be too many. Whatever the 2 books were about, they couldn't be any worse than sweeping stick. A spirit refilling pill? Han Fei picked up the bottle and smiled. He said to himself, I do have a good brother. Chapter 29, Incomplete Art. The spirit refilling pill was very precious. Each of them cost 2 mid-quality pearls at Wang Jai's shop. Now, he had a whole bottle of them. Although he could have 50 yellow fish for the same amount of spiritual energy, it would take him a couple of days on the ocean. With the 10 spirit refilling pills, he could get 3,000 points of spiritual energy easily. He opened the iron box, and the cave was immediately filled with fragrance. Han Fei's eyes widened. Was it crimson sea fruit? Han Fei was certain that it was not a purple bamboo fruit, although its aroma was also entering his body through his skin. Han Fei's heart pounded. Was it a fruit on the same level as the purple bamboo fruit? He stared at it, only to see no data. Did such a treasure have no data representation? Even so, Han Fei was still excited. The purple bamboo fruit had changed the demon purification pot and given him 1,000 points of spiritual energy. He did not expect Tang Ji to leave a treasure as good as that to him. Han Fei closed the box in a hurry. He could not take it recklessly. Back at the bottom of the ocean, the spiritual energy in the fruit was so overwhelming that his body overheated. It was certainly not a good feeling. Han Fei held back his urge to swallow the fruit and turned to the 2 books. Swimming Art? Han Fei was slightly surprised. It was a book that taught how to swim fast. It was not exactly a technique. Han Fei learned from the book that ordinary people could only hold 100 breaths, and only the grand fishing masters could hold 1,000 breaths at the bottom of the ocean. He spent half an hour in the ocean, which was more than 1,000 breaths. Did a breath denote a different time length in this world? Han Fei did not think too much. Swimming Art was quite useful after all. If he had known it better, he wouldn't have been so devastated in the ocean. After reading it carefully, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling. Why do I remember it so clearly? Han Fei looked at the list of arts on the demon purification pot. Existing battle techniques, existing arts. Swimming Art, mortal level, high quality note. It's a mediocre, generic swimming technique based on multiple other swimming techniques. To infer the ultimate technique, you need to spend 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Superseding Art, Wandering Dragon Art Progress, 0/1000, Han Fei was excited. Could battle techniques be inferred too? While 1,000 points of spiritual energy was a lot, such a life-saving method was definitely worth it. Han Fei said, infer it. Spiritual energy surged out, and swimming art changed. Existing arts. Wandering Dragon Art, mortal level, divine quality, note. It simulates the movement of unpredictable fish and dragons with spiritual energy. Han Fei was interested. Could all arts and battle techniques be inferred to higher levels? Also, the results were all divine quality. However, what quality was divine quality exactly? He Xiaoyu said that above high quality was ultra quality and nothing was above ultra quality. It was obviously incorrect. Neither He Xiaoyu nor her father had access to the levels above ultra quality. I'll practice the technique when I go to the ocean next time, well, or maybe when I surpass the peak of level 6. Wandering Dragon Art could not be put to use immediately. Han Fei turned to Mystic Body Technique, the other book. After Han Fei read it carefully, the upgrade requirement for Mystic Body Technique popped up in his head. Existing arts, Mystic Body Technique, mortal level, high quality note. This body conditioning art can fortify and harden the major acupuncture points over the body to stop spiritual energy from leaking. Drawback: the foundation can be ruined when the major acupuncture points are hardened. Superseding arts: incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning progress. 0/220. Eesh, Han Fei gasped that it required 22 points of spiritual energy to infer the book. He also sweated when he saw the drawback in the system. The foundation would be damaged. That would definitely hinder future advancement. Tang Ji couldn't have tried to harm him, so he might be unaware of the drawback. It would be terrible if he practiced the technique. Han Fei decided to remind him next time they met. Han Fei couldn't feel more awful. 2,200 points of spiritual energy. Are you robbing me? Could you be better than void fishing? Fine. Stuff inferred with so much spiritual energy can't be anything bad. Han Fei said, infer it. Spiritual energy surged out again, and the interface changed. Existing arts: incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning, mortal level, divine quality. Note: every human has 108 acupuncture points, and 36 of them are critical. This art can seal the critical acupuncture points and keep natural spiritual energy inside. Drawback: the following arts cannot be inferred unless corresponding body conditioning arts are found. Han Fei was delighted. It was a great deal. He did not know that there were so many critical acupuncture points on the body. If he could repair them, he would definitely be sturdier than most people. At the very least, he wouldn't worry about being ambushed. However, when he saw that he had only 142 points of spiritual energy left, Han Fei felt awful. Upgrading a random technique had cost him thousands of points of spiritual energy. What could he do if he had more techniques in the future? Han Fei shook the idea out of his head. He was in desperate need of strengthening his body, and Tang Ji's help couldn't be more timely. Han Fei studied the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, which contained 108 stances. He immediately stood straight in a weird posture. His face changed after the first movement as he felt that his muscles tightened and stretched. The second, the third. By the time Han Fei reached the 8th stance, he breathed so heavily that he could barely continue. It was much more difficult than he had expected. Han Fei sat on the ground, sweating hard. Right then, Han Fei heard voices coming from above. "Brother, this is the place. That brat lives here." Han Fei grew alarmed. It was the fatty Brother Gang's voice. Bam! The gate was kicked open. Then someone asked indifferently, "Where is he?" Brother Gang said, He was here just now. Where could he possibly run to?" The indifferent person said, Gang, did the boy really defeat you with the strength of level 6? Brother Gang said, "Brother Dong, it's true. That guy seemed to have infinite spiritual energy. He struck dozens of times, but did not even need to catch his breath." The guy called Brother Dong remarked after a brief silence, "Interesting. Gang, order someone to watch the place. This guy must have a treasure with him. It's up to you whether or not we can obtain it." The voices were gone. Han Fei's heart became heavy. He shouldn't have been so gentle. The fatty did not learn his lesson at all. Han Fei knew better than to come out and fight the people above. The man named Brother Dong was at least a level 8 fisher, or the fatty wouldn't have been so obedient. "Fatty, you're good. I'll remember you now." Han Fei held back his rage. They did not know that he was a level 5 fisher, or more people would have come. It was unbelievable that a level 5 fisher defeated a level 7 fisher who absorbed the power of a demonic fish. Han Fei gritted his teeth and drank a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid. He had to speed up his cultivation. Immediately, Han Fei felt that he was full of power. The next 6 hours were critical for him. Han Fei resumed his cultivation. Although his muscles still ached because of the stretching, Han Fei was able to persist with the infinite power in his body. Han Fei was covered in sweat by the time he completed 36 movements. He seemed to have just been picked up from the ocean when he completed 72 movements. After he completed 108 movements, Han Fei's muscles cramped, and he fell on the ground in pain. "Damn it. My whole body is spasming. What kind of body conditioning technique is this?" Han Fei meant to pass out, but his brain was highly active with the tonic. It was not until 10 minutes later that Han Fei's spasm was finally over. "Huo." Han Fei breathed heavily on the ground. This art was too horrifying. When Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot, he was astounded. Owner, Han Fei level 5, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy. 398, 167, spiritual heritage. Level 1, high-quality upgradable weapon. Purple bamboo rod main art. Void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Whoa. My capacity of spiritual energy has been increased by 8 points after I only practiced it once. This is amazing. Han Fei was stunned. It only increased by 1 point after he had a bowl of swallowed spirit soup, but 8 had been added after he practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning once. Chapter 30, Breakthrough. In the day, Han Fei practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. At night, Han Fei practiced void fishing and drew natural spiritual energy into his body. After only 1 day, Han Fei felt that he could advance to level 6. He sensed an obstacle that he could jump over easily, but Han Fei didn't. According to He Xiaoyu, one could go deeper into every phrase. Some talented people could defeat enemies above their level exactly because of their solid foundation. Since he only had level 1 spiritual heritage, if his foundation was not good enough, his future development would definitely be affected. Han Fei ran out of the fish head body polishing fluid on the 2nd day. He sipped the iron fish body polishing fluid and immediately blushed. It was much stronger than the fish head body polishing fluid. Han Fei felt like that his body was about to explode. Han Fei immediately practiced the 108 stances. After he practiced them 3 times in a row, the redness on Han Fei's face was finally gone. Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot. Owner, Han Fei level 5, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy. 506, 189 spiritual heritage. Level 1, high-quality weapon. Purple bamboo rod main art. Void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. 189, Han Fei grinned. This art that cost 22 points of spiritual energy was definitely worth it. He had achieved more in 3 days than other people could in 3 months. He had a feeling that he could crush Brother Gang with only 3 hits right now. Not only had Han Fei's capacity for spiritual energy increased, but his body was also strengthened every time he completed the cycle of 108 stances. Some impurities had even been discharged. Han Fei even sensed that if he practiced it longer, it could even boost the growth of his spiritual heritage and save the upgrade cost of 1,000 points. Although the impurities discharged were not as many as last time, they were still a lot. After they were eliminated, Han Fei looked much healthier. After practicing the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning again, Han Fei realized that it could not improve the upper bound of his spiritual energy anymore. Suddenly, Han Fei's expression changed. Not good, I can't hold back now. Han Fei had such a strong thirst for spiritual energy that he felt like a dry desert that was in need of rain. He immediately sat cross-legged and activated void fishing with the spirit refilling pill laid before him. Night gradually fell. A fatty approached Han Fei's house. "Brother Gang, you're here?" Brother Gang asked. "Is the boy still not back?" His lackey shook his head. "No, he seems to have disappeared." "Right. A level 6 little girl just dropped by. She left since the door was not answered." "Pa," Brother Gang slapped his lackey's head. "Are you an idiot? Why didn't you catch the girl? She must be the boy's friend." Feeling wronged, his lackey said, "Brother Gang, we tried to, but we couldn't. The girl had a bamboo rod. She smashed Ergu to the ground when he approached her. She's not a simple girl at all." "A bamboo rod. She smashed Ergu to the ground?" Brother Gang changed his face. "She's impressive for her age. A bamboo rod. Does she have a fishing master parent?" Suddenly, Brother Gang asked confusedly, "Hey, do you feel that the spiritual energy here seems more intense than before?" His lackey said, "Hasn't it always been this?" "Pa." Brother Gang slapped his head again. "You're both stupid and insensitive. However, the change of spiritual energy is indeed not very significant. It's probably because the natural spiritual energy is particularly intense tonight." While Brother Gang and his lackey were chit-chatting, Han Fei was having the sugar bean. The 500 points of spiritual energy that he gathered naturally had been used up during his breakthrough. Incessant spiritual energy was entering his body, and he had a spirit-refilling pill in his mouth, but to Han Fei's surprise, his spiritual energy was used up again after only a minute. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why does the breakthrough to level 6 require so much spiritual energy? Didn't they say that the breakthrough to level 7 was the real challenge? It was truly easy to break the obstacle to level 6. The only unbearable part for him was that the spiritual energy required for the breakthrough was too enormous. After taking 3 spirit-refilling pills in a row, Han Fei finally realized that it couldn't help. Also, it was a waste to use spirit-refilling pill in a breakthrough. They could save his life in a crisis. What could he do if he used them up right now? Han Fei turned to the iron box. Did he have to take it? Let's do it. Han Fei made a decision after only brief hesitation. Judging from the speed of consumption, even the 10 spirit-refilling pills wouldn't be enough. Han Fei swallowed the fragrant fruit and immediately trembled. The spiritual energy from the fruit passed through his body. With enough supply of spiritual energy, Han Fei reached level 6 within 10 seconds. The calabash on his wrist flashed as if it were breathing. Same as last time, Han Fei's body was soon burning up. Since he was not in water this time, sweat was pouring out. Had it not been for the demon purification pot that was absorbing the spiritual energy of the fruit, he would have exploded. However, Han Fei could sense that his power was rising. His bones were itching, and his bone marrow was flowing. He speculated that the fruit was improving his body hardware, but the itchy feeling did not last. The fruit did not seem good enough. The process lasted about 5 minutes before he digested the rarely seen fruit. Han Fei did not feel sorry at all. He was a level 6 now, and one of the better level 6s. He immediately looked at the demon purification pot. Owner, Han Fei level 6, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy, 238219 spiritual heritage, level 2, low quality, upgradable weapon, purple bamboo rod main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei immediately gasped. The capacity for his spiritual energy had increased by 30 points. Could a level 8 fisher have so much spiritual energy? Han Fei suspected that his capacity for spiritual energy was beyond comprehension. More importantly, his spiritual heritage had changed from level 1, high quality, to level 2, low quality. It was a leap across levels, thanks to the 2 fruits he had. Han Fei even sensed that his spiritual heritage could further improve if he had more such fruits. However, after checking the upgrade requirement for his spiritual heritage, he discovered that the 1,000 points of spiritual energy had turned into 10,000 points. Are you kidding me? Why is it 10,000 now? Han Fei was lost for words. However, on second thought, he realized that when he met the current requirement, his spiritual heritage would probably rise to level 3. Han Fei stood up, feeling that he was filled with power. He was certain that he could beat Brother Gang to the ground with one hit right now. Who? Level 6 is already so good, what about level 7? Can I kill Brother Gang with a slap when I am in level 7? Han Fei thought for a moment. Was Brother Gang not strong? He certainly was. How could a level 7 fisher who had absorbed the power of a demonic fish be weak? 3 days ago, Han Fei only defeated the enemy with his storage of spiritual energy. Han Fei cleaned the environment. He put away the 7 spirit refilling pills and left the 2 books of battle techniques there. It was a pity that the demon purification pot did not change greatly this time. But the requirement for the function of forge, the universe had changed from 10,000 points to 5,000 points. Han Fei concluded that the fruit contained almost 10,000 points of spiritual energy. It was truly impressive. Not far away from Han Fei's house, Brother Gang asked, "Do you smell anything? It's rather fragrant." His lackey said, "Ah, no, I don't think so, Brother Gang." "Pa," Brother Gang said, "can you agree with me just once? Stay here." Han Fei stood in a dark corner, grinning coldly. Chapter 31. A crisis caused by a smash. Brother Gang walked back, ready to go home. He mumbled, "Brat, you'd better not let me see you, or I will surely kill you." "Who are you going to kill?" Han Fei appeared, a piece of black cloth covering his face. He had a feeling that he was no longer useless. Brother Gang, taken aback, turned around and looked at Han Fei fearfully. "Where have you been hiding?" Brother Gang quickly set off a firecracker signal. Then he demanded nervously with his iron rod, "Boy, you'd better run immediately, or you won't be able to when my level 8 expert arrives." Han Fei asked, "You can recognize me on such a late night?" Brother Gang rolled his eyes. "You think I'm blind? What kid would appear in this place so late at night?" Taking a deep breath, Brother Gang said, "It's unwise to fight me." Ouch. Before he finished, Brother Gang saw that Han Fei had jumped at him and smashed his purple bamboo rod down, not giving him any time to react. Brother Gang hurried to raise his iron rod to block it. Clang! Brother Gang was flung away. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his arms were instantly broken. His iron rod was also deformed. "Ah! Spare me," Brother Gang peed his pants. The boy was too horrifying. He had knocked him out with only one hit. At that moment, Brother Gang felt that an adult ironhead fish crashed into him. He could not feel his arms anymore, and his internal organs were shivering. He felt like he was dying. At this life-and-death moment, Brother Gang quickly dropped his pride and begged for mercy. Street fights were forbidden on the floating island, not to mention killing. Han Fei did not intend to kill him either. He simply pointed his purple bamboo rod at Brother Gang. "Give me your money." Brother Gang was confused. "You're still in the mood for robbery." Brother Gang said, Master, my hands are broken." Han Fei said, "I'll take it on my own." Han Fei groped for a while and found a wallet, which contained a dozen low-quality pearls and a bag of sunflower seeds, which were very cheap. Han Fei declared meanly, "You are truly poor. Do not let me see you again, or I will beat you up once more." He ran off immediately because he saw someone coming toward them from far away. After a minute, Brother Gang's lackeys arrived. One of the lackeys asked, "Brother Gang, what's up? Are you all right?" Brother Gang cursed, "My hands are broken, don't touch me." "Ouch, inform Brother Dong now." Brother Gang made up his mind not to come to this place again. A 12-year-old boy had knocked him down with one hit. Was he in level 7? But even so, the boy was still unreasonably strong. After about an hour, a middle-aged man in black came. Brother Gang wailed the moment he saw the man. "Brother Gang, help me, Brother Gang. My hands are broken. I've suffered severe internal injuries." Li Dong was in a foul mood after being woken up in the middle of the night. He frowned at Brother Gang. "What happened?" Brother Gang wept. "Brother Dong, it was the boy you asked us to watch. He appeared out of nowhere and knocked me down with one hit. Brother Dong, you must settle the score for me." Li Dong was slightly surprised. He had little respect for Li Gang, but the guy was a level 7 fisher after all. If his enemy had crushed Li Gang like this, and even bent an iron rod, his enemy's combat ability was at least in level 8. In that case, even Li Dong couldn't finish him easily. Li Dong asked, "Are you sure it was him?" Brother Gang said, "Absolutely. Although the boy covered his face, I could recognize a 12-year-old boy." Li Dong furrowed his eyebrow. Was there a 12-year-old level 8 fisher in Heavenly Water Village? If so, wasn't he a genius? Li Dong summoned one of his subordinates. "Bring the manager of this area to me. I remember it's Zhang Han." Zhang Han arrived a moment later in untidy clothes. Zhang Han was rather angry that his good sleep was interrupted. If it weren't for them being from the tigers, he would have thrown them off the island. However, when Zhang Han saw Li Dong, he greeted respectfully, "Brother Dong, what's happened here?" Then, Zhang Han looked at Brother Gang in surprise. "Hey, it's you, Gang. Did someone beat you up?" Brother Gang had shown little respect to Zhang Han with the tigers at his back. He did not feel good about Zhang Han's teasing, but he dared not argue. Li Dong asked, "Who's living in that house?" "A 12-year-old boy? What's his strength and background?" Seeing that Li Dong was pointing at Han Fei's house, Zhang Han chuckled. "Brother Dong, don't you see how ragged the house is? A useless guy named Han Fei lives there. He's only a level 2 fisher." Zhang Han secretly laughed. It was true that the boy was useless, but he had a tough brother who had been recruited by the angel as a disciple. Even Zhang Han dared not make trouble for Han Fei anymore. Li Dong sniffed at Zhang Han's casualness. "Zhang Han, are the tigers not worth any respect now? Stop messing with me." Zhang Han said, "Of course you are. I have always respected the tigers. However, I don't think you should piss off the people living in this house. Han Fei is useless, but his brother is the angel's disciple. Do you understand?" "The angel's disciple?" Li Dong immediately changed his face. The angel, as an expert from the city, could destroy the tigers single-handedly. Zhang Han secretly chuckled and continued, "Brother Gang, Han Fei couldn't have hurt A Gang, but Tang Ji is probably a level 8 fisher now. A Gang should be grateful that he's still alive. If Tang Ji intended to kill him, he would have been dead. Would anyone demand the angel for an explanation?" Zhang Han thought that it was definitely done by Tang Ji. Only Tang Ji was capable of crippling the fatty with one hit. Li Dong gasped hard and realized that he was in serious trouble. Everybody in Heavenly Water Village knew Tang Ji now. Pissing off Tang Ji meant pissing off the angel, and pissing off the angel meant suicide. Brother Gang was also dumbfounded. Tang Ji had been living in this sh thole. He trembled hard. He thought he was screwed. Was the masked man not the boy he knew but his brother? But it didn't make sense. He could tell that it was Han Fei's voice. The tigers were busy for the rest of the night. Li Gang was tied up at the gate of the headquarters of the tigers as a gesture of apology. Li Ju, the leader of the tigers, tried to pull his strings and apologize to the angel. He even came to the village leader, only to be refused without thinking because the village leader did not want to get involved. The Wang family gloated. A lot of people thought that the tigers were doomed, including Li Ju himself. He even asked his subordinates to escort Lai Hu to the ocean to wait out the crisis. As for himself, he couldn't leave, or the tigers would be doomed if the angel came to ask for trouble. As a matter of fact, Fang Zi did not know about the incident at all, and neither did Tang Ji. The culprit behind the whole thing was having shrimp dumplings in a stand before the school and complaining about how awful they tasted. The school gate was rather lively in the morning. Many students were coming for classes. "Hey, Han Fei," suddenly a delightful voice carried over. Han Fei raised his head. It was He Ziaoyu. Chapter 32, the first class. Han Fei said, "Hey, He Ziaoyu, the shrimp dumplings in this diner are awful. Do you want any?" "You are giving them to me because they're awful?" Amused, He Ziaoyu grabbed Han Fei's ears and shouted, "You're still in the mood for food. Where the hell have you been? Everybody in the school is worried that Tang Ji will go crazy if you're dead." Han Fei said, Hey, can you be a little gentler or nobody will marry you in the future? Who says that I'm dead? I only took a tour on the ocean." He Ziaoyu said, "A tour? Do you know how many boats were sent to search for you? Even my father was depressed." Han Fei knew that the school searched for him only because they were worried that Tang Ji would blame them. Han Fei said, "My boat was broken. I floated on the ocean for 5 days and 5 nights. Did anyone really come for me? Fine, if you're not interested in them, let's go to school." He Ziaoyu said anxiously, "How could your boat be broken? Come to the teachers with me." Before He Ziaoyu finished the last shrimp dumpling, He Ziaoyu had already dragged him into school. On their way, people exclaimed now and then, "Wasn't Han Fei dead on the ocean? Huh. Han Fei is still alive. That's not right. This guy was missing for more than a week. Why is he here again? Han Fei must be in a relationship with He Ziaoyu. There's definitely something between them." Pa. Blushing, He Ziaoyu stuck the bamboo rod into the ground and scolded, "What are you talking about? I'll beat you up if you don't shut up." He Ziaoyu certainly had a violent tendency, or she wouldn't be carrying this bamboo rod all the time. However, the girl was only violent when she was angry. Han Fei seemed even more violent than she was. Han Fei asked, "He Ziaoyu, aren't we supposed to go to class?" He Ziaoyu said, "What class? We're graduating soon. We have to go to the teachers and tell them that you're back." On their way, He Ziaoyu reminded him that the fishing trial, which was held once every 3 years, would start soon. All the teachers were busy offering the students guidance on how to survive and succeed in the trial. Wang Jai was about to teach life-saving methods to a group of students when He Ziaoyu came in with Han Fei. Wang Jai was bewildered. "Han Fei, you're not dead?" Han Fei replied, "Sir, I've returned safely." Pa, Wang Jai slapped Han Fei's head. "You're really a troublemaker. Everybody thought you died on the ocean. Do you know how many boats the school sent to search for you?" Han Fei rubbed his head speechlessly. "Sir, I didn't want it either. Someone damaged my boat. I wandered for 5 days, 800 kilometers away in the general fishery." Wang Jai asked solemnly, "Huh. What happened?" Wang Jai despised Han Fei before, but Han Fei did make a breakthrough when the test was drawing near, so he thought more highly of Han Fei now. He certainly wouldn't want anyone to set up his student. His students could die in accidents but not in schemes. After Han Fei told him everything, Wang Jai frowned. You mean a fisher higher than level 9, or even a fishing master tried to kill you? Han Fei said. Master, the port is already investigating it. He Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. A fishing master tried to kill you? Did they even need to try? They could have killed you with a slap. Suddenly, Wang Jai stepped back and observed Han Fei. While he Xiaoyu and Han Fei were confused, Wang Jai patted Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei knew that Wang Jai had seen through his strength. It was another test. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me, sir? Wang Jai, however, ignored him and stared at Han Fei weirdly. When? Did you reach level 6? Wang Jai found it incomprehensible. I can understand if you reach a higher level every month or even every half month, but you stagnated for 4 years and reached level 6 from level 2 in only half a month. Is Tang Ji capable of that? Suddenly, Wang Jai felt that he should ask Han Fei to do another spiritual heritage test. He did not believe that Han Fei had such talent. As if he knew what was on Wang Jai's mind, Han Fei said in a hurry, Sir, no need to feel surprised. I had a spiritual fruit that my brother gave to me, and I soared to level 6 from level 4. Who? Both Wang Jai and he Xiaoyu were relieved. That explained how fast his advancement was. Then, Wang Jai glared at Han Fei with his eyes full of fury. A spiritual fruit? A spiritual fruit only upgraded you by 2 levels. You are truly useless. That's a spiritual fruit? Wang Jai was lost for words. Even he did not have any spiritual fruit yet. It was a waste that Han Fei could not absorb the power of the spiritual fruit. Wang Jai did not want to talk to Han Fei anymore. His eyes reddened with jealousy. He Xiaoyu, however, pulled Han Fei and asked enviously, Han Fei, how does the spiritual fruit taste? Did you just advance after you took it? Han Fei looked at he Xiaoyu pitifully. You may have a fishing master father, but so what? He can't pick any spiritual fruit, can he? Han Fei said casually, it was nothing. After I took it, my body burned and my veins bulged. Spiritual energy overflowed from my body. When I cultivated myself in the meantime, I heard the cracks of obstacles being broken. Pa. Wang Jai slapped Han Fei's head again. Overflow? Cracks. I'm already drooling just listening to you, Wang Jai sniffed. Go to the fishing trial class now. Everyone has to be present. He Xiaoyu hurried to drag Han Fei away. She could tell that even she would probably be hit if they stayed any longer, because Wang Jai's eyes were already red. Soon after they left, he Xiaoyu asked in a low voice, Han Fei, are we going to fight other people today? Han Fei turned around to her in surprise. I don't think that's appropriate, is it? If I cause trouble the moment I come back, won't I be kicked out? He Xiaoyu said, there's nothing to be scared of. I'm very close to level 7 now, and I think I can make it with a dozen bowls of swallowed spirit soup and a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid. I can lend you my bamboo rod. Han Fei understood everything. Although the girl vomited last time, she had certainly benefited a lot from it, or she wouldn't be encouraging him now. However, Han Fei was also tempted himself. Although the swallowed spirit soup was of little use to him anymore, he could still increase his spiritual energy by taking dozens of bowls of them. They immediately made a deal that they would duel with other people when the class was over. It was Han Fei's first class. Nobody was willing to sit next to him. He Xiaoyu, as his temporary ally, sat there to show her support. However, Wang Jai said gloomily immediately after he came in, do not sit next to each other. You are too little for relationships. Immediately, everybody looked at Han Fei and he Xiaoyu. Blushing, he Xiaoyu said angrily, I'm not in a relationship. Han Fei opened his hands helplessly. Me neither. Everything between us is innocent. Innocent? The moment he mentioned it, everybody looked at Han Fei weirdly, wondering when Han Fei became so shameless. The class began. Wang Jai spoke. You must be familiar with the fishing trial by now. I'll skip the specific details. All I want to stress is that you must not overestimate yourself. You know how many students are killed by the fish every year. 10% of them die, and 50% of them are injured. Wang Jai talked a lot. Han Fei had never heard it before, so he was rather interested. The fishing trial was just a way to select excellent talents through fishing. Only by passing the trial could one awaken their naturally endowed spiritual beast. When everybody imagined their success, he Xiaoyu said to Han Fei in a low voice, the spiritual beast is very awesome, so the higher your rank is, the better. If you are the first place, more power will be at your disposal when you awaken the spiritual beast, and your spiritual beast will be stronger. Chapter 33. A two-person team. After the lecture, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu went to Class 1, each holding a stick. He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei's weapon curiously. "Your iron rod looks weird. My father said that fancy-looking weapons are useless." Han Fei said to himself, "There's a lot of things that your father doesn't know," but he did not say it aloud and changed the topic quickly. Han Fei asked, "Why are only 1,000 people allowed to awaken their spirits? There are tens of thousands of students in total on this island, aren't there?" He Xiaoyu replied, "But the ritual requires the spirit awakening fluid, which is only enough for the usage of 1,000 people. I don't think it will be any different this time." Han Fei was surprised. "What about the rest of them? End up as common fishermen?" He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Are you an idiot? If they can reach level 10 and make a natural breakthrough, their spiritual beasts will also be awakened." Han Fei grinned in embarrassment as his memory returned. Natural awakening more often happened to the young people around 20 than to the kids in the village. They had passed their golden age for cultivation, so they could make few achievements even though their spiritual beast was awakened. Han Fei was determined to achieve higher things since the ritual was decided according to rank. He grew excited at the thought of that. He dragged He Xiaoyu and said, "Hurry up. What's most important for a cultivator?" "It's time." He Xiaoyu was lost for words. "You seem rather hasty. Why were you not so devoted in the past 4 years? Besides, since you are level 6, you are basically guaranteed to pass the fishing trial." Bam! The door of Class 1 was kicked open. Everybody was shocked. Han Fei put his rod down and declared, "I'm back. Have you prepared your protection?" "Well, your swallowed spirit soup?" Han Fei held his head high. He sensed that He Xiaoyu was pulling him, but he said impatiently, "Don't be scared. I'm level 6 now. I can beat up the whole grade." "You're going to beat up the whole grade?" The intimidating voice stiffened Han Fei. He looked aside, only to see the fishing master teacher of Class 1. Stunned, Han Fei said, "Well, greetings, sir. I'm told that everybody in Class 1 is very strong. I'm here to challenge them now that I stepped into level 6. If I lose, He Xiaoyu's bamboo rod will go to them. If I win, I will only ask for a bowl of swallowed spirit soup." Bam! Han Fei was flung away, and the fishing master cursed, "Get lost, you shameless scoundrel." Han Fei was not as useless as before in everyone's eyes after they witnessed his brutal performance and his infinite spiritual energy when he had swallowed spirit soup. How could they defeat him? Han Fei was lost for words. Why did the teacher hit him? He only offered a piece of advice. A level 7 expert of Class 1 looked at Han Fei and said, "Mr. Yang, he's only good when he has the swallowed spirit soup. I will fight him as long as he doesn't take the swallowed spirit soup." Mr. Yang frowned. Han Fei was a level 6 even without the swallowed spirit soup, and it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. In the 4 schools of the village, there were only 1,000 students who were level 6. Han Fei's performance couldn't be too bad. Mr. Yang decided that it was not bad to let the students take a closer look at level 6. He said, "You can challenge them, but they have to be on the same level as you." Han Fei was about to leave, but he immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem. I want 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup." Grimly, Mr. Yang said, "1 bowl and you are not allowed to take it during the battle." Han Fei said, "Sir, this isn't fair. I would only be able to defeat 1 person." Mr. Yang was amused. "How many people do you intend to defeat? The whole grade?" Han Fei grinned. "All right, let's have a fight first. I can use a bowl of soup for now." All the class rolled their eyes. Who can you defeat without your swallowed spirit soup? Lu Lingjai had just reached level 6. She intended to accept the challenge as a way to test her abilities. However, Hu Kun stood out and said, "Let me, nobody is going to compete with me." Han Fei's advancement was intimidating and unreasonable. Tang Ji must have been helping him. Nobody knew Han Fei better than Hu Kun did in the entire school. Also, Tang Ji had helped Han Fei too many times before. He must have left many useful things to Han Fei before he was taken away, or Han Fei couldn't have reached level 6 so quickly. Delighted, Han Fei grinned at Hu Kun. "Don't be hasty. 1 at a time. Fetch your soup first." Hu Kun said, "There will be plenty of soup as long as you can win." Clang! Hu Kun lunged with his iron rod. He finally had a good reason to beat him up. Nobody looked forward to the opportunity more than he did. Han Fei extended his hand, and Xiaoyu handed over her bamboo rod promptly. Han Fei said, "Come on, let's see what you've got." Everybody was lost for words. He made it look like a test. Ha! What Hu Kun practiced was flying stick, which was very fast. Han Fei chuckled. Fast is useless. I'm going to sweep you. The advantage of sweeping stick was the range and the force. Han Fei filled the bamboo rod with his spiritual energy and waved a curve with it intimidatingly. Hu Kun could fight it back, block it, or retreat. If Hu Kun were to back off at the beginning of the battle, everybody would lose respect for him. If he were to block it, he would be giving Han Fei an opportunity to launch heavier attacks. Therefore, Hu Kun chose to fight back. He did not think that his power would be overwhelmed by a guy who was enhanced by external help. Clang! Hu Kun's face changed greatly in the wake of those ear-splitting noises, and his iron rod was bent. His arms were numb and probably broken. Then he couldn't feel anything anymore. Pooh! Hu Kun was blown back. He failed to survive one attack from Han Fei, although he was at the peak of level 6. He did not even have a chance to moan. Ack! Everybody gasped hard. Lu Lingjai, who had been eager to try, was frozen. She was shocked by Han Fei's growth. Mr. Yang was also dumbfounded. How could he have defeated Hu Kun in one move when they were both level 6? That was too horrifying. Xiaoyu was also slightly dazed. It was she who taught Han Fei sweeping stick, but Han Fei was obviously as good at it as she was. Also, she believed that she was only on par with Hu Kun, but Han Fei had defeated him in one move. Everybody was full of questions. Who could tell that Han Fei had been regarded as garbage for 4 years? Clicking his tongue, Han Fei said, "I asked you not to be hasty. Why were you so enthusiastic?" Then, Han Fei declared proudly, "It seems that I'm invincible in level 6. Where are the level 7 fishermen in your class?" Immediately, a young man with a blue rod walked out of the crowd. Xiaoyu said, "He's Xingqiu, he's very good. His rod was collected from a blue wood from the bottom of the ocean. He ranks in the top 20 among the level 7s in our school. He's regularly given 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup." Han Fei immediately beamed with jealousy when he learned that Xingqiu had 4 bowls of soup regularly. That benefit was too generous. Han Fei nodded his head and said, "Since you are in level 7 and I'm in level 6, you need to give me 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup if you lose." Xingqiu sneered, "I have plenty of soup. I wasn't here last time, but you've come again after I'm back. You really think that nobody in Class 1 can defeat you?" Han Fei was not intimidated, but Xiaoyu suddenly pulled Han Fei's rod. "Give me my rod." Han Fei. He turned his head to Xiaoyu. "This is not decent. Even though he's a level 7 fisher, I wouldn't lose." Han Fei said, "Let go, this is embarrassing, it's just a rod." Xiaoyu said, "No, I won't. You can lose your own rod." Han Fei said, "Let go, do you still want the swallowed spirit soup?" Xiaoyu said, "I do, I'll have it when you can't have it anymore." Everybody was speechless. You will have it when he can't have it anymore? Do you really think he can beat a whole grade? Do you know how many level 7 experts are out there in a grade? Xingqiu blushed furiously. "Hey, are we going to do this or not? The bamboo rod is too precious for you." Han Fei was rather embarrassed. He did not know what to say about Xiaoyu, who always grew petty at the critical moment. He could only release the rod and say, "Fine. It seems that I have to bring out my own weapon now." Everybody was grim. "Can you not be so cocky? It's just an iron rod." Xingqiu said, "Do you think anyone is interested in your ragged rod?" Han Fei stabbed the rod into the ground and said, "What do you know? My brother gave this to me. It's a super iron rod, the iron rod of iron rods." Nobody was convinced. "Who are you fooling? A super iron rod? It's just a regular iron rod." Han Fei said, "You dare not try. Are you really a level 7? I'm always a man of my word. Besides, my brother is behind me. Are you worried that I can't pay if I lose?" Xingqiu said, "That's what I've been waiting for. Bring it on. You can't surrender now even if you want to." Chapter 34. My internal organs are shaking. Everybody stared at them. According to common sense, the battle between a level 7 and a level 6 did not have any suspense. However, Han Fei was not anything common. Since he defeated Hu Kun in one move, it was indeed possible that he could fight a level 7. Under everyone's watch, they began their fight. Han Fei jumped and smashed because he did not know any other battle techniques. Xing Qiu sniffed. His spiritual energy surged out. He was ready to knock Han Fei down in one attack. Han Fei thought differently. He couldn't catch too much attention. Level 7 was already the peak at the school. If he took Xing Qiu down like how he took Brother Gang down just now, something terrible would happen. Clang. Han Fei changed his expression and pretended to step back. You are good. Is this the strength of level 7? Impressive. Xing Qiu looked proud and confident, feeling good that he taught Han Fei a lesson. But deep in his heart, he was shocked at Han Fei's power. His hands were almost numb. Clang, clang, clang. Damn it, level 7 is truly magnificent. He Xiaoyu, I don't think I can win this time. Hey, are your hands not numb? You're bleeding? Han Fei mumbled as they clashed 5 times. At first, the audience thought that Han Fei had indeed felt the domination of level 7. However, they soon realized that Xing Qiu was not any better. His hands were cracked and his face was becoming paler and paler. Even his rod was shaking. Clang! Xing Qiu was flung away. His rod remained straight, but his arms were slightly broken. He almost fell over. Han Fei said, "Sheesh. The level 7 experts are truly unstoppable. My hands are shaking." As he spoke, Han Fei shook his hands. Everybody was speechless. "Do you think we can't tell that you're pretending?" Mr. Yang seemed calm but was greatly shocked. How had Han Fei grown so strong? Not only had he defeated someone of a higher level, but he did not even suffer any injury. Everybody fell quiet. Someone smacked their head. Am I in a dream? Is this really Han Fei? He Xiaoyu opened her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Why did she not know that Han Fei was so good in the past 4 years? Han Fei hurried to drop a hint at He Xiaoyu. However, He Xiaoyu did not really get it. Staggering to He Xiaoyu, Han Fei cried and fell on He Xiaoyu. Han Fei said, "Hey, although I won the battle, I seem to have suffered heavy wounds." Then, Han Fei felt that something was not right. He had touched a certain part. Huh. So soft, Pa. He Xiaoyu blushed in fury. "You're shameless." Han Fei was stunned. "Why are you slapping me when I'm already heavily wounded? My internal organs are shaking. I want my swallowed spirit soup." Everyone rolled their eyes. "Can your acting skills be any worse? You want soup when you're dying?" Mr. Yang tried to calm himself down. "I'm not going to be infuriated by a boy." "Calm down. Who?" Mr. Yang bellowed. "All right, end of this battle. Han Fei, come with me." Han Fei said, "Sir, I need to have the soup or my internal organs can't be soothed." Bam. Han Fei was kicked more than 10 meters away, but he jumped up and immediately tried to flee. Mr. Yang shouted, "Stop there, you can claim the soup in the cafeteria later. Come with me." He Xiaoyu, you will come too. The rest of you, send Hu Kun and Xing Qiu to the medical room. Wang Jai was staring at a bottle of valuable body conditioning fluid when he saw his colleague lead 2 of his students to him with a grim face. Wang Jai asked, "Mr. Yang, what's up?" Mr. Yang said, "Mr. Wang, your student hid his abilities quite well. Han Fei knocked out a peak level 6 in one attack and defeated a level 7 with only a few hits. Do you know about this?" Wang Jai was stunned. "What did you say? He knocked out a peak level 6 in one attack and defeated a level 7 with only a few hits." Han Fei said in a hurry, "Mr. Wang, my internal organs are shaking too." Mr. Yang said, "Shut up. You did not even tremble. You think I didn't notice?" Looking at Han Fei thoughtfully, Wang Jai turned to He Xiaoyu and asked, "Xiaoyu, tell me, what was your plan this time?" Blushing hard, He Xiaoyu failed to come up with anything for a long time. In the end, Mr. Yang grinned and said, "Your student was addicted to swindling other people of their soup. I caught him right when he tried to do it again. Since he's your student, it's not my place to discipline him. Right, I think few students in our school except Tang Ji can defeat him now. Let him hoax elsewhere." Han Fei secretly complained. Who could have known that a level 7 was so weak? Brother Gang had resisted him for quite a while. After Mr. Yang left, Wang Jai finally looked at Han Fei weirdly. "What exactly did Tang Ji give you that made you advance so fast?" At the edge of a level 2 fishery, on a white extravagant boat, Tang Ji sneezed and frowned. "Is my brother being bullied by someone? I have indeed been away for too long this time, but what can I do since this sir wouldn't let me go?" He decided to find a way to go back in a couple of days. He did not want to see Han Fei bullied by other people. Fang Zi was holding a fishing pole next to him. On the fishing pole was a three-headed snake. He said to Tang Ji with a smile, "This is a three-headed sea snake. It won't die even if its heads are cut from its body, and the heads will be regrown a while later. Its gallbladders are the best tonics. Here, take them. You will reach level 9 after you take them." Wang Jai thought that Tang Ji was behind everything. Han Fei only had a level 1 spiritual heritage. However talented he was, how could he become a level 7 fisher from a level 2 one after half a month? If he had such talent, he would be distinguished even in the town. Wang Jai said thoughtfully, "You may feel good if your cultivation is excessively improved with external help, but it will be more difficult for you to advance in the future. However marvelous the spiritual fruit is, it's a medication and should not be taken randomly. You must not advance too quickly, or your foundation may be ruined." Han Fei said, "All right. Sir, I'll listen to you." Wang Jai did not feel comfortable to see the loser of his class growing into a top expert among his peers. He waved his hands and said, "Go now, stop dueling with other people. You will be given 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup in the future." Han Fei nodded his head. He suddenly asked, "Sir, I'm told that there are more experts in other campuses of our school." Wang Jai's eyelids shivered. "They're nothing good. They're in level 7 at best. Do not do anything outrageous." Han Fei said, "Got it, sir. I won't do anything outrageous." Then Han Fei intended to leave. He Xiaoyu followed him. Wang Jai said, "Wait." Han Fei turned around. "Is there anything else, sir?" Wang Jai said. "You'd better watch what you're doing. You're too little to be together. I won't stop Mr. He if he hits you someday." He Xiaoyu suddenly blushed. "Who's together with him? I'm only following him to drink soup." He Xiaoyu said, "Sir, there is no such thing. He Xiaoyu and I are pure friends, as pure as the meat of the little white fish." Wang Jai said, "Get out of here." Han Fei hurried to go. It seemed that he couldn't trick the students of his own campus anymore. The teachers could all recognize him. He Xiaoyu said, "He Xiaoyu, we'll go to the southern campus after we have soup in the cafeteria. I'm sure we can get 50 bowls of swallowed spirit soup there. We also need to buy a big calabash, which can contain the soup when we are full. However, you must lend your bamboo rod to me. I cannot use my super iron rod easily." Han Fei talked for a long time, but when he looked back, he found He Xiaoyu walking angrily without looking at him. Han Fei said, "What's up? Don't be upset. We're pure friends, as pure as the clouds in the sky." He Xiaoyu turned back abruptly. "Am I not pretty? I have too many pursuers. I'm not interested in you at all." "Well," Han Fei rubbed his head, "what's going on? Are we talking about the same thing? How can I like a 12-year-old girl? I'm almost 30 years old." Chapter 35, Boss of the Eastern Campus. The news that Han Fei crushed Xing Qiu spread throughout the school quickly. Nobody believed it at first, but someone from Class 1 confirmed it, making people despise and envy Han Fei. After he woke up, Hu Kun felt that the world had collapsed. He was crushed by one attack. He gnashed his teeth. "Damn it. It's all because of Tangji. Don't laugh too soon, Han Fei." In the school, someone murmured when they saw Han Fei, "You might not have surpassed level 3 if it weren't for Tangji." Someone whispered, "Look, that's Han Fei. He's unbelievably lucky. We can't bully him again." Some girls scorned him when they walked past Han Fei. Counting on other people is not an ability at all. Han Fei was rather gloomy. Their level was even lower than his, and yet they looked down on him. In the cafeteria, 7 bowls of swallowed spirit soup were placed before He Xiaoyu and 2 before He Xiaoyu. Han Fei said, "Finish them. We'll set off after that." "Gudu, Gudu." He Xiaoyu had only 2 bowls of soup. She was rather angry to see that Han Fei had already had 3 bowls. She was drinking her own quota, not something swindled out of other people. Han Fei glanced at her and pushed a bowl toward her. "Have some more so that you'll be stronger." He Xiaoyu said, "It's no use to drink so much. I can't absorb it that fast." Han Fei said, "Why do you care about that? It can't harm you anyway. Drink it first." He Xiaoyu thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. After the drink last time, she nearly broke the obstacles of level 7 in her cultivation. Maybe Han Fei was right about having as much of the soup as possible. There were plenty of students in the cafeteria, but nobody was around Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. They all looked at them in shock. Was the swallowed spirit soup as cheap as water to them? Hua, Han Fei, and He Xiaoyu rose. They looked at each other and walked out of the cafeteria. His spiritual energy surpassed 1,000 points again. Han Fei was very confident. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu stood at the gate of the southern campus, each with a rod before them. He Xiaoyu also carried a huge calabash. The most outrageous thing was the plate before Han Fei's chest that said, Han Fei, boss of the eastern campus, is here to duel with the students of the southern campus. Whoever defeats me will be given a bamboo rod. Note, the losers have to provide 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. The level 7 experts need to provide 4. Those below level 6 can leave me alone. Immediately, the southern campus was enraged. Many students looked at them furiously. The 2 of them were cocky enough to challenge the whole southern campus. Someone scolded, "You're Han Fei. What makes you think you can swagger around here?" Someone hefted an iron rod and shouted, "I'll let you know the color of your blood." Someone cursed, "Those who don't know you might think that you're Tangji. Who's Han Fei? Never heard of you before, you will crawl home later." "Let me." A level 6 guy approached with an iron rod. "I am Li Fanglai, a level 6 fisher. Do you dare to duel with me?" Someone whispered. Li Fanglai's spiritual heritage was measured to be level 2, high quality. He's a heavenly talent who will go to the town. He can't lose. That's right. His opponent feels like a level 6 to me too. They are on par with each other. Hee. Li Fanglai, knock him down as quickly as possible for the southern campus. Li Fanglai raised the iron rod and bellowed, "I'll crush you." Han Fei waved his hand. "Wait a moment." Li Fanglai stiffened. "What are you doing? Are you scared? You can't get away with this unless you kneel and admit you're wrong." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "You haven't brought me your swallowed spirit soup yet. What if you don't give it to me after you fail?" Li Fanglai flushed with fury. "You think I can't afford 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup?" Han Fei said. "I'm not saying that you can't, but it's hard to tell from your appearance." Li Fanglai was infuriated that the guy showed no respect for him. "Do you think you are a sure winner?" Li Fanglai, maddened, simply attacked. Clang! Han Fei blocked the attack easily and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Fetch the soup already. You won't run when your champion fails, will you?" The onlookers were angry. "Who cares about 2 bowls of soup? You think you're going to win? You're too cocky. If I had fought you, I would have beat the crap out of you." The 2 of them fought for several minutes. Han Fei breathed heavily. Li Fanglai discovered, to his surprise, that the guy was too strong. He used his full strength but could not crush his opponent. Damn it! He definitely could have crushed the guy if he were at the peak of level 6. He Xiaoyu looked at the sky. She felt that Han Fei was committing fraud. His acting was quite vivid, but he couldn't have used more than 30 points of spiritual energy. Clang! Han Fei slashed hard and tossed Li Fanglai to the ground. Li Fanglai's face flushed. It was truly frustrating. He had run out of spiritual energy, but why was this guy still fine? Many people were rendered speechless. Someone squinted. The guy should be stronger than Li Fanglai, but Li Fanglai consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He will be crushed by another level 6. Immediately, another person jumped out and declared, "I'm Jia Tong from class 7. I'll let you rest for a moment in case you claim that I'm taking advantage of you." Han Fei was lost for words. Would resting for a moment make any difference? For fishers to regain their spiritual energy, they had to train themselves for half a day. Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment. Not that I'm dawdling, but where is the swallowed spirit soup? I won't fight you until the soup is delivered. I'm worried that you won't give it to me." "You think that we have no honor?" Jia Tong was beyond angry. Being suspected was even more humiliating than being provoked. Jia Tong said, "Someone fetch the swallowed spirit soup already?" Han Fei said, "That's unnecessary. I have a better idea. Let's duel before your cafeteria. It's more convenient." "Pooh." Everyone almost vomited blood. "How many people do you think you can defeat? I hope that your brain is not filled with the swallowed spirit soup." He Xiaoyu couldn't help but step back. She said to herself, "I'm only here to help him drink the soup that he can't finish, but I'm not familiar with this guy." He Xiaoyu went even further. "Why, you don't have the courage for that. I was told that there were many experts in the southern campus, but it's not true at all. He Xiaoyu, let's go to the northern campus." Jia Tong snapped, "How dare you? Come to the cafeteria if you dare." Han Fei said, "If I dare. I can make you go bankrupt." Han Fei strutted in with the bamboo rod while everybody glared at him furiously. He Xiaoyu took a deep breath. I won't be beaten up, will I? I'm not involved in this. They probably won't beat me. I'm a girl. Han Fei finally saw the 2 bowls of soup that Li Fenglai lost. He immediately shouted, He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. He Xiaoyu blushed, feeling guilty as if she were stealing a kid's toys. But it was swallowed spirit soup. She used to be given 2 bowls of them every 5 days, but she had earned 2 bowls so easily. Jia Tong said, Can you fight now? Han Fei said. Of course, the southern campus is truly generous. Come on, let's fight. Jia Tong attacked the moment Han Fei nodded. Spiritual energy surged out of his rod crazily. Han Fei shouted, That's a good one. As expected of the genius of the southern campus? Nice. Take another one from me? Good one. After a couple of collisions, Jia Tong blushed. How much spiritual energy did this guy have? Why was it never exhausted? Han Fei, on the other hand, pretended to breathe heavily, while he actually controlled the output of his spiritual energy. After all, his body was so sturdy now that he could block Jia Tong's attacks with half of the energy his enemy used. So, he felt that he could crush a couple of them in a row. Bam! In his carelessness, Jia Tong was hit by Han Fei and flung 3 meters away. His hands were shaking. Many people stopped jeering. The guy truly had something behind his boldness. He had defeated 2 level 6 experts consecutively. Han Fei merely shouted, He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. Chapter 36, Spiritual Energy Explosion. Han Fei looked around magnificently and asked, Who's next? People whispered to each other. A student at the peak of level 5 assumed that Han Fei was exhausted, and that he could give the guy a final blow and win the bamboo rod over. However, Han Fei said in disdain the moment he stood out, You're too weak for me. Go away, the student wouldn't give in. I have swallowed spirit soup too, I would like to challenge you. Han Fei's eyes glittered. It's fine as long as you get the soup, come on. You will be the winner if you can force me to take 1 step back. The student was delighted. I'll hold you to that. Then, he shouted and charged forward with the iron rod. Han Fei could easily tell that he concentrated most of his spiritual energy on the iron rod. Clang! Han Fei bent and nearly stepped back, but he was a level 6 after all. After a collision, the level 6 student dropped on the ground. Han Fei said, I told you to go away. He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. However, some of the clever students, thinking that Han Fei almost stepped back just now, shouted, Let me. It's my turn. No, it's mine. Several minutes later, no level 5 fishers challenged him anymore. They wondered how Han Fei blocked them at the last moment and knocked them down with 1 attack when he was almost stepping back every time. He Xiaoyu simply poured the swallowed spirit soup into the calabash and thought, I'm just here to help process the soup. I'm just here to help process the soup. Soon, more and more people came to the cafeteria. Picking up He Xiaoyu's calabash, Han Fei drank it now and then and said, Who's next? Everyone is welcome. Nobody responded to him. Han Fei shouted again, Are there no capable warriors in the southern campus at all? Where are your level 6 and level 7 experts? Get out of the way. The crowd divided, and a couple of teenagers walked over confidently. Someone was relieved. They're finally here. Someone grew confident. The southern campus will be mocked if they do not come. Someone said, Han Fei is dead for sure. How can he expect to resist them? As long as he is not given time to rest, it remains to be seen whether or not he can survive 2 of them. He has fought for so long anyway. Who's asking for trouble in the southern campus? The man stared at Han Fei maliciously as he spoke. Han Fei said, I am Han Fei, boss of the eastern campus. I have never been defeated in my entire life. I'm here to be defeated. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. You've never been defeated? You were just a level 2 fisher before. Nobody dared to fight you because they were scared that they would accidentally kill you. Han Fei, however, held his head high, too busy feeling good about himself to care about that. You've never been defeated? You're even stronger than Tang Ji? Han Fei was not bothered. Tang Ji is my brother. We've never fought. I'm here just to be defeated. One of the newcomers mocked, You've fought many battles. You must be out of spiritual energy. Are you sure you want this? Han Fei said, I'm a quick absorber. My spiritual energy is infinite. Everybody rolled their eyes. They had never seen anyone as shameless. Infinite spiritual energy? You think you are the sea god? Someone hefted their iron rod and shouted, "I'll fight you if you want to fight. Don't surrender if you have balls." Han Fei said, "You'd better confirm that your balls are still there first." Everybody was infuriated. "Kill him, crush him. He's not getting out of here on his own 2 feet." Waving the bamboo rod, Han Fei said lazily, "Bite me. I'll go first." Someone couldn't hold back anymore and decided to check Han Fei's strength. However, Han Fei merely leaped and struck 3 times, blowing the guy away and bending his iron rod. "Shoot! Is this guy made of iron? Why is he still so strong?" Han Fei said with a smile. "Next." Wait a moment. Han Fei's domination was disrupted by a middle-aged man with 2 students. "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Ding looked awful. He was not convinced when someone told him that a stranger was challenging the whole school, but he believed it now. The little girl's calabash was apparently full of swallowed spirit soup. Zhou Ding eyed Han Fei. The guy was indeed a level 6, not a level 7. Zhou Ding pointed at one of his students and said, "Chen Kai, you're up." The guy named Chen Kai was also carrying a bamboo rod. He seemed much stronger than the other level 6s. Chen Kai said, "I'm Chen Kai, I will challenge you." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and grew solemn. Spiritual energy burst out of his bamboo rod. Han Fei stopped panting and shivering. Watching the incoming stick, he simply lifted his own rod against it. Clang! Many students below level 5 stepped back under the brunt of the attack. Han Fei was slightly stunned. The guy was rather strong. He did not know the technique, but there was a hidden force behind the attack. He almost stepped back under the dual forces. "Huh, you're good." Han Fei's eyes glittered, but Chen Kai's face changed greatly. The attack that he launched with 80% of his strength did not shake the guy at all. Zhou Ding was also surprised. Chen Kai's spiritual heritage was level 3, high quality. He was almost the strongest level 6 in the southern campus. However, he did not have any advantage in the battle. Han Fei shouted, "Sweep!" Clang! Chen Kai became pale after the collision. He slid dozens of meters away, his hands shaking. How could the attack have been so powerful? Slash! Chen Kai seemed rather anxious. He stomped on the ground and his bamboo rod glowed. Spiritual energy explosion? Han Fei immediately stepped back before the enormous power. Thankfully, his previous slash blocked the blast, or he might have failed. He Xiaoyu said in a hurry, "This is spiritual energy explosion. It's very powerful, even the level 7s have to avoid it." Han Fei shook his arm and his head. "It's quite tough. I can gather the spiritual energy, but how can I detonate it? How is it possible?" He took the hit of the spiritual energy explosion. "Is he made of iron? Why is he so tough?" Zhou Ding was surprised. The young man was not simple. Taking the hit of the spiritual energy explosion without being hurt was a sign of his sturdiness. To everyone's surprise, the spiritual energy at the tip of Han Fei's rod was more and more brilliant. Han Fei declared, "Spiritual energy explosion?" Zhou Ding took action. He snatched Han Fei's spiritual energy, but the next second, his hand was blown away by the enormous spiritual energy. Humph! Break! The cluster of spiritual energy crumbled. Han Fei was forced to take quite a few steps back under the waves. Han Fei's eyes glowed. It was truly impressive. He didn't know how to detonate it. If it weren't for this teacher, there would have been nothing he could do. Zhou Ding was rather embarrassed. He almost failed to break the spiritual energy explosion of a level 6 student. Narrowing his eyes, Zhou Ding said, "You have the combat ability of a level 8 fisher, and you are brazen enough to trick my students for their swallowed spirit soup. Get lost." All the students exclaimed in shock. The combat ability of a level 8 fisher? That was one tough student. Someone was suspicious. Is he Tangji? Who else in the eastern campus is as strong? Jerk. You pretend to be a level 6 when you are a level 8. Give us our soup. That's right, give us our soup, Han Fei. Han Fei said, "What are you talking about? I'm obviously a level 6. I didn't tell you my natural-born strength because I like to keep a low profile." Han Fei looked at Zhou Ding and smiled in embarrassment. "Mr. Zhou, I was actually here to seek breakthroughs, and I understood a lot after sensing the power of the spiritual energy explosion. I'll take my leave." Zhou Ding grabbed Han Fei. "Where are you going?" Han Fei screamed, "Sir, I'm truly a level 6. You can check me." Ignoring what he said, Zhou Ding picked him up and left. Han Fei shouted while he was hanging in midair, "He Xiaoyu, follow me." The students were left astounded at the cafeteria of the southern campus. Some of them murmured, A level 8? A level 6 that is as strong as a level 8. Is he really a heavenly talent? Chapter 37. Tricking a Girl. Zhou Ding carried Han Fei to an empty cultivation ground and asked him, "What's with your spiritual energy? Why is it never exhausted?" Han Fei admitted frankly, "Sir, I'm a quick absorber. My spiritual energy is refilled immediately after I drink the soup." Zhou Ding snapped, "That's bullshit. I've never heard of such a thing before." Han Fei, rolling his eyes, said, "Mr. Zhou, it's true, my master Wang Jai knows that. You can ask He Zaya Oyu about it. Her father is a teacher in the Eastern Campus." Zhou Ding looked at He Zaya Oyu and her bamboo rod. Frowning, he asked, "Is he Mingteng your father?" He Zaya Oyu nodded quickly, hoping that the teacher wouldn't tell her father what happened today. Zhou Ding asked, "What's the real level of your spiritual heritage?" Han Fei said, "It's level 2, low quality." Zhou Ding said, "That's bullshit. He Mingtang's daughter, you tell me." He Zaya Oyu was also stunned. She remembered that Han Fei's spiritual heritage was level 1, high quality. Why was it level 2 now? Did Tang Ji find any marvelous medicines for Han Fei? It was said that spiritual heritage was fixed the moment one was born. Han Fei's spiritual heritage must have improved only because of certain top spiritual fruits. He Zaya Oyu nodded enviously, wishing that she had a spiritual fruit, too. Zhou Ding frowned even harder. Even if your body is extraordinary, your spiritual energy explosion is still subpar. Do you want to live a peaceful life after pissing off so many people today? Besides, it's not good to count on your special physical qualities. What if you lose your infinite spiritual energy and cannot cast the unbelievable spiritual energy explosion? Han Fei nodded quickly. "You're right, Mr. Zhou. We'll be on our way." "Get lost." Zhou Ding took a deep breath after Han Fei and He Zaya left. Such a body was truly appalling. It was a pity that Han Fei's future achievements were limited by his spiritual heritage. He couldn't be better than a grand fishing master, however lucky he was. Han Fei and He Zaya left the campus gloomily. The moment they got out of the gate, they ran crazily. Han Fei asked, "Are we going to the northern campus and the southern campus?" He Zaya shook her head while running. "No, we're lucky to only have been kicked out. We might not be so lucky next time." Han Fei realized that it did make sense. They seemed too cocky in other people's territory. Remembering the calabash of swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei asked, "How much soup do we have?" He Zaya replied, 29 bowls in total." Han Fei was surprised. "Huh, only 29 bowls? I felt that I beat plenty of them." He Zaya rolled her eyes. "You beat plenty of them? It's more like you tricked plenty of them. Only the last battle was real, and he learned spiritual energy explosion from it." However, He Zaya did not intend to tell Han Fei anything. Her father told her not to consider the technique until she was above level 7. In a corner, Han Fei and He Zaya split the soup. Han Fei got 20 bowls of it. He was the one doing the fights anyway. However, since Zhou Ding let go of them easily, probably for He Zaya father's sake, Han Fei gave more soup to He Zaya. Halfway through it, Han Fei was full. He took a rest and asked, "He Zaya, what spiritual energy explosion? I felt that it was beyond my control just now. If Mr. Zhou hadn't taken action, there might have been dire consequences." He Zaya asked, "How much spiritual energy did you just gather?" Han Fei said, 70 or 80. "Pooh." He Zaya spat out the soup and looked at Han Fei in shock. "How much?" Seeing He Zaya's reaction, Han Fei scratched his head awkwardly. "Is it too much?" He Zaya eyed Han Fei as if he were a lunatic. "You're only a level 6. How much spiritual energy can you possibly have? Isn't it crazy to concentrate half of your spiritual energy for a battle?" He Zaya asked. "Did you know how much spiritual energy Chen Kai used just now?" Han Fei asked. "How much?" He Zaya said. "No more than 25 points." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Are you serious? 25 points are already so powerful. Then, wouldn't 80 points have blown my enemy up instantly?" He Zaya said, "Although it appeared that you picked up spiritual energy explosion, you couldn't control it at all, so you could have only overwhelmed your enemy with spiritual energy even if you launched the attack." Han Fei grew interested. "How can I control it? Teach me for the 9 bowls of soup I gave you." He Zaya said, "Why don't you wait until level 7? Spiritual energy explosion is barely useful at level 6. My father said that the spiritual energy is not sufficient and pure in level 6, and that after level 7, fishers would gain control over their spiritual energy. This skill won't be practical until then. Han Fei commented, "Huh. It has such a high requirement." He recalled Chen Kai's performance just now. The man almost knocked him out with one attack. It was a major shock for him. Han Fei suddenly said, "That doesn't sound right. I defeated level 7s before. You witnessed it. That guy from class 1 did not burst out his spiritual energy." He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "How can you cast spiritual energy explosion on your classmate? If he lost control of it during the attack, you might have been killed." Han Fei suddenly said to He Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, someone tried to murder me." He Xiaoyu, "Unknown." Han Fei said, "I suspect that someone tried to murder me. I was at sea for 5 days because my boat was damaged." He told the whole story and gazed at He Xiaoyu. "Why don't you teach me the technique? I'll give you the rest of the swallowed spirit soup." He Xiaoyu was rendered speechless by the reluctance on Han Fei's face. "You earned the swallowed spirit soup for nothing, and you want to exchange it for a technique?" She said, "I'm incapable of it. My father didn't teach me." Han Fei remarked, "Why did your father teach you nothing? Are you sure that you are his daughter?" He Xiaoyu immediately poked Han Fei with the bamboo rod. "Of course I'm his daughter, you don't believe me," Han Fei shouted. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." "Stop," Han Fei, angry that the girl was too meek, scolded He Xiaoyu and gave He Xiaoyu quite a shock. Han Fei said, "Just because your father didn't teach you doesn't mean that you can't learn. Do you not want to be an expert? If you have access to it, I can give you a treasure for it." Han Fei thought that He Xiaoyu would ask him what the treasure was. However, He Xiaoyu simply pouted her lips and said, "You yelled at me. You're mean, Han Fei, unknown." Realizing that the situation wouldn't get any better soon, he simply focused on the swallowed spirit soup. He Xiaoyu murmured, "You yelled at me. You want me to steal things. You don't believe what my father said. Why are you so mean?" Han Fei couldn't drink the soup anymore. He took out a bottle and said, "Let's make an exchange." He Xiaoyu's anger immediately changed. Her eyes wide, she asked, "This is the iron fish body polishing fluid?" He Xiaoyu gasped. The iron fish body polishing fluid was made of the brains of the ironhead fish. It was said that dozens of mature ironhead fish were needed to make a small bottle of such fluid. He Xiaoyu reached her hand out for it. Han Fei hurried to withdraw his hand. "About spiritual energy explosion." He Xiaoyu sniffed and glared at Han Fei before she said, "I'm truly incapable of it, but in fact, spiritual energy explosion is all about your control over your own spiritual energy. If you can control it well, spiritual energy explosion will be simple." Han Fei asked, "How can I control it?" He Xiaoyu said, "I don't know much about it. You have to use spiritual energy more often, like in fishing. 1 bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid is far from enough for you to get the knowledge of spiritual energy explosion. Besides, you have only half a bottle." Han Fei was tempted. While the iron fish body polishing fluid was also a treasure, it couldn't compare to spiritual energy explosion. He must have the technique that could save his life. Han Fei said seductively, "He Xiaoyu, aren't we good friends?" He Xiaoyu said warily, "No, we are not." Han Fei said, "If we are not, why are you here to challenge them with me? If your father learns of that, tusk, tusk, tusk." He Xiaoyu said, I'm just passing by." "Fine, what do you want?" Han Fei said. "What about a copy of the notes on the control of spiritual energy? I'll definitely share with you if I find good stuff." "No," Han Fei proposed. "He Xiaoyu, the fishing trial is going to start soon, and it doesn't matter who your father is in the test. Why don't I give you a spirit refilling pill?" "You have a spirit refilling pill?" He Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Han Fei asked, "How does that sound?" He Xiaoyu hesitated. "But," Han Fei said, "All right, I know what you mean. I'll give you 2. He Xiaoyu said, "No, my father?" Han Fei said, 3, and that's my best offer. You must know that a spirit refilling pill is worth 2 mid-quality pearls." Chapter 38, The Detention Room is Blown Up. He Xiaoyu finally agreed. Han Fei had discovered that the girl's shortcoming was greediness, which was probably because her father raised her too strictly. As a result, the girl always craved good things. At this moment, He Mingtang was teaching a class in school. The two of them went to He Xiaoyu's house stealthily and left in a hurry an hour later. Guiltily, He Xiaoyu presented a small book. "This is the only one I found. Go now." I'll be screwed if my mother finds out about this. Han Fei said with a smile, "Good girl, I'll give you more swallowed spirit soup in the future." Both of them stopped at the gate of the school. He Xiaoyu got 3 spirit refilling pills, and Han Fei got the way to utilize spiritual energy. Both of them felt that it was a great deal. He Xiaoyu? Suddenly, someone yelled from behind the gate. "Ah, father!" Enraged, He Mingtang looked at his unworthy daughter and then glared at Han Fei furiously. Han Fei wasn't any better. His smile froze when he saw the unfriendly Wang Jai and the teacher from the southern campus behind him. He changed his face and shouted at He Xiaoyu, "Run!" Wang Jai was amused. "It's too late for you to run now." He cast his hook at Han Fei rapidly. Sensing the attack at his back, Han Fei twisted his body subconsciously and dodged the hook in a weird posture. "Huh?" The 3 fishing masters, including He Mingtang, all exclaimed in shock. A level 6 fisher had avoided Wang Jai's hook. It must be noted that Wang Jai was appointed as a supervisor of the general fishery for his remarkable capability. However, his attack had been avoided. Wang Jai felt embarrassed. His fishing line glittered, and the hook darted at Han Fei even faster than before. Han Fei sweated hard. "I did nothing more than get a few bowls of soup with trickery. Do you need to welcome me with this?" While thinking about that, he flipped and evaded the hook again narrowly. Wang Jai immediately blushed. He was shocked at how swift Han Fei was. "Huh," Zhou Ding was surprised. "Old Wang, your student is interesting. He may be able to make it to the top 100 in the fishing trial, no?" Wang Jai sniffed. "Him? Top 100. I just hope that he's not the last place." This time, Wang Jai did not hold himself back. The speed of the hook was doubled. Although Han Fei's one leg dodged the first attack, the hook zigzagged and tied up his other leg. As the fishing line was retreated, Han Fei was hauled into the campus, catching everyone's attention. Wang Jai said, "You think you're strong enough to do whatever you want now, don't you?" He Xiaoyu was rather intimidated to see that, feeling lucky that she did not run. It would be most embarrassing if she were also dragged like this. Han Fei, on the other hand, screamed, "Sir, I did nothing wrong. I only went to the southern campus to share knowledge with the students there." Wang Jai smiled at Zhou Ding. "Mr. Zhou Ding, thank you for dropping by. I'll teach him a good lesson." Zhou Ding laughed. "I don't think that's necessary. This is a good kid to me. Do you want to send him to study in the southern campus for a while?" Wang Jai said. "With the fishing trial coming near, we are going to concentrate the students and train them. I don't think there's time for that." Zhou Ding smiled and said, "All right, I'll take my leave." Wang Jai said, "See you, Mr. Zhou." After Zhou Ding left, Wang Jai changed his face and sneered at Han Fei. "You're good. You show your abilities at the southern campus. You think that you are as invincible as a level 8 fisher." Han Fei shouted. "Sir, I didn't. Nobody knew that the southern campus is so weak." Wang Jai said with a cold smile, "Weak. Do you think you were strong in the past? Could you have been as strong if it weren't for what Tangji gave you? Do you know how many people were drawn to you when you showed your abilities?" Han Fei was stunned. Who would be interested in a level 6 fisher? He Mingtang went on, "Everybody knows that you improved so fast because Tangji gave you a lot of good stuff. They dare not challenge Tangji, but killing you in secret and digging out your secrets is not difficult." He Mingtang made up his mind to keep his daughter away from the brat. God knew what kind of trouble he would cause. Wang Jai said, "Do you understand now? Nobody dares to touch Tangji, but do you think nobody dares to touch you? You will be put in detention for 3 days." Han Fei smiled bitterly. He forgot that he had been using Tangji as an excuse for his rapid improvement. However, his performance had been too distinguished lately. People couldn't help but wonder what Tangji had offered to Han Fei. Han Fei begged, "Sir, I know I was wrong. I will never fight again." About the detention, Wang Jai sneered. 3 days not to be shortened by 1 second. After Han Fei was hauled away by Wang Jai, He Mingtang glared at He Xiaoyu and said, "Go home, you're grounded for 5 days." He Xiaoyu said pitifully, "Father, I did not join the fight." He Mingtang said, "Go home, and you are not allowed to talk with him again until he becomes a fishing master." Pouting, He Xiaoyu said pitifully, "Okay." There was only one detention room in the school. It was mainly used to punish bad students. Most of them were only detained for 1 day. Few were detained for 3 days in a row like Han Fei. The detention room was made of hard rock. It was not an obstacle for fishing masters, but no students who were only fishers could get away from it. 3 days ago, Han Fei was dragged to the detention room like a dead dog. It was the most heated topic in the past few days. Someone was angry. Han Fei was too cocky. He was asking to be killed when he blocked the gate of the southern campus. Someone made fun of him. I'm told that he wouldn't have made it back if the teacher in the southern campus did not release him. Many people peeped into the detention room when they passed by, but it was too dark to see anything. However, Han Fei could hear the incessant laughter and mockery at the door. Zhou Zio, Hu Kun's best friend, was shouting from a hole in the detention room. "Hey, Han Fei, you're not having a meltdown, are you?" Someone else joined him. "I don't think so, but he will certainly be less cocky in the future." Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in the detention room. His clothes were entirely wet, and his spiritual energy was running loose. He could hardly control the spiritual energy precisely, even after 3 days. At this moment, Han Fei was trying to gather half of his spiritual energy in his palm. No, half is too much. Not good, it's getting out of control. Zhou Zio and his pals outside of the detention room discussed. Do you feel that spiritual energy is surging? A little bit. Is Han Fei cultivating? Nonsense. How can such intense spiritual energy not glow? Wait, look, it's glowing. The few people outside of the detention room saw dazzling light bursting before their eyes. Bam! Zhou Zio did not know what was going on. He only sensed that he was flying. The explosion spread throughout the school. Many people saw Zhou Zio and his pals fly away and pass out. As for the detention room, a whole half a man tall was left. Dozens of teachers of the school arrived almost simultaneously. They checked Zhou Zio and his pals first. Then, they released a long breath of relief and said, "Send them to the medical room." After that, they looked at the giant hole in the door of the detention room, from which uncanny noises were coming out. Then, they saw Han Fei, whose face was covered in dust and whose head was messy peeking out of the hole. Han Fei underestimated the power of spiritual energy explosion. Half of his spiritual energy was already so explosive. If he had unleashed all his spiritual energy, it shouldn't have been a problem to blow up the whole detention room. Wang Jai's eyelids twitched. The guy was not hurt at all in such a powerful explosion. Han Fei was stunned to see so many people. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Hey, long time no see." Chapter 39, Blackmail the Tigers. In the office, Han Fei rolled his eyes, his hair as messy as a bird's nest. Solemnly, Wang Jai said, "Tell me, who taught you spiritual energy explosion?" Nobody would believe that Tang Ji left Han Fei the introduction to spiritual energy explosion, because the teacher from the southern campus stated that Han Fei learned it during the fight. Han Fei said, "Master, I perceived it after cultivation in seclusion for 3 days." Pa. Wang Jai slapped Han Fei on the head. The guy was too shameless. It was supposed to be 3 days of detention, not cultivation in seclusion. That's bullshit. Spiritual energy explosion is a skill that requires proficiency. How could you have perceived it? Han Fei said, "Sir, I truly perceived it on my own. I spent the last 3 days in the detention room." Wang Jai was lost for words. It did make sense. The boy was locked up the moment he came back to school. Did he really perceive it on his own? However, He Mingtang felt that something was not right. His daughter had been avoiding him recently. Did it really have nothing to do with this? Wang Jai did not think much. He simply scolded, "Idiot, do you know why we don't teach you spiritual energy explosion until you are level 7? It's partly because your spiritual energy is not enough, partly because your veins are not sturdy enough, and partly because it requires proficiency. Spiritual energy explosion is the easiest of all techniques, but have you seen any fisher below level 7 use it?" Han Fei gnashed his teeth. "You like slapping my head? Fine, I'll slap yours when I'm stronger than you. Wait, my veins are not sturdy enough. No wonder my arm was nearly torn apart just now. Then, do I need to do nothing other than building up my veins?" Han Fei, I'm here. Pa, you're absent-minded when I'm talking to you. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Wang Jai, just wait for it. I'll definitely slap your head off later. Han Fei returned home for the ghost pearl, the essence of the ghost blade clam that could build up the veins. If it was as good as claimed, spiritual energy explosion wouldn't be a problem for him in the future. Han Fei grew careful after the incident last time. Fearing that someone would attack him, he kept a low profile on the way. Han Fei was hiding behind a giant tree and observing if anybody was around when someone said behind him, "Are you Han Fei, my friend?" Han Fei was so shocked that he raised his purple bamboo rod immediately. "Don't panic, my friend. I mean you no harm." Han Fei looked at him carefully, only to discover that he was a man as brawny as a bull. There were 3 scars on his face cutting his eyes and his mouth apart, indicating that he was a dangerous person. Han Fei asked, "Who are you?" With a smile that was even more awful than crying, the brawny man said, "I am Li Ju, the leader of the tigers. My arrogant subordinates insulted you the other day, and I hope that you can forgive us. The tigers would like to give you whatever you need." Han Fei understood that they were here to apologize. The tigers must have learned his relationship with Tang Ji. That was why their leader came in person. The tigers could have killed him when his identity was still unknown, but now that they'd missed the opportunity, they had to make up for what they did. Han Fei took a breath in relief. "Leader Li, since you came to apologize in person, I'll definitely forgive you. However, Brother Gang provoked me repeatedly the other day. I hope that Leader Li can restrain him in case the reputation of the tigers is ruined." Li Ju grinned hideously and said, "Of course. You will not see them in Heavenly Water Village again, my friend." Han Fei was alarmed. "What do you mean? Are they all dead?" He had heard before that the tiger's enemies were all thrown into the ocean. He did not know that Li Ju was truly so brutal. However, Han Fei rolled his eyes and realized what was going on. A less determined man would have been too scared to demand compensation from the tigers after this. Considering that the whole thing was in the open, Han Fei sneered. "Leader Li, my brother left me dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, but all of them went missing the day I returned." Han Fei felt that the air turned quiet, and killing intent was rising. Was Li Ju really going to kill him? Han Fei did not believe that he dared to do such a thing. Otherwise, not only would Tang Ji go after him, but the teachers at school would also ask his trouble. As he expected, Li Ju soon smiled. "Naturally, I'm sorry that I didn't discipline them well. I'll pay them back soon," Han Fei said. "The other things are basically fine, except that some of the mid-quality pearls and spirit refilling pills were missing." Li Ju was somewhat astounded and almost decided to kill him. The iron fish body polishing fluid was already precious enough, and the spirit refilling pill was a life-saving medication. "How dare you ask for them?" Han Fei, on the other hand, stared at Li Ju calmly and harmlessly. He did not believe that Li Ju dared to attack. Li Ju gnashed his teeth. "All right, the tigers will compensate for your loss. Have a good day, my friend." Han Fei grinned and said, "Goodbye, Leader Li." A moment later, Li Ju watched Han Fei leave and punch the tree next to him. The enormous tree was immediately broken in half. The person behind Li Ju said gloomily, "Boss, this guy is outrageous. He's extorting us. I would like—" "Shut up." Calming himself down, Li Ju said, "Wealth is nothing compared to life. Tang Ji won't stay here for long. He will leave after the soul awakening and probably won't return. Let's deal with him after that." Han Fei couldn't have felt better. The tigers were rich enough to afford dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, which would make his cultivation with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning much easier. The tigers were quite fast. What he demanded that morning was delivered in the afternoon. Han Fei checked the items. They included 10 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, 50 mid-quality pearls, and 5 spirit refilling pills. "Li Ju, damn you!" Han Fei trembled in fury. "I said dozens of bottles, not 10 bottles. Also, you gave me 5 spirit refilling pills. You think I'm a beggar?" However, Han Fei had wronged Li Ju. It was not easy to get the iron fish body polishing fluid. Also, the spirit refilling pill, which was of little use to him, was a lifesaver for other people. 5 of them were already a lot. Han Fei complained, "What a petty bastard. However, I'm a person who can easily be satisfied. I'll deal with them for now." Had Li Ju heard Han Fei's complaint, he probably would have killed Han Fei on the spot. In the cave, Han Fei held the ghost pearl which allegedly nurtured and expanded the veins. He swallowed it without any hesitation. A long time later, Han Fei felt nothing except that his body was slightly cold, as if he were having an intravenous drip. It was not until 2 hours later that Han Fei finally sensed that his veins were strengthened, because he saw impurities leaking out of his skin. This stuff is not as good as I expected. It seems that I have to take a handful of such pearls at the same time. Other people would have killed Han Fei if they knew what he was thinking. The medicines that could strengthen the veins were rare and precious, yet he was complaining that they were not effective enough. 3 days later, cracking noises spread out of a cave on a cliff on the floating island. A young man was lying on the ground with all his clothes wet. Nobody could possibly tell what happened just now. Phew, I've finally made it. Ha ha ha. I should be absolutely invincible at my level right now. Han Fei checked his data. Owner, Han Fei level 6, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy, 1,288, 249 spiritual heritage. Level 2, low quality upgradable weapon, purple bamboo rod main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. He had already felt that he was stuck. As he expected, his spiritual energy stopped at 249 points. He felt that he could make another breakthrough, but it required tremendous spiritual energy. His current stock did not seem enough. It seems that I have to set sail again. Chapter 40, isn't it strawberry? Huh, I can't set sail, Xiao Qin said. Given that you met 2 fish tides and your boat was damaged, the supervisors believe that somebody might be plotting against you, so you are not allowed to go to the ocean. Also, there are only 9 days to go until your fishing trial. I suggest you focus on cultivating yourself for the time being. Han Fei asked, have you found who did it? Xiao Qin said, there is no evidence, but we have reasons to believe that the tigers are behind it. The tigers? Han Fei was not surprised at the answer. Not everyone could ruin a boat in the port without alarming other people at all. He felt that the compensation he asked from Li Ju was not enough. In that case, Sister Qin, I'll take my leave. Since he could not go to the ocean, he had no income of spiritual energy, which was intolerable to Han Fei. The market was already lively, although it was still early in the morning. Suddenly, someone shouted, water, clean rainwater here, 20 coins per kilogram, only 500 kilograms are available? A customer negotiated. Boss, 20 sea coins is too much. It rained only several days ago. Your price is too high. Someone else agreed with him. Old Chin, I'll have 10 kilograms if you sell it for 18 sea coins per kilogram. However, Old Chin chuckled. You think it's expensive? It hasn't rained for half a month, and since the weather is fine, it probably won't rain again until half a month from now. Water will only be more and more precious. 20 sea coins per kilogram is already my best offer. The crowd grew quiet. Soon, someone said, fine, Old Chin, give me 20 kilograms. I'll have 10. I'd like 50. Shocked, Han Fei watched the 500 kilograms of water be bought out in only 2 minutes. He did not know that one could make money so fast with water. It did make sense on second thought. The only source of water for the floating island was the rain, which was surprisingly infrequent. As a result, water was always in demand. Han Fei thought of something. There was infinite seawater in this place. Wouldn't he become rich if he could make distilled water with it? Han Fei was considering it when he passed a beggar. Wait, that's not right. Everybody on the floating island is a cultivator. Why is he begging? The beggar was wandering about with a broken bowl covered in dust. He stepped back in fear when he saw Han Fei and tried to flee. Han Fei shouted, "You, stop there!" The beggar cried, "Have some mercy. I've already been kicked out." Han Fei was stunned. "Your brother Gang?" The beggar shook his head quickly. "Zayun Gang, please call me Zio Gang." Han Fei asked, "You're not dead?" Li Gang's legs shivered when he heard that. "Do you really want me dead?" After everybody learned that Han Fei was Tang Ji's brother, he was hung on the top of a mast for 3 days in a row. He was not killed only because he had many friends in the Eastern market. However, since his heart was hurt when he was kicked out of the tigers by Li Gang, he had only 1/10 of his previous strength, and his life was quite miserable. Hugging Han Fei's leg, Li Gang cried, "Bro, please spare me. I can't die, I need to make a living for my girlfriend. If I die, someone will take her away." Han Fei was lost for words. "Who's going to kill you? I'm a kind-hearted person." Li Gang complained to himself, "You are kind-hearted. I wouldn't have ended up like this if it weren't for you." Han Fei asked, "You were kicked out by the tigers?" Li Gang nodded in fear. He couldn't afford pissing off Han Fei right now. Han Fei came up with a plan. "How about this? You will follow me in the future. I'll give you an enjoyable life." Huh, huh. Li Gang thought that his ears deceived him. Was it a trick? Han Fei said, "Clean yourself up and find me in my home. I'm short of hands right now. I've offered you an opportunity. It depends on you whether or not you can grasp it." Li Gang was a smart gangster. Was it possible to follow Han Fei? Of course. Tang Ji was his brother, and his future clearly couldn't be too bad. However, why was Han Fei interested in him? Did Han Fei want him to collect protection fees? Thinking about how he was mugged by Han Fei twice, Li Gang felt that it was very possible. An hour later, Li Gang arrived with a pale face. It was obvious that he was badly wounded, but the dust on his face had been cleaned. When Li Gang came, Han Fei was toying with many bottles and had even moved a giant pot out. There was no telling what he was up to. Seeing that Li Gang was here, Han Fei asked, "How much strength do you have left?" Shivering, Li Gang replied, "I'm as good as a level 2 fisher." He was of a mind to kill himself. Did he want to beg? Of course not, but he would be committing suicide if he were to go fishing as a level 2 fisher. Han Fei raised his head in surprise. "Huh, you're crippled now?" Li Gang replied reluctantly, Not exactly, but the pills for my recovery are too expensive. They are worth 10 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei scorned, "So, the bad guys who work for bad guys may be abandoned any moment." Then, Han Fei placed a dozen mid-quality pearls before Li Gang and said, "I can cure you, but you must not betray me, or you will suffer more than wounds. Your girlfriend will probably really be taken away." Li Gang was filled with disbelief. Were the dozen mid-quality pearls for him? Feeling warm, Li Gang burst into tears. "Boss, I'll be yours in the future. I'll do anything that you ask." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Why don't you tell me first if there are any seasonings on our island?" "Seasonings," Han Fei said, "the things that can give food a more interesting taste, like salt." Han Fei had never had any decent food since he came to this world. There was salt, but salt alone was not enough to remove the stink of the seafood. Li Gang got it. "Oh, boss, you're talking about spices, but only the rich people can afford them." Han Fei was immediately amazed. "So the answer is yes?" Li Gang said. "Yes, but ordinary people can't afford them. Most spices can only be bought with mid-quality pearls." Han Fei was a bit disappointed. It was too expensive. He had planned to open a barbecue restaurant and make distilled water. But if the seasonings were so expensive, he probably could only make barbecue for himself. "What about alcohol?" Li Gang said. "Alcohol is cheap. The fish head liquor is only worth 30 C coins per kilogram." "Boss, you want a drink?" Han Fei said. "Let's go. Show me the spices first." There was a plantation with a coverage of 1,000 acres at the south end of the floating island, next to the cliff. Han Fei was startled by the exuberant plants in the area. "I didn't know that there were farmers on this island." Li Gang scratched his head. "They are not exactly farmers. Most of them planted spiritual herbs at the beginning, but probably because the environment was too poor, the spiritual herbs all retrograded into spices. Even so, many people believe that spices are still spiritual herbs. That's why spices are still expensive." An old man was basking in the sunlight with a bottle of liquor in his arms. He showed no response when Han Fei and Li Gang walked onto the plantation. Han Fei went forward and asked, "Grandpa, we're here to buy spices." The old man glimpsed Han Fei and continued his sunbath. "You can't afford them." Han Fei was gloomy. "How do you know that? I have 50 mid-quality pearls left." The old man raised his hand and pointed at some wood shelves not far away. "They're all there. Each of them costs 1 mid-quality pearl." Han Fei walked over curiously, only to be dumbfounded by what he saw. "You call them spices. Aren't they strawberries?" Chapter 41, Barbecue Business. Han Fei was surprised. Could there be identical plants in the universe? Although the strawberry was as big as a fist, it was obviously still a strawberry. Li Gang said, "Huh. Boss, this is red fruit. I bought it before. I thought it was a spiritual fruit, but there was no reaction after I ate it. It was delicious, though." Li Gang smacked his lips during his introduction. However, the strawberry was too expensive for him. He couldn't afford many. Han Fei chuckled. It would be a miracle if there was any reaction. How could a strawberry be a spiritual fruit? Han Fei observed carefully, only to be rendered speechless. He saw peanuts as huge as apples and grapes as huge as melons. They were all multiple times larger than he'd seen before. There were also plenty of flowers that Han Fei could recognize. If they were on Earth, their unique colors would have made them the rarest and most precious decorations. Of the 1,000 plants here, Han Fei could recognize 100 of them. Wait, potatoes? Han Fei's eyes glittered as he discovered potatoes in this alternate world. Then, Han Fei saw carrots, peppers, and garlic. Garlic? Han Fei remembered roasted shrimps when he saw the garlic. He immediately swallowed. To Han Fei's disappointment, the items in this place were unaffordable for him. He even thought that the village leader might not be able to buy them. Later, Han Fei discovered dozens of other plants that he knew. There were also 1,000 that he didn't know. Breathing quickly, Han Fei came to the old man and asked, "Grandpa, what will you do if you can't sell the spices?" The old drank his liquor for quite a while before he finally replied lazily, "They're left there if they can't be sold. They'll grow out again later." Han Fei was dumbfounded. They were abandoned if they couldn't be sold. Wasn't it a waste? The old man glanced at Han Fei. "You want them? Give me the money." Han Fei said, "I don't have that much money." The old man waved his hand. "Get out of here if you don't have money. You're disrupting my rest." Han Fei was gloomy. He did not intend to return empty-handed. He was almost certain that the old man was unusual, or the place would have been robbed a long time ago. After a long silence, Han Fei asked, "Grandpa, it seems that nobody is taking care of your garden. Do you want me to give you a hand?" Without opening his eyes, the old man said, "Boy, come again when your spiritual beast is awakened." Han Fei squinted and said, "Okay." Han Fei looked back many times on his way back and imagined what food he could make with the ingredients in the garden. He would not give them up easily. After all, he would have to spend a long time in this wretched world. Li Gang, however, was confused. "Boss, that crappy old man was rather cocky. Why don't we beat him up? Also, those spiritual fruits are barely effective. Are you really going to farm for him?" Han Fei said. "Beat him up. Do you know what's most fatal for gangsters?" "Huh," Han Fei explained. "Lack of sensitivity. I assure you that he can throw you into the ocean with one hand if you ask for him trouble." "What? I don't think so. I never heard of anyone fighting the old man before." Too lazy to explain it further, Han Fei merely asked, "What do you think is the fastest way of making money?" Li Gang said without thinking, "Collecting protection fees." "Get lost." Han Fei pondered as he walked. He couldn't get a fish tied if he was not allowed to go to the ocean, and he had no access to spiritual energy without the fish tides. Although he had 10 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, it might not be enough for him to make the breakthrough at the peak of level 6. He couldn't drink the swallowed spirit soup in the school either. Did he have to buy fish at the market? No, that's too expensive. How I wish I could open a barbecue restaurant. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, "Fine, there is only one way, go buy some alcohol." Li Gang asked, "Boss, how much?" Han Fei said, "Well, give me 100 kilograms for a start." "Pooh," Li Gang was dumbfounded. "What? 100 kilograms?" Han Fei said, "You will do what I tell you to." "Yes, boss." One day later, Han Fei finally made a tank of hard liquor. Most alcohol on the floating island was of a low degree. After a day of hard work, he purified the alcohol and created a tank of liquor of 50 degrees. Han Fei said, "Zio Gang, come here." Li Gang had restored 30% of his strength. He jumped over and said, "Boss." Han Fei said, "Have a taste of this." Li Gang did not know what Han Fei did. He only knew that only 40 kilograms of the alcohol he bought were left. When Han Fei poured the liquor out, Li Gang was amazed by the aroma. "Boss, this alcohol smells great." Li Gang breathed it in for a while in fascination and drank up the liquid in the bowl. "Ah, ouch. It's burning." Scared, Li Gang thought that Han Fei was trying to kill him. His throat seemed to be on fire, but why did it feel so good? After a minute, Li Gang breathed hard with a reddened face. "Boss, boss." Bam. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction after Li Gang fell on the ground. Wasn't that old man into alcohol? Han Fei returned to the plantation with 20 kilograms of liquor. The old man was still enjoying the sunlight. Bo. Han Fei lifted the cover of the container, and the fragrance immediately spread. The old man, who was lying in the chair lazily, jumped up and stared at Han Fei. "It is alcohol," Han Fei grinned. "Grandpa, I've specifically brought it for you. Why don't you have a taste?" The old man grabbed the container and sniffed. He was immediately refreshed. "This is good." Then the old man had a full mouthful of it. His wildness shocked Han Fei. Ha ha ha, this is the best alcohol. Where did you get this? The old man looked like a whole different person. He looked at Han Fei hopefully. Han Fei said, "You needn't care about where it's from, but I'm the only one in Heavenly Water Village who can obtain it." The old man said with a smile, "Not just Heavenly Water Village, you can't find such liquor even in the city." Han Fei's eyes narrowed. The city, the old man was indeed unusual. According to He Zioyu, few people had been to the town, much less the city. The old man enjoyed another mouthful of the drink before he said, "What do you want from me?" Han Fei said, "I would like to trade this liquor for your spices." The old man nodded and said, "It's indeed more delicious than any alcohol I had. I'll give you 100 kilograms of spices for that." It was most surprising for Han Fei. The man charged 1 mid-quality pearl for a strawberry yesterday, but he offered 100 kilograms for free today. All right, Han Fei took out a big backpack and went to the peppers and garlics, filling the backpack with them. The old man was startled. "Boy, they are not delicious. One of them is burning hot and the other simply stinks. These red fruits, on the other hand, are sweet and sour." Ignoring that, Han Fei asked, "Grandpa, do you have ginger?" "Ginger? Well, they are yellow blocks that grow in the soil." The old man understood. "You're talking about yellow balls? Yellow balls are over there." Seeing that the old man was pointing at potatoes, Han Fei shook his head and said, "They are thinner and smaller." The old man looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You're talking about tung num? It's not tasteful at all. I never dug them out. How do you know about tung num?" Han Fei grinned. "Just leave that alone. I'll bring the product to you after it's ready." Squinting, the old man said, "Are you going to make medicines with them?" "I'm afraid it's not possible. Those are the most inferior spiritual fruits. Their effects can't be good." Han Fei said, "You'll find out soon." Under the old man's guidance, Han Fei dug 100 kilograms of ginger, peppers, and garlic. Before he reached his house, Han Fei shouted, "Zio gang, rent a place. We're going to start a barbecue business." Chapter 42, The Most Delicious Food. At the center of the market in the port, Han Fei rented a stand for 10 mid-quality pearls. At this moment, a plate had been raised, catching everyone's attention. Someone said in disdain, "You are truly confident. The most delicious food? Less bragging, please." Other dealers were sneering, "How many foods have you had? How do you know that it's the most delicious food?" Someone was curious. "What is going to be sold here?" Standing before the grill, Han Fei declared to the crowd, "Today, we launch our barbecue business. All customers will enjoy a 50% discount. I guarantee that you will bite your tongue off when you're having our food." "Barbecue? What's that?" asked a passerby curiously. Han Fei said, "Don't be hasty. Some of the food will be distributed for free. You don't have to pay unless you want more." "Really? Boy, are you the owner of this business?" Han Fei said. "Of course, I never go back on my word. Zio gang, start the fire." Little white fish, sea conches, clams, yellow fish, shrimps. Dozens of seafoods had been placed on Han Fei's long grill. Han Fei was delighted. The spiritual energy in those seafoods had been entirely absorbed, so they were actually of little use to him. He took out a pepper and shouted at everyone, "Guys, you may find it hard to believe, but this is red tears fruit, a spiritual fruit that costs 1 mid-quality pearl." Hua. The crowd seethed. "You're making food with a spiritual fruit that costs 1 mid-quality pearl?" Someone was unconvinced. "Liar, how can you make food with such extravagant stuff?" "What's the price of your product?" Han Fei said. "This spiritual fruit can be used repetitively. It's not expensive. As for the prices, they're all on this board." After Han Fei showed the prices, everybody whispered again. Someone scolded, "Boy, are you taking us for fools? 10 low-quality pearls for 1 kilogram of little white fish. That's dozens of times higher than the market price." "That's right. You are a terrible businessman. I wouldn't buy it no matter how delicious it is. I'll only have a taste of the free food and leave after that. I'm going to see why this boy is confident in making the most delicious food in the world." Li Gang sweated hard as people criticized them. He was also shocked when he saw the menu. He did not believe that anyone would buy such expensive food. Han Fei took out the ginger and the garlic and shouted, "It's all a matter of perspective. Is a little white fish with 3 kinds of spiritual fruits still a little white? Besides, there is also the finest oil and appropriate salt. You should leave now if you don't want to get addicted to it later." Someone mocked him. "Who knows if they are spiritual fruits? None of us has seen a spiritual fruit. Of course, you can say that it's a spiritual fruit. But how can a spiritual fruit only cost one mid-quality pearl? Han Fei said. You can go to the southern plantation and ask. All the spiritual fruits in my store are authentic. I'll compensate you if you find anything fake. Are you serious? That's a bold statement. He doesn't seem to be lying. Does he have so much money? Huh. Isn't he that piece of garbage? I'm told that Tang Ji is his brother and has given him a lot of good stuff. He's a genius now, not garbage anymore. At this moment, Han Fei was brushing the seafood with fish oil. Every gasped at how generous he was with the oil, which was extremely rare and precious. Han Fei was using it so casually that some of the oil was dripping into the fire. Li Gang, on the other hand, had chopped the peppers and garlic into pieces. After Han Fei smeared the garlic on the food, people immediately exclaimed, "Wow, it smells great. Is this the power of spiritual fruits? I'm told that the fragrance of spiritual fruits can keep people from walking away. It seems that the spiritual fruits are authentic." Not just the onlookers, even Han Fei himself swallowed. The fragrance was even more intense after the peppers were added. Han Fei shouted, "Everybody, hurry up. The first batch of barbecue will be ready in 1 minute. It's free. If it's delicious, you can buy more later. Everything is at a discount today." 1 minute later, Han Fei bellowed, "All right, Xiao gang. Next batch." Everybody stared at the barbecue in Han Fei's hands. Han Fei cut the barbecue into hundreds of pieces with a dagger and said, "Come on, have a taste, everyone, don't fight. Let me. Get out of the way. I'll go first. I came here early, give it to me, boy. Stop squeezing, I'll have a taste for you." Li Gang was dumbfounded by people's enthusiasm. They must be aiming for the spiritual fruits. Who would really pay for such expensive food? A young man at the front of the queue got a piece of clam. At this moment, the clam meat was golden and smelled great with the 3 spiritual fruits. He was astounded when he popped the meat into his mouth. "Dear sea god, why is there such delicious food in this world? Is this still clam meat? How can clam meat be so delicious? It's unbelievable." The young man was lost for words. His limited vocabulary could not express his feelings at all. Not just the young man, everyone who got a sample was shocked. The succulency and hotness of the food covered the original stink in it. They all felt that their tongues were dancing in delight. "Delicious. It's so delicious. I've never had anything so wonderful. This must be the food the sea god enjoys. Why has it come to the mortal world?" Many people swallowed after they had the food. Staring at the new batch on the grill, nobody intended to leave. Some of them had intended to go fishing, but they were stuck here and did not want to leave anymore. Those who were at the end of the queue stood on their tiptoes. The delicious smell of the food was too much for them to handle. Han Fei looked at them and said, "Please, don't stand in other people's way. From now on, the food is no longer free, but there's still a 50% discount. Hurry up if you want any. I would like a kilogram of yellow fish. I want 5 kilograms of white fish. Give me a small octopus. 1 complete clam, please." Someone looked at the person next to him and said, "Didn't you say that you would only have the free food?" The person sniffed. "I'm a man of integrity. I pay for what I eat. I'm planning to support his business." Everybody squeezed close. Li Gang was dumbfounded. Weren't they all cursing just now? Why had they changed their attitude? Li Gang was drooling himself. It truly smelled great. The price of the food was 100 times higher than usual, but people were still passionate about it. He had never thought that anyone would buy a clam with 20 low-quality pearls. It was truly luxurious. As Han Fei worked on, people on the whole street were attracted to him subconsciously. Someone smelled the enticing scent when they came to the market. Someone was about to set sail, but they caught the smell and decided to check it out. Zhang Han was enjoying the sunflower seeds in his store casually when he smelled the food. He immediately threw the sunflower seeds away. It smelled great. What's the food? Even Xiao Qin, the most nonchalant person in the port, was frowning. A certain indescribable fragrance from the market made her swallow. Suddenly, someone shouted from the back of the crowd, "Get out of the way! What are you doing here? Are you not planning to pay your fish tax?" Chapter 43, Drooling. Zhang Han squeezed through the crowd. He was curious about the source of the enticing smell. The crowd slightly scattered, allowing Zhang Han to see the plate of the most delicious food, as well as Han Fei, who was brushing the fish oil before the grill. Li Gang, who was beaten up by Han Fei before, was helping Han Fei. Zhang Han was startled. It does not seem right. Why are you running a stand instead of going fishing? Isn't the fishing trial only several days away? You've already given up yourself. Then, Zhang Han saw the astounding menu. 10 low-quality pearls for one little wild fish and 20 for a clam. Zhang Han gasped. He thought that he was cunning enough, but from what he had just seen, he could almost call himself a conscientious businessman. Look at that. The clam was pegged at hundreds of times its market price, and yet people were fighting for it. Boy, give me a clam. Child, I would like 10 lobsters. Young boss, I want 2 sea conches. Zhang Han was amazed. What a huge profit. Han Fei had already noticed Zhang Han. He asked, Manager Zhang, do you want anything? Everything here is at half price. You can't miss that. Zhang Han gasped again. You charge 10 low-quality pearls for little white fish? Han Fei said, today only 5. Zhang Han. Do you think 5 are few? 5 low-quality pearls meant 500 sea coins, which were enough to buy dozens of little white fish. Han Fei was generous enough to give 3 lobsters to Zhang Han. Zhang Han accepted them in confusion. He bit the gold meat and the enticing powder on it, only to be confounded. How could there be anything so delicious? God knew what Zhang Han was thinking, but he asked, did you pay your administration fee? Not just Han Fei, many other people looked at Zhang Han in surprise. You're thinking about that instead of enjoying the cuisine? Han Fei patted his price board with a smile. Zhang Han glanced at it and almost jumped when he saw that a lobster cost a low-quality pearl. Did he just eat a low-quality pearl? Zhang Han asked, Han Fei, why is your food so expensive? Li Gang had never seen eye to eye with Zhang Han. He said, what do you know? It has 3 spiritual fruits as ingredients. You think they are cheap? What? Zhang Han nearly threw the lobster away. Spiritual fruits as spices? Was Han Fei out of his mind? Zhang Han was relieved to see the peppers. He said, you didn't acquire your spiritual fruits from the old man in the plantation, did you? Zhang Han knew the plantation and even paid a mid-quality pearl for a spiritual fruit there. It was delicious, but not useful at all. The spiritual energy he gained from it was not even as much as that of a yellow fish. Han Fei said, there are many kinds of spiritual fruits. Some can help you make breakthroughs, and some are natural spices that can bring you happiness. Zhang Han was gloomy. It certainly did not bring him happiness. Han Fei asked, Manager Zhang, do you want anything else? Zhang Han snorted and left without saying anything. He thought about many things. Since Tang Ji was recruited by the angel as a disciple, Han Fei had changed into a different person. Had he been modified by the angel, too? In that case, Zhang Han certainly couldn't take advantage of him anymore. Han Fei was as busy as a bee for an entire day. He sold hundreds of products and only used up half of his materials. He earned more than 5,000 low-quality pearls, which equaled 50 mid-quality pearls. Li Gang was even more delighted. He had joined the Tigers so that his girlfriend could live a better life, but he had never made as much money in the Tigers. That was 50 mid-quality pearls. Normal people couldn't have saved so much money over 10 years. Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, Zio Gang, you will take it from here. I'm exhausted. Li Gang was surprised. Was he allowed to do it in person? He said, well, I'm flattered. Han Fei said gloomily, do you want me to die of exhaustion? Do it for me. Then Han Fei took a rest. Looking at the buckets of white fish, yellow fish, lobsters, and sea conches behind him, he felt that spiritual energy was surging at him. He had absorbed more than 4,000 points of spiritual energy in only one day. His total storage was more than 5,000 points. Most importantly, he did not lose anything. All he paid was 100 kilograms of alcohol that only cost 5 mid-quality pearls. Li Gang had watched it long enough to know what to do. He only needed to brush the fish oil and the pepper juice and spray the garlic. It was a simple task. After a brief rest, Han Fei asked, Zio Gang, where are your sidekicks? Li Gang found it hard to answer the question. Most of his sidekicks were probably as dead as could be. He said, I think they are probably fish poop now. Han Fei? Han Fei asked, do you have other sidekicks? Li Gang said, no, there are few rogues in the village and most of them are in gangs. Han Fei asked, what's your girlfriend doing at home? Li Gang immediately changed his face. Boss, my girlfriend is my life, Han Fei interrupted him. What are you thinking? I was going to ask if your girlfriend could work in my barbecue stand. I'll give you 10% of the profit. Li Gang was stunned. "B-boss, are you serious?" It was beyond Li Gang's expectations. After he was crippled by the tigers, he planned to retire and did not expect Han Fei to help him cure his wound and offer him 10% of the profit. Li Gang asked again, "Boss, are you serious?" Han Fei said, "Why would I lie to you? This money is too insignificant for me right now." Li Gang was delighted. "It's not insignificant for me. Considering the sales today, 1% of the profit was 5 mid-quality pearls, and it would double when the half price was over." That was much more than what he could earn among the tigers. Han Fei gave a fish or a skewer of shrimps to Li Gang now and then. Their spiritual energy was absorbed whenever they passed him. At night, when they were about to close the business, Wang Jai and He Mingtang arrived. Wang Jai was enraged to see Han Fei. "Han Fei, what are you doing? Are you adapting yourself to the life of a low-level fisher? The fishing trial is around the corner, and you are running a business instead of cultivation." Li Gang said angrily, "Master Wang Jai, my boss is a very capable man. The fishing trial is not a problem at all." "Shut up," said Wang Jai gloomily. "Han Fei, you will speak for yourself." Han Fei said solemnly, "Master, my foundation is weak and I need enough wealth to build up my foundation." Wang Jai said, "Say something that I can understand." Han Fei said, "I feel that I'm about to make a breakthrough. I need to make some money to buy the ancillary liquids." Wang Jai said, "Hee, how much money can you possibly earn? I didn't believe it when I heard the rumor just now, but you really turned out to be here." Han Fei said, "Master, I earned 50 mid-quality pearls in a day." Wang Jai said, "Shut up. Do you think 50 mid-quality pearls are something? Wait, how many mid-quality pearls?" Han Fei said, 50. He Mingtang demanded, "Han Fei, do you think that mid-quality pearls are yellow fish?" 50. Huala. Li Gang poured the box of low-quality pearls out and declared, "I said that my boss was a capable man. This box is almost full." Wang Jai? He Mingtang? Wang Jai and He Mingtang finally noticed the price of Han Fei's foods. Both of them gasped. Wang Jai asked, "Did anyone really buy something so expensive?" Han Fei said to Li Gang, "Roast some lobsters and clams for Mr. Wang and Mr. He later." Li Gang asked, "Should I charge them?" Han Fei was lost for words. "How can I charge my teachers?" A moment later, Wang Jai and He Mingtang were almost drooling. The intense fragrance fascinated them. When Wang Jai learned that Han Fei added 3 kinds of spiritual fruits to the clam, he was lost for words. "Do you think you are a magnate?" However, after having a bite of the lobster, Wang Jai gave up his complaint. He Mingtang said, "Han Fei, get me a few more lobsters for He Zioyu. Give me some too." Suddenly, a crisp female voice called out. Chapter 44, Slow and Steady. Everybody looked at the newcomer, who turned out to be Zio Qin, the receptionist at the port. Zio Qin's real name was Jiang Qin. She had worked in the port for 3 years. Every day, she wouldn't leave until everyone was off duty. Nobody knew Jiang Qin's past, and nobody was interested in it. After all, what she did was just a regular job. Of course, Han Fei knew none of that. He only knew that the girl always gave him a few reminders before he set sail, although she seemed indifferent. Han Fei greeted her. "Hey, Sister Qin is here. Please wait a moment. Zio Gang, get more food going." Seeing Han Fei's income, Wang Jai realized that he could not criticize him anymore, so he pulled Han Fei aside and said, "Why are you hanging around with Li Gang? He's a worthless gangster." Han Fei said, "Sir, he was kicked out by the tigers and was begging. How could I leave him alone?" Han Fei spoke so matter-of-factly that Wang Jai almost believed him. "But hadn't Li Gang gotten kicked out of the tigers because of you?" In the end, Wang Jai said thoughtfully, "Training does require resources, but you must not depend on them too much. There are only 7 days until the fishing trial. Do what you see fit." Wang Jai and He Mingtang left. Li Gang packed up the food for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had a bite of the lobster and beamed with interest. She finished the lobster quickly. She looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, "Take a walk with me." Stunned, Han Fei said to Li Gang, "Zio Gang, you will clean up the tools later. Take the low-quality pearls and prepare the materials for tomorrow." Li Gang asked, "I'm going to take care of the pearls." Han Fei said, "Of course, isn't the pack of pearls heavy?" Li Gang was dumbfounded. "Heavy? That's money. You're complaining that money is heavy?" Jiang Qin observed everything. It was not until they were out of the market that she finally asked, "There are no fish tides, are there?" Han Fei certainly could not admit it. Of course there are. I was attacked by fish tides twice. Even my boat was damaged. Jiang Qin, however, changed the topic. Therefore, you should pay for the damage. Han Fei, unknown. Jiang Qin said, forget it. Everybody has their secrets. You'd better hide yours well. On the other hand, how did you get the spiritual fruits from the plantation? Han Fei said, that's easy. I gave the old man some liquor, and he gave them to me. There was no telling if Jiang Qin was convinced or not. She simply glanced at Han Fei and said, I'm told that you've been advancing fast, although you barely achieved anything in the past 4 years. What's your spiritual heritage? Han Fei was shocked. The girl was probably unusual. He felt that he had been seen through. He replied, Level 2, low quality. Jiang Qin frowned and said, lying is not a good thing, especially when you are lying to the wrong person. Han Fei said, Sister Qin, I'm truly level 2, low quality. Actually, I was level 1, high quality in the test, and I became level 2 after an incident. Han Fei did not intend to hide that. After all, the result of his test was publicly known. He merely hoped that the girl wouldn't make him do the test again. Huh! Jiang Qin turned around quickly. Your spiritual heritage changed? Han Fei said in a hurry, I had a spiritual fruit that my brother left for me. He did not know if Jiang Qin believed it or not. After walking another 10 minutes, Jiang Qin said, prepare yourself for the fishing trial. The higher your place, the better if you want more spiritual fruits from the plantation. Han Fei said, okay. Jiang Qin left after that. Han Fei was puzzled. What did she mean by what she said? Han Fei checked his spiritual energy after he got home. It was already more than 7,000 points. However, he was not in a hurry to make the breakthrough. He intended to upgrade his spiritual heritage to level 3, which required 10,000 points of spiritual energy. The next day, in the barbecue stand, Han Fei finally saw Xiao Hong, Li Gang's girlfriend that he talked about all the time. Li Gang said, Xiao Hong, this is my boss. He's an extraordinary person. Han Fei nodded politely, although it was obviously too sophisticated for a 12-year-old. However, Han Fei secretly chuckled. He thought that Xiao Hong was a beautiful girl. But after seeing her, he wanted to tell Li Gang that he needn't worry that his girlfriend would elope, because few men liked girls who weighed as much as themselves. Li Gang weighed at least 170 kilograms, but Han Fei did not think that he could win a fight against Xiao Hong. After giving the barbecue stand to Xiao Hong and Li Gang, Han Fei was free again. He simply sat behind the stand and delivered the seafood to Li Gang after absorbing its spiritual energy. There were only half as many customers today. After all, most fishers could not afford the full price. Thankfully, many people had come from far away after the promotion yesterday. By sunset, Han Fei had more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy, but he was not in a hurry at all. There were plenty of places for him to use spiritual energy. Li Gang shouted, Boss, we are running out of spiritual fruits. They will probably be used up tomorrow. Han Fei said, all right, roast everything on the menu. I'll get some spiritual fruits for us. A dealer nearby immediately approached him. Is it easy to obtain the spiritual fruits? Can you get some for me? Han Fei said with a generous smile, Uncle, it costs 1 mid-quality pearl. In fact, I'm not earning much, although there are a lot of customers. I dare not go to the plantation until I have 100 mid-quality pearls. The dealer counted and found the price unaffordable. 100 mid-quality pearls equaled a high-quality pearl. How many people in Heavenly Water Village had a high-quality pearl? After seeing the dealer off, Han Fei went to the plantation with 20 kilograms of liquor and a pack of barbecue. Han Fei was dumbfounded to see the old man enjoying alcohol with the peanuts that were obviously just dug out. Han Fei was lost for words. The old man had learned such a classic combination on his own. Han Fei had done it plenty of times himself. He always prepared a lot of peanuts when he set sail in his previous life. Huh, boy, what's in that? It smells rather great. Han Fei came with the barbecue and the liquor. Grandpa, like I said, I do not take your things without giving anything in return. This is barbecue. Why don't you try it? The old man looked at them and said, Huh. Regular whitefish, clams? Then the old man changed his expression. You added spiritual fruits to such worthless food, but it does smell great. I wonder how it tastes. After a bite of the clam, the old man's face changed so greatly that Han Fei was amused. Is this the white weary fruit? The old man was full of disbelief. How could the white weary fruit be turned into a delicious food? Han Fei pointed at the garlic and said, "It tastes good after it's crumbled and roasted, right?" The old man ate half of the clam and finally looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. "Boy, did you make it on your own?" Han Fei said. "Everything is useful in this world for people who can use them." The old man swallowed a mouthful of the liquor and looked at Han Fei in a different way. The old man said, "Boy, did you propose to take care of the garden for me?" Han Fei asked. "Is it possible?" The old man said, "Yes, but about the liquor and this." Han Fei added, "Barbecue." The old man said, "You need to provide liquor and barbecue for me." Han Fei grinned and said, "All right. I'll take care of the garden for you after the fishing trial. However, the spiritual fruits I took from your place the other day have been used up." The old man waved his hand as if it were not a big deal. "You can take more." Well, no more than 100 kilograms each. Soon after Han Fei left, a woman came out of the house. "You agreed so easily, gourmet grandpa?" The old man said. "He's not a bad guy." The woman said, "Interesting." Han Fei would have been surprised if he were there. Wasn't that Jiang Qin? Chapter 45, Forge the Universe. Li Gang said, "Boss, the fishing trial will be held tomorrow. Do you really not need to train?" Han Fei was playing with a little white fish. He nodded and said, "You're right, I probably should." Li Gang. Ever since Han Fei became a public figure, his enemies had abandoned the thought of getting rid of him. In the cave, Han Fei practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning again. Even though Han Fei's body qualities had been significantly improved, he still sweated profusely after he completed all 108 movements. For Han Fei, there was not any obstacle to level 7 as long as he had enough spiritual energy. Training with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning cannot increase the capacity of my spiritual energy anymore. I'd better make the advancement now. Han Fei checked his own data. Owner, Han Fei level 6, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy, 48,201 249 spiritual heritage. Level 2, low quality upgradable weapon, purple bamboo rod main art. Void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei almost couldn't stop grinning. If his barbecue business were more affordable for ordinary people, he would have had even more storage room for spiritual energy. Han Fei sat cross-legged and took a deep breath. Break. Han Fei's body glowed, and spiritual energy appeared on the surface of his body out of nowhere. However, the calabash did not swallow any of it, maybe because the spiritual energy was too ordinary for it. Han Fei felt that his body was expanding and his bones were shivering. Tremendous spiritual energy was surging through his body. Crack! Han Fei became a level 7 fisher, but he did not stop there. Other level 7 fishers needed to absorb spiritual energy and nurture themselves, but Han Fei had plenty of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy he stored was still surging and brushing Han Fei's bones, flesh, and organs. It was not until the heat became unbearable again that Han Fei finally stopped his cultivation session. "Who?" He opened his eyes and rose. Hearing the cracking sounds of his bones, Han Fei felt that he was never in a better state. He could have knocked Li Gang out with one casual attack now. Owner, Han Fei level 7, advanced fisher, spiritual energy, 36,008 279 spiritual heritage. Level 2, low-quality upgradable weapon, purple bamboo rod main art. Void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei clicked his tongue after seeing that his storage was reduced by more than 12,000 points. Did other people need so much spiritual energy for a breakthrough? Wouldn't that have drained them? Han Fei never realized that one had to train himself day and night from the beginning of a level to the peak of it, so that enough spiritual energy could be prepared. It was not the same as his breakthrough at all. It was still late at night. Han Fei considered if he should upgrade his spiritual heritage. After all, it only cost 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But he gave it up on the idea. He had already caught enough attention, and it would be a problem if his spiritual heritage was further improved to level 3. On the other hand, he was finally able to see what Forge the Universe was now. Han Fei opened his hands, and the calabash appeared in his palm. 5,000 points of spiritual energy were nothing for him now. Activate. Stunned, Han Fei felt that the world was swirling and darkening. When it was bright again, he found himself in a round space about 3 meters in diameter. Below him was damp mud. Around him was infinite, pure darkness where nothing could be seen. Han Fei was astounded. What the heck? Where was he? He touched the dark boundary carefully, only to be blocked by a marvelous power that felt like an invisible wall. He couldn't help but speculate that Forge the Universe was inside the calabash. In that case, wouldn't his calabash equal to a space ring? I need to test it with Li Gang and see if I could get him in. What if it kills him? I'd better try yellow fish first. However, this space is too small. Can it be larger? The moment the idea occurred to him, Han Fei saw spiritual energy surging in and the darkness backing off. The area was now larger than before. Spiritual energy can be used to expand the coverage of this place. I shouldn't expand it too much in case it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. How can I get out of here? Han Fei tried to think, and he appeared where he'd been the next second. Han Fei checked his data. His spiritual energy lowered to 30,008 points, which meant that 6,000 points were spent just now. Other than the 5,000 points for the activation of Forge the Universe, the remaining 1,000 points must have been used for the expansion. He tried bringing items in. As expected, they could be taken in when he thought to do so. He inserted a lot of things into Forge the Universe, but when he tried the clam, he discovered that there was some obscure resistance. Is it because the clam is alive? But I did put it in eventually. Han Fei did not know the limits of Forge the Universe. He naturally dared not try it with a person, which would expose him. Han Fei did not stop experimenting until it was almost dawn. Today was the fishing trial which thousands of students would take part in. Han Fei was quite confident. He was already a level 7 fisher. If he hadn't intended to keep a low profile, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach level 8. Everybody arrived at the school early. Some were nervous, and some were talking and laughing. Han Fei knew that all of them were anxious, except that the latter pretended they were not. He Xiaoyu grimaced at Han Fei. Han Fei felt something different when he saw He Xiaoyu. He asked, shocked, "You made a breakthrough?" He Xiaoyu said in surprise. "How did you know?" Han Fei said. "I can see that you are in high spirits, so I assumed that you made a breakthrough." He Xiaoyu said excitedly, "Haha. I made a breakthrough after I was grounded for 2 days. I'm determined to make it to the top 100 in the test." Han Fei said, "Then you should work harder." He Xiaoyu said, "What about you? My father said that you started a barbecue business. It's indeed delicious. Can you give me a discount?" Seeing that He Xiaoyu was almost drooling, Han Fei knew that she had been thinking about it. Han Fei said, "Of course, you can pay however much you want." He Xiaoyu asked, "How about 10 sea coins for a clam?" Shocked, Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu and said, "Try buying a raw clam on the street with 10 sea coins. That's far from enough." He Xiaoyu argued, "You said I could pay however much I wanted." Han Fei decided to let her go. After all, He Xiaoyu was his only friend in this place besides Tangji. He simply waved his hand and said, "Forget it. If you want them, you can take them for free, but don't waste them." "Really?" He Xiaoyu jumped in delight. Her head had been filled with barbecue since her father brought it for her the other day. She thought that even the crimson sea fruit might not be as delicious as barbecue. "Attention, everyone!" At this moment, the headmaster bellowed to the playground. "You all know what the fishing trial means, but don't feel too much pressure. As long as you try your best, you will be fine. Remember, your life matters more than anything else. Let's go." Chapter 46, Beginning of the Trial. Thousands of boats were launched from the floating island simultaneously. Some of them were occupied by students, and some by their parents who were seeing them off. Some of the parents were weeping. The fishing trial was a life-and-death test. For a better rank, all the students would be competing with their best. As a result, the trial was highly dangerous. Casualties were unavoidable even though all the teachers and the supervisors were deployed. The best record in history was that 10% died, 30% were injured, and 60% survived. That was the highest percentage of survival. All the 12-year-old kids were gathered on the boats. The village leader spoke to them from a floating boat. "Same as before, the score system will be adopted in this trial. Your score will be calculated according to the level of the fish you catch. The top 1,000 places will be qualified to awaken your spirit. However, remember not to aim too high, Just do your best." Everybody listened carefully. Nobody was impatient. The students' parents were shouting far away. "Son, life first. Listen to the village leader. Don't act tough. Daughter, it doesn't matter even if you can't pass the trial. There's still a chance of natural awakening. Just give up if your opponents are too strong in a competition. You must be wary of other boats." He Zaiyu searched for Tangji, but there were simply too many boats. He Zaiyu, on the other hand, was cheering him up not far away. The villager leader said, "Attention, everyone. The trial will last for 12 hours. Those who are rescued by the inspectors will automatically fail. The trial will start in a quarter." The wind was not huge on the ocean, and the morning sun dyed its surface gold. Several dark spots appeared on the blue sky. When they were close, people finally recognized that they were boats. Someone exclaimed, "Hey, that's the unique boat of the Tigers. Li Hu hasn't been around lately. I'm told that he was striving for level 8. I wonder if he has succeeded." Someone pointed at the other direction. "Look, it's the Wang family's boat. Wang Beiyu is the only one taking the trial this year. He's said to be a future armorist." Many people did not know what an armorist was, but it sounded like something impressive. "Look over there. It's Zia Wushwang, the only person with a spiritual heritage of level 4, low quality in Heavenly Water Village this year. That's Xiang Nan from the North Campus. I was told that he is already a level 8 fisher." Han Fei was lost for words. Why do we have to gather in school and come together, while those people can show themselves off in front of everyone? However, everybody's eyes were soon fixed on the east, where two people seemed to be walking out of the sun. They were radiating gold. Everybody fell silent. The monster had arrived. They were none other than Fang Zi and Tang Ji, who had been away for days. Nobody would say that it was unfair. A level 7 spiritual heritage was already beyond unfair. Everyone had subconsciously agreed that Tang Ji was the first place of the fishing trial. Who else was more qualified than him? Fang Zi was as indifferent as before. He waved his hand, and a white, luxurious boat emerged out of nowhere. It was a major contrast to the other boats. Fang Zi said, "Don't care too much about the fishing trial. The first place is already yours anyway. You will probably say goodbye to this place after the awakening." Tang Ji searched the crowd and saw Han Fei waving at him. He grinned and waved back. Fang Zi squinted. He saw through Han Fei's strength easily. A level 7 fisher was something here, but it was not worth mentioning in the city. Most children in the city were already fishing masters at such an age. However, since Han Fei was Tang Ji's brother, he thought that it might not be a bad idea to show him some kindness. The village leader came to Fang Zi and asked respectfully, "Master, when do you think we should start?" Fang Zi said, "Hasn't it been scheduled? Just do it accordingly." Fang Zi glanced at the crowd and said casually, "The top 3 places in this trial will be given spirit concentration art. Everybody keep it up." "Hua!" Everybody clamored. They did not know what spirit concentration art was, but it was an award from the angel. It must be good stuff. Many people beamed with interest after Fang Zi said that. Wang Beiyu was excited. The Wang family had been famous for their armorists. If he obtained spirit concentration art, it was possible that he could become an influential person even in the town. Li Hu thought hard. The Tigers had been dwarfed by the Wang family exactly because they did not have a top expert. If he got spirit concentration art, it was possible that he could become a spirit concentrator. He wouldn't need to fear the Wang family at all then. Han Fei felt nothing, but he did remember the awesome armorist from the Wang family he saw in the market the other day. Since he was now much stronger, he certainly could join the competition for spirit concentrator. The village leader was delighted. If a spirit concentrator emerged in the village, it was possible that Heavenly Water Village would rise to higher places. He shouted with a red face, "Attention, everyone, the trial now begins." Under the villager leader's command, the boats dispersed and chose their own destination of fishing. Some people were so eager that they cast the hook without moving the boat at all. Since it was a trial, everybody had their own boat, and it depended on their capabilities what their score would be. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He drove his boat to Tang Ji. Tang Ji, on the other hand, also drove his boat to Han Fei. Tang Ji laughed. "Han Fei, did you make another breakthrough?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Yes, I'm making progress fast. The fishing trial is not a problem at all." Tang Ji said, That's good, About the things I left for you, Han Fei said solemnly. Do not practice the mystic body technique. I sensed great flaws in it. Tang Ji was stunned. Huh? Han Fei said. Don't ask me how I knew it, just leave the technique alone. Tang Ji said, I didn't practice it. What about you? Han Fei said, me either. Let's meet after the fishing trial. I need to tell you something. Tang Ji said, all right, let's choose a place and start fishing. Fang Zi appeared and looked at Han Fei casually. Then he said to Tang Ji, don't go together. If you go with him with your strength and the noises you make while fishing, he might not catch any fish at all. Tang Ji looked at Han Fei in embarrassment. Han Fei said, you go first. Your destination is the Sea of Stars. Keep it up, Fang Zi was stunned. He thought that Han Fei would beg Tang Ji to help him, but Han Fei did not ask for anything. The Sea of Stars, on the other hand, was not a bad expression. Tang Ji hesitated. What about you? Han Fei smiled. Rest assured. I'll catch up to you soon. My journey lies in the infinite ocean. Han Fei left on his boat quickly. Fang Zi shook his head. That was a rather confident kid. Infinite ocean? Do you know where infinite ocean is? It's true that the ignorant are fearless. However, with the boy's talent, it's possible that he can grow into a grand fishing master later. Han Fei was not in a hurry to start fishing. He knew that there were too many resources in the ocean. He did not want to be too close to other people in case they noticed his terrifying fishing abilities. Han Fei drove 500 kilometers away and did not stop until only few boats were around. He took out the fishing pole and put the bait on unhurriedly. The points of the fish were calculated according to their level, so Han Fei's target was never the fish with fewer than 5 points. For example, little white fish were 1 point, yellow fish were 3 points, green turtles were 5 points, blade fish were 7 points, tentacle lobsters were 8 points, and snakebelts were 9 points. Some of the fish were special. One meat tortoise was worth 20 points, the rare spirit-swallowing jellyfish was 30 points, and the young ironhead fish was 12 points. Other than the regular fish, it was said that the fishing masters had driven certain unaggressive fish from the level 1 fishery. However, few people were expected to catch them. It was only meant to increase the difficulty of the trial. Han Fei's lips curled as he sank his hook 5 meters deep. To make it to the top 3, he'd better start from the deeper water. Chapter 47, Cheating. Deeper than 5 meters was the domain of blade fish and green turtles. There were even snakebelts if he went even deeper. However, snakebelts liked warmth and had no interest in the bait. It was barely possible to catch them. Not bothering the cost, Han Fei transmitted his spiritual energy to the fishing line and the hook, getting full control of the responses near the hook. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. He shook the pole and retreated it quickly. There was a blade fish at the end of it. He drew the purple bamboo rod and slashed at the blade fish. Ding! The lousy fin knife of the fish stabbed into the boat, and the head of the fish was broken. Han Fei kicked it into the fish cabin casually. He had earned 7 points. Han Fei saw the inspectors 4 times in the next 2 hours. He pretended to work hard every time they came and were relaxed after they left. During the 2 hours, Han Fei caught 13 blade fish and 8 green turtles, which were 131 points in total. Then, he heard a voice from the sky. The village leader announced, "The first place of this fishing trial has 241 points, and the 10th has 142 points. Please keep it up." Han Fei was stunned. Are you kidding me? I'm already fishing very fast, and I have only 131 points. Why do those people have so many points? At the same time, in somewhere far away, Wang Beiyu bellowed, and a long hook appeared from a box next to him and darted into the water, stabbing into a blade fish. The knife of the blade fish glittered, but Wang Beiyu did not bother to look at it. He simply shouted, "Shield!" A shield made of a turtle shell appeared out of nowhere and knocked the lousy fin knife away. On the other side, Li Hu was rather gloomy. Who has obtained 242 points? Tang Ji, I wonder how many points Wang Beiyu has. Probably close to 200, right? Sneering, Li Hu shouted, "Huya, kill it!" A hideous fish almost 3 meters long broke out of the water and spewed a young ironhead fish out to the boat. It was Li Hu's secret that he had been keeping. Everybody knew that his father had a tigerhead fish, but they did not know that he had one, too. On Tang Ji's side, he had seen a myriad of strange fish in the advanced fisheries, and Fang Zi had taught him the most practical tricks in fishing and attracting fish. Tang Ji's hands were moving sophisticatedly, as if he were casting a strange skill. As Tang Ji took action, a pillar of spiritual energy fell on the ocean, and fish jumped up, allowing Tang Ji to catch them easily. If Wang Beiyu, Li Hu, or a teacher were here, they would be stunned because it was exactly spirit concentration art. Fishing with such an art in a general fishery was like children playing with toys. Apart from those heavenly talents, it was not so smooth for other people. A student from the southern campus had only acquired 40 points. It was not a bad result, but he was so earnest that he sank the hook more than 6 meters deep. Then, an enormous blade cut his head off so fast that even the inspectors had no time to react. 6 students of the northern campus were in a group. They were smart enough to throw tremendous baits into the ocean, hoping to attract the fish. However, 3 tentacle lobsters came to them. Only 3 of them survived. A girl from the eastern campus, who scolded Han Fei before, unfortunately caught a ball fish. Even the teachers did not see it coming. As a result, the girl's body was riddled with holes by the needles on the fish. The same thing was going on in many other places. There was no time for the inspectors to take action. After all, the students were not fishing at one location. The odds of disability were even higher. To acquire more points, most students chose blade fish, but half of them couldn't avoid the knife from the fish because it was too fast. At least 30% of them were crippled even though they had weapons. Another 2 hours passed. Han Fei was even more efficient than before. He had killed a tentacle lobster and caught 17 blade fish and 6 green turtles. His total score was 289 points. Han Fei swallowed. Was he in the top 10 places now? Nobody could have caught so many fish without enough spiritual energy. He was certain that the fishers below level 7 had to take spirit refilling pills or rest for recovery now. The village leader's announcement came again. The first place of the fishing trial has 482 points, and the 10th place has 298 points. Keep it up, Han Fei was shocked. Are those people really students? By logic, they should be out of spiritual energy. It never occurred to Han Fei that the top places were all the heavenly talents in the village who had spirit refilling pills as well as their own tricks. He Xiaoyu, for example, was not anxious at all. She had already obtained 212 points. Her father had given her 3 spirit refilling pills before she came. He did not know that Han Fei also gave He Xiaoyu 3 spirit refilling pills for the notes on spiritual energy explosion. Han Fei's face darkened. Fine. You're forcing me to do this. Do you have to compete with me for spirit concentration art and the privilege of spirit awakening? Come on, let's see what you've got. Making up his mind, Han Fei activated void fishing. His hand was on fire in the blink of an eye. Thankfully, he had a bucket of water next to him. He immediately extended his hand into it. Fang Zi's eyes would have popped up if he had seen this. How could anyone attract spiritual energy into their body in the middle of the day? Was he not scared that he would explode? In the next moment, spiritual energy gathered in this place, and Han Fei saw a shoal of fish coming. He immediately cast the hook. Something bit the bait instantly, but it was not a blade fish but a green turtle. Han Fei did not despise it. Ignoring the spluttering stones, he hit the green turtle and knocked it out. When spiritual energy gathered in Han Fei's place, Fang Zi frowned. Why did I sense the solar energy just now? Was it my illusion? 2 inspectors nearby also sensed the anomaly. They came in a hurry. They were both shocked to see Han Fei leaping and twisting the head of a tentacle lobster. Then, 2 seconds after Han Fei cast the hook again, a cold knife was shot out, only to be blocked by him casually. The inspectors counted 30 knives on Han Fei's boat. Hiss! One of the inspectors got on board and glanced at him. You're from the eastern campus? You've caught nothing but blade fish, green turtles, and tentacle lobsters. The other inspector had been here to calculate the score just now. He shook his head and said to the first inspector, "Let's go. He's Han Fei, Tang Ji's brother." The first inspect immediately understood it. It was true that a genius's brother tended to be another genius. Ignoring the 2 teachers, Han Fei paused for a moment. It seems inappropriate to leave the knives all over the boat, which would expose my abilities. Fine, I'd better clear them. Far away, Li Hu observed in a stun and said to the tigerhead fish, Are fish gathering over there? The tiger head fish squeaked, as if it could understand him. Li Hu said, someone's over there, so what? Let's go and rob him. On the other hand, Wang Beiyu sensed something when he was about to launch his harpoon. His armor had just moved. He couldn't help but look far away. What was over there? Chapter 48 I am robbed. That's why cheating feels great. Han Fei couldn't be more delighted. He had collected 10 blade fish within a quarter. Even Tang Ji's score couldn't be much higher than his. It was a pity that his experiment was too short just now. Most of the fish had dispersed. He probably had to cheat again soon. When Han Fei was about to cast the hook, he saw a boat coming over quickly. Huh, who's coming? Why is he coming to my place instead of fishing? How can I cheat if he is watching me? Han Fei stopped his action and looked at the boat gloomily. When the boat was near, Han Fei recognized the young man on the boat to be the young master of the tigers. Was it possible that his father asked him to offer some points to Han Fei as compensation? Han Fei did not stop Li Hu from approaching. He said with a smile, "Fine, I'll forgive you for what you did. Don't give me more than 200 points or I will be too eye-catching." Li Hu. Unknown. Li Hu saw blade fish swimming below the boat and plenty more in Han Fei's unclosed fish cabin. He immediately squinted. He said, "I'll give you an opportunity. Offer your fish to me and I will allow you to follow me." Huh. Han Fei was confused. Wait, you're asking me to offer my fish to you? Li Hu said, "That's right." Han Fei asked, "I wouldn't get to follow you unless I offer my fish to you." Li Hu replied impatiently, "No." Han Fei was lost for words. Was the guy out of his mind? He was going to rob Han Fei when his father failed to? Han Fei asked, "Was your head hit by an iron-head fish when you were little?" Li Hu was dazed at first, but he soon realized what he meant. He sniffed, "You're quite bold." Han Fei said, "Get lost. I'll blow your head if you are still here after I count to 3. Li Hu's face was full of brutality. He did not expect to be refused. Li Hu said coldly, "Do you know why the casualty rate of every fishing trial can be 50%? Han Fei said, "I couldn't care less. Get your ass out of here." Li Hu roared, "You're asking to be killed." Li Hu drew 2 sabers and slashed Han Fei. He was so angry about Han Fei's attitude that he had to kill the guy today. Han Fei blocked the attack with the purple bamboo rod. He did not expect Li Hu to attack. Was the man crazy? However, the sabers were slashed again heavily. Han Fei discovered in a stun that the guy was a level 8 fisher, but it couldn't change the inevitable. "You're asking for this." Spiritual energy surged out of Han Fei's body as he bashed the sabers with the purple bamboo rod. Li Hu did not know that Han Fei was so strong. After only one collision, he felt that his arms were numb and his hands were cracking. Han Fei cursed, "Who gives you the courage to hold 2 sabers when other people all use rods? You think you are capable?" The purple bamboo rod swept as Han Fei shouted. Scared, Li Hu jumped back. However, to his surprise, there was a cold edge when the rod swept at him. While he wondered why a rod had an edge, his clothes were shredded at his abdomen, revealing the armor down below. "Huh, you have more clothes down below. No wonder you looked weird just now. But I'm still going to blow up your head," Li Hu said. "Very good, you have pissed me off, Tigerhead. Why didn't you invite me to this spectacular event?" When Han Fei was about to attack again, someone called 100 meters away. Han Fei and Li Hu looked back. It was none other than Wang Beiyu, the 3rd young master of the Wang family. Wang Beiyu was also quite surprised. After identifying Li Hu and Han Fei, he couldn't believe that Han Fei could fight Li Hu neck and neck. The guy was quite extraordinary. Coldly, Li Hu retreated his sabers and jumped back to his boat before he left in a hurry. Standing at the head of his boat, Li Hu declared, "Boy, whoever you are, pray to the sea god, or you will die a miserable death." Han Fei said, "Idiot, I'll send you to the sea god if you dare to come again." Wang Beiyu was stunned. Why did he not know such a brutal man who dared to challenge Li Hu before? He said, "Han Fei, what a coincidence. Why did you fight against Li Hu?" Han Fei still owed Wang Beiyu a favor. He shrugged and said, "That idiot came and asked me to offer my fish to him. What a great fool." Wang Beiyu asked, "You didn't know?" Han Fei said, "What are you talking about?" Wang Beiyu said, "The casualty rate." "Why do you think the casualty rate of the fishing trial is so high?" Han Fei said, "Isn't it because of the risks in fishing?" Wang Beiyu looked at Han Fei in amusement and said, "How is it possible? Even though there are risks, how can the casualty rate be as high as 50%? The real trial won't start until the last 4 hours. Han Fei was surprised. Huh. Why is that? Wang Beiyu said with a smile. In fact, only less than 10% are killed or injured in fishing. Most of the casualties are due to competitions amongst the trial takers. Han Fei asked. Huh. Can trial takers kill each other? Wang Beiyu said. It's only allowed in the fishing trial. In the first 8 hours, everybody is too busy fishing to ask for trouble. In the first 4 hours, only the result of the first place and the 10th place will be announced. Starting from the 5th hour, the result of the 100th place will be announced. In the 7th hour, the result of the 1000th place will be released. Then, those whose score is not high enough will start fighting and looting. Han Fei said, Why did I not know that? Why do the school and the parents agree with such a rule? Wang Beiyu explained. It's because we are cultivators. The ocean can be cruel. You think dangers only lurk in the water. No, your companions or other people who are planning to rob you can be as dangerous. It's unusual in the general fishery because few things are worth fighting over. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, Therefore, if I'm strong enough, I need only to rob instead of fishing? Wang Beiyu said, Theoretically, yes. Pa. Hey. I shouldn't have done that? Wang Beiyu asked, What are you talking about? Han Fei said, I shouldn't have let Li Hu go. I could have robbed him of all his points. Wang Beiyu. Unknown. Then Han Fei glimpsed at Wang Beiyu's cabin, which seemed full. The man must have plenty of points. Wang Beiyu said, Brother Han. Han Fei said, Right, it's all right, I'm just looking at it. Right, what brought you here, Brother Wang? Wang Beiyu smiled and said, I was curious about the spiritual waves in this place and happened to see Brother Han and Li Hu fighting. Wang Beiyu observed Han Fei again. He knew Li Hu's reliance very well. With his tiger-head fish and his strength as a level 8 fisherman, he was rather tricky even for Wang Beiyu. Han Fei was bold enough to fight him. Han Fei was thinking about something else. Even fishers could sense the spiritual waves. Did it mean that he could not cheat? What could he do if he could not cheat? Robbing, that was not a bad idea. It would be simple and effective. Thinking about that, Han Fei said, Spiritual waves? I don't know anything about that. It's probably because I encountered a shoal of fish, but most of the fish have already dispersed. I don't know where they are now. They may be still around. Okay, enough talking. I've got some robbing to do. Wang Beiyu, Chapter 49 Brutal Trial. After bidding farewell to Wang Beiyu, Han Fei did not start robbing immediately, but moved dozens of kilometers away. He dare not cheat again, because Li Hu and the inspectors must have been attracted by the waves of spiritual energy he caused. Han Fei was certain that Fang Zi sensed it too, although he was too lazy to check it out. Since it almost exposed him, he could not use the method anymore. The best solutions now were fishing and robbing. In the 5th hour, because of the spiritual energy outburst just now, Han Fei's score soared to 480 points. The village leader announced, The first place of the fishing trial now has 691 points, and the 10th place has 479 points. Please keep it up. Han Fei had finally made it to the top 10. He was probably the 9th place. Since the competition won't start again until the last 4 hours, I'd better focus on fishing first. Han Fei continued fishing. Having no pressure now, he even took out the barbecue that Li Gang prepared for him and enjoyed it. However, Han Fei still underestimated the trial takers. In the latter half of the 5th hour, 2 boats went straight at him. When the boats approached, a young man smiled, Bro, bring them out. Another young man on the other boat declared, You'd better submit your points if you want your life, or we'll feed you to the fish. Holding a roasted lobster, Han Fei said to them in a stun, You are good. You've struck an alliance? One of the young men frowned. Han Fei seemed rather confident. Was he a tricky person? But why was he fishing alone in this remote place if he was strong? Should he rob other people straightly? The young man asked tentatively, Why don't you join our alliance? We'll share the trophies later. The other young man objected, Why? We should seek allies from our own campus. We've never seen this guy before. Han Fei smiled, That's right, you don't need to ally with me because you are already eliminated. Then Han Fei jumped and slashed a young man. You shameless scoundrel. Clang. The young man vomited blood and was flung away, unable to stand up again. He was frightened. Whom did I just piss off? I'm a fisher at the peak of level 6, but the Rob just now is unstoppable as an adult ironhead fish. The other young man was trying to help, but his ally had been knocked out before he took any action. He was stunned. His ally had fallen after one attack when he was stronger than himself. Han Fei pointed the purple bamboo rod at the young man and said, "You'll transfer the fish in your cabin to mine if you are smart. I won't hurt you. It's possible that you can still rob other people." The young man sweated. What's going on? The very first person that they robbed turned out to be a great monster. Why were they so unlucky? I will. The young man was almost crying. Why did they drive the boat so close? There was no chance to escape at all. Han Fei stopped fishing. He asked the young man, "Which campus are you from? What's your name?" The young man said, "The northern campus." Song Jun, Han Fei asked, "Has robbing started out there?" Song Jun said, "Why yes. People started attacking one another just now." Han Fei said, "Hey, toss the little white to me. Do not throw them into the fish cabin." Song Jun tossed the little white fish to Han Fei in fear. Han Fei touched them and threw them into the ocean casually. Song Jun was shocked. "Little white fish are points too. Why are you abandoning them?" When Song Jun picked up a yellow fish, Han Fei said, "Hey, give the yellow fish to me too." Song Jun. Unknown. Then, Song Jun watched the yellow fish to be thrown into the ocean. He couldn't be more regretful. What's the meaning of this? Every yellow fish is 3 points. Han Fei murmured, "You are too big for your points. I can't let you fill my cabin." Song Jun. Soon, the fish cabins of Song Jun and the other young man were cleaned. They had 10 blade fish and 24 green turtles in total. Frowning, Han Fei said, "Why are there so few blade fish? Why did you catch so many green turtles? They're filling my cabin." "Fine, you can go on, I'll leave." Song Jun couldn't be happier to see him off. What a peculiar man. He even despised green turtles that equaled 5 points each. Han Fei casually drove to where people were crowded with 1 foot on the head of the boat. He felt that he needed a cigarette, a hat, and an eye patch. This feels good. No wonder the Somalia pirates like robbing. It's fantastic. The ground for the fishing trial was not very large, but it was still rather spacious for the thousands of boats. At this moment, some of the boats were already teaming up, and the lone boats were obviously the best targets of robbing. The inspectors withdrew from the ground. The village leader sighed, "The annual killing starts again. I hope that they go easy on each other this time." Fang Zi, on the other hand, was not bother. Seated in Tang Ji's boat, he said lazily, "This is a lesson about robbery. The worlds up above are much crueler than here. It's all up to you whether you become a hunter or prey. Look at those young men. What they caught after all the hard work goes to other people in the blink of an eye because they are weak. As for the alliances, you'd better leave them alone because those alliances will eventually fall out. All that matters is your own strength." Tang Ji was rather solemnly. He knew that it would happen, but he had never experienced it in person. Just now, the student on a boat not far away was slain ruthlessly and thrown into the ocean. Cultivation was a road of thorns. He couldn't save everybody, but where was Han Fei? He needed to find him. Fang Zi did not stop him. He only said casually, "All right, go now. You have to learn the important lesson." Then, Fang Zi disappeared, leaving Tang Ji alone on the ocean. There was not a second boat within thousands of meters. At the periphery, Han Fei was surrounded again because he was all alone. Han Fei shouted in fear, "Hey, who are you?" Everybody laughed at Han Fei's cowardliness. One of the girls demanded, "Offer your fish to us and we'll spare you, or you can prepare to die." Han Fei said timidly, "You have 4 boats. Who am I giving the fish to? Why don't you come to take them?" They looked at each other and thought it did make sense. The downside of alliance was that they had to share everything evenly in every robbery, so they stepped on Han Fei's boat. The moment they got on board, Han Fei grabbed his purple bamboo rod. The girl changed his face. "You're asking to be killed? Hey, I always thought that girls are different from boys, but you seem to be the same. You think you are strong because you are in a team? Who gives you the courage?" A guy shouted in fear. "Not good. His cabin is full of blade fish." All of them changed their faces. A cabin of blade fish meant that the man was extremely tough. He was definitely a heavenly talent since he was not hurt by the knives. The girl roared, "Fight!" The moment she roared, a rod fell from the sky, and the girl blocked it subconsciously. After a clang, her weapon was bent, and she fell on her knees under the brunt. The other 3 guys attacked, but the purple bamboo rod swept at them and knocked 2 of them away easily. One of them fell into the ocean, and the other was blown back to his own boat. Han Fei frowned. He did not expect the guy to be so weak. He reached the edge of the boat and planned to rescue him, but the guy was nowhere to be seen. The last guy ran back to his boat, frightened. However, before he operated the boat, Han Fei had boarded on his boat. Han Fei said, "I'm not a fan of killing. Move your blade fish and green turtles to my fish cabin, and you will be free to get out of here." Chapter 50, Hunted He Zioyu. Han Fei continued wandering on his own in delight. He had finished 3 groups in the same way. 5 of the 8 cabins on the boat had been full. One of the inspects calculated the number in the meantime. He was stunned when the result was out. 1,012 points. Someone's score had surpassed 1,000 points after only 2 hours. In the 5th hour's announcement, Tang Ji, who was the first place, had only 691 points. This person was obviously not Tang Ji, but he had more than 1,000 points. If he could maintain his result, he would be among the top 1,000 without doing anything. A moment later, the village leader announced again, "There are 4 hours to go until the end of the fishing trial." As of now, the first place has 1,431 points, the 10th place has 966 points, the 100th place has 552 points, and the 1,000th has 241 points. Please keep it up. Everybody grew anxious after the announcement. The scores were increasing faster and faster. The top 10 places already had more than 1,000 points. At this moment, people who had teamed up looked for their target, and those who didn't were either searching for allies or running to the edge of the trial ground. Some even activated the signal device on the boat and forfeited the trial when they saw other boats coming at them. Actually, there were plenty of such people. They simply fished in a corner and ended the trial the moment other people attacked them. According to what happened in the previous years, some of them could always make it to the top 1,000. Different from them, Han Fei wandered on his own with his inexhaustible spiritual energy and his high level. Other people were different. Wang Beiyu and Li Hu, for example, did not take any action when many boats came and offered all their trophies to them. The Wang family had more connections than the tigers, so Wang Beiyu could roam about while enjoying the view. Li Hu was different. While some boats offered points to him, they were mostly from the children of the members of the tigers. He knew that he had to rob more people. Han Fei waited for other people to rob him, but Li Hu robbed the groups provocatively. Not just robbing, Li Hu was also fond of killing. Few people who encountered Li Hu survived. He Zioyu was rather anxious. Although she had a breakthrough before, there were too many enemies. 3 boats just robbed her, but they underestimated He Zioyu and were defeated by her. Still, she ran out of her spiritual energy and had to take a spirit refilling pill. She only had 1 spirit refilling pill left. At this moment, 4 boats surrounded her. He Zioyu was almost desperate. She just looted some points, but could she survive this one? The last spirit refilling pill cannot be used in a fight. He Zioyu was prepared to fight. She had 2 plans: to beat the 4 people, loot their points, and admit failure after using up the last spirit refilling pill, or to run out right now. Hopefully, other people couldn't catch up with her. Right when the few boats were about to surround He Zioyu, a scary fish jumped out of the water, followed by a boat that was sailing at the highest speed. It approached one of the boats quickly. Li Hu boarded on it and slashed his sabers. The young man on the boat tried to fight back, but his body was already stabbed through. As Li Hu drew his blades, blood gushed out of the young man. He Zioyu was dumbfounded by the brutal slaughter. Her face turned pale. Someone shouted on the other boat, "Run, it's Li Hu from the tigers. Run!" Before he finished, a ferocious tiger-head fish had appeared behind him. He turned around as everybody exclaimed, only to see nothing but darkness, because his head had been bitten off. "Ah!" He Zioyu screamed, terrified by the headless body where blood was springing. Frowning, Li Hu yelled, "Shut up!" He Zioyu grabbed the bamboo rod and was ready to run. She would have had a chance of escape if she did not pick up the bamboo rod, because there were still 2 other boats. But Li Hu saw the bamboo rod and knew that it was not something that everyone could afford. He shouted, "Tiger head, kill her!" He Zioyu was already controlling the boat to run, but it was not nearly as fast as the tiger head fish, which jumped and went at He Zioyu's face. He Zioyu waved the bamboo rod and spiritual energy gathered on it. Li Hu roared, "Tiger head, come back!" But it was too late. An explosion burst out. He Xiaoyu was bumped into the deck and vomited blood. Of course, the tiger head fish seemed to be hurt, too. She dare not stop and fled on the boat in a hurry. Li Hu had already turned into a murderer. "You think you can get away after hurting Tiger Head?" Li Hu abandoned the two survivors and chased He Xiaoyu. The two survivors heaved a long sigh of relief, but before they were reassured, they were already surrounded by a couple of boats. One of them shouted desperately, "Not good, they're from the tigers." He Xiaoyu ran fast. Fortunately, she did not fight the four invaders just now, or she couldn't have survived after her spiritual energy was used up. The two boats were only several hundred meters away from each other. He Xiaoyu shouted while running, "Li Hu, do you know that He Mingtang is my father?" Li Hu roared, "Li Ju is my father. What can your father do even if I kill you?" He Xiaoyu said, "You are a lunatic. I'll withdraw from the trial if you chase on." Li Hu said, "It will be too late by the time the inspectors come for you." He Xiaoyu was rather angry. "Did I wrong you? Why are you pursuing me? Why is someone chasing me when I'm already level 7? Several minutes later, He Xiaoyu's eyes glittered as she saw an expert from her campus. "Qinyi, help me." The guy named Qinyi was only at the peak of level 6. He ran immediately after he saw that Li Hu was chasing He Xiaoyu. He dare not pissing off the tigers. He Xiaoyu shouted, "Jerk." He Xiaoyu cried for help whenever she met someone else, but everyone avoided her as if she were a plague. He Xiaoyu ran out of her spiritual energy. She swallowed the last spirit refilling pill without any hesitation. At this moment, she saw Hu Kun, who was robbing other people. She shouted, "Hu Kun, help me." Hu Kun reached level 7 yesterday, so he was bold enough to rob 2 boats on his own. He was rather surprised to see He Xiaoyu being hunted. "Shoot." Hu Kun changed high face and gave up the rest of the points. He sailed his boat off quickly. He Xiaoyu was almost weeping. Who are these people? Is Li Hu really so terrifying? Han Fei was enjoying the sunlight. 6 of the 8 cabins were already full. He only wished that he had more cabins. However, he was not anxious. When his boat was full, he could rob other people of their boats. He found it a loss that he couldn't absorb the fish and planned to make barbecue with them later. The blade fish couldn't taste too bad. "Swoosh!" Han Fei shouted, "Hey bro, don't run. Let's team up." It was the 3rd boat that had slipped past Han Fei. He was rather speechless. Why were those people sailing so fast? Suddenly, he saw 2 boats coming to him quickly. He was immediately refreshed. Were they new clients? Should he pretend? Han Fei immediately pretended that he was wounded and accelerated the boat, as if he were also running. They were close. "Hey, isn't it He Xiaoyu? Is she trying to rob me too?" When He Xiaoyu was several hundred meters away from Han Fei, she raised her hands and screamed, "Run, Han Fei, run! Han Fei, unknown." He Xiaoyu was lost for words. "Other people are all running, and yet you're on exactly on our way." While Han Fei is strong, that's Li Hu. When the 2 boats were close to each other, He Xiaoyu shouted, "Han Fei, run. Li Hu is here." Chapter 51, Integration of Man and Fish. Confidence came from capabilities. Han Fei was not anxious at all. He was amused to see Li Hu. Han Fei shouted, "He Xiaoyu, stop, don't panic. We'll team up and finish him." He Xiaoyu was almost in tears. "Who are you going to finish?" He Xiaoyu said, "We can't defeat him. He has a tiger head fish as a spiritual pet. He's too strong." Han Fei asked, "Huh. What's a spiritual pet?" Li Hu was also surprised, not because he met Han Fei again, but because he heard Han Fei's name. He seemed to be in trouble. The guy was Han Fei. He Xiaoyu was ready to run any moment, but Han Fei shouted at Li Hu cockily from his boat, "Thief, offer your boat to me right now, or I'll show you no mercy." Gloomily, Li Hu said, "Han Fei, there's no grudge between us. Since she's under your protection, I'll let go of her." Han Fei said, "That's bullshit. You think you have a choice? Now give you points to me, or I'll let you know the color of your blood." He Xiaoyu was startled. Why was Han Fei so confident, and why did Li Hu seem to be scared of him? Li Hu said, "Han Fei, don't push too far. Tang Ji won't stay in Heavenly Water Village forever." Han Fei said, "It's none of your business. He certainly can protect me now. This is your last chance. If you don't want the tigers to be obliterated, surrender your points now." He Xiaoyu finally understood that Han Fei was counting on Tang Ji. She was immediately reassured. That's right, do you really dare to attack Han Fei? Li Hu looked awful. He couldn't afford pissing off Tang Ji, which meant that he couldn't attack Han Fei. However, he secretly made a gesture to the ocean behind him and said, Han Fei, how about I give you half of my points? Han Fei said, did you not hear what I said? All of your points are mine, you will keep none. Holding back his fury, Li Hu said, there are plenty of fish on my boat, why don't we move them together? Han Fei laughed. Is there something wrong with your head? I'm robbing you, and you want me to do the hard work. You will throw the fish into my cabin. I have all the time in the world. He Xiaoyu jumped to Han Fei's boat and whispered to Han Fei, be careful. He just killed several people. Han Fei changed his face. He never thought to kill anyone yet. They were all children anyway. He did not expect that Li Hu was truly killing other people. Li Hu thought to himself, you may be Han Fei, so what? Nobody is around. If I kill him and he Xiaoyu here, who will know that it was me who did it? Containing himself, Li Hu transmitted the points to Han Fei's fish cabin. Han Fei urged him now and then, why are you so slow? Did you not have lunch? He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei, lost for words. The guy was no longer the taciturn person he used to be after he fell into the ocean. He Xiaoyu asked, Han Fei, how many points do you have? Han Fei said, I don't know, there are too many to count. I'm waiting for the inspectors to do the job. Right then, Li Hu suddenly interjected, Han Fei, your fish cabins are all full. Han Fei replied without thinking, are they? He Xiaoyu, do you have empty cabins? He Xiaoyu's mouth opened wide. Didn't they say that only the top 10 had full fish cabins? Yes, I have 4 empty cabins. Han Fei said, the fish that I store in your place can be counted as my points, right? He Xiaoyu said, probably. Then Han Fei pointed at Li Hu and said, you will move the rest to our cabins. Be quick about it, I have more robbing to do. Li Hu stuffed fish into He Xiaoyu's cabin without saying anything, but he was secretly shocked. This guy's cabins were full of blade fish. How could he have managed that? He Xiaoyu asked tentatively, how many points did you have last hour? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, I can't remember it now. More than 1,000 points, I think. He Xiaoyu, Li Hu. At this moment, the village leader announced, there are 2 hours to go before the end of this fishing trial. Please keep it up. Han Fei exclaimed, why did the villager leader not announce the scores? He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. There's no need for an announcement after the 1,000th place's score is released. Things are a mess during the last 4 hours, it's difficult to calculate them. Didn't you notice that the inspectors are gone? They are not allowed to intervene now. Blinking, Han Fei asked, are you serious? Isn't that an inspector? Han Fei pointed at a boat that was sailing close. There was an inspector on it. They could easily be distinguished because they were much older than the participants of the trial. Suddenly, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, not good, we're surrounded. Han Fei saw dozens of boats coming at him from all directions. Ha ha ha, Han Fei, you are dead for sure. You may be Tang Ji's brother, but so what? He's not here anyway. I can kill you easily. Shocked, He Xiaoyu said in a hurry, let's run. Run? Han Fei's casualness was replaced by brutality. Everybody's boat was the same. How far away could he run? You are their leader. I'll kill you first. Han Fei's purple bamboo rod was launched at Li Hu's face with spiritual energy spurting out. Li Hu sneered. You think you're Tang Ji? I wouldn't be scared even if you were Tang Ji. With spiritual energy surging out of his own rod, Li Hu smashed back at Han Fei ruthlessly. Stop! The inspector called from 1,000 meters away. It was more proof that something was wrong with the inspector, because it was none of the inspector's business. Han Fei turned cold. His capacity of 279 points of spiritual energy was certainly not a joke. The higher the upper limit was, the sturdier one's body would be. Clang, bam, while He Xiaoyu watched in shock, Li Hu was blown away into the cabin after the collision. Pooh! Li Hu vomited blood crazily. He felt that his arms had been broken. He was astounded. How could the guy be so strong? As a level 8 fisher, he couldn't resist one attack from him. Before Li Hu realized what was going on, Han Fei jumped and attacked again. Li Hu was appalled. He would be heavily wounded if he couldn't avoid the attack. Tiger head attach! Huh! Han Fei moved aside, and a hideous fish 3 meters long dashed into Li Hu's body. What's this? Li Hu's body expanded terrifyingly with even more intense spiritual energy. The shadow of a big fish emerged. He Xiaoyu said, careful. After integrating with his pet, his combat ability will be much higher than before. Han Fei squinted and said, "In that case, I'll beat him more." "I told you to stop." The inspector was approaching in a hurry, but Han Fei ignored his command and struck again. This time, the end of the purple bamboo rod was glowing as Han Fei had used spiritual energy explosion. Li Hu's eyes almost popped out. He had to deal with spiritual energy explosion prudently even though he was stronger. He also gathered his spiritual energy and launched spiritual energy explosion. Explode! Bam! 2 cabins on Li Hu's boat were blown up by the blast. Li Hu's face was covered in blood. He could barely hold the rod anymore. He felt that his hands were broken. Han Fei was flung away, but he jumped back and launched another spiritual energy explosion with the purple bamboo rod. Li Hu was shocked. "Don't kill me, don't." Han Fei was not an idiot. If he did not take Li Hu down here, he might not have a chance to do so later. But the moment before the purple bamboo rod hit Li Hu, a giant fish charged out of Li Hu's body. Bam, the tiger head fish appeared before Li Hu, and Han Fei's attack collapsed its head. Chapter 52, Kill the Inspector. "It's not dead." Han Fei was shocked. He knew how powerful his attack was. Even a level 9 fisher might not have been able to resist, yet the fish was not killed. "You little bastard, I told you to stop." Han Fei failed to slay Li Hu in 3 attacks. As a result, the inspector was only 30 meters away. Han Fei turned cold. He could not look back now. When the inspector's boat was closer, the inspector jumped over. While the inspector was airborne, Han Fei sprang and launched spiritual energy explosion again. "How dare you!" Of course, some inspectors were stronger than others. Most of the inspectors who were not teachers in the school were only level 9 fishers. As far as Han Fei could tell, this inspector couldn't have been a fishing master, or he could have intervened from 100 meters away. It meant that he was a peak fisher at best. Therefore, he intended to have a try. "Explode, you're crazy." He Xiaoyu was forced back by the blast of the attacks. Pudong. After the explosion, both of them fell into the ocean. Han Fei. Xiaoyu's face was pale, her mind blank. Falling into the ocean was not a joke. They were almost certain to die since no fishing masters were around. The inspector was the most appalled of all. Was the young man trying to die with him? Why had he launched spiritual energy explosion 4 times? It was a pity that there was no time for him to think. The inspector filled his body with spiritual energy the moment he fell, but he saw a green wind coming at him after stabilized himself. Guru. Shocked, the inspector was blown dozens of meters deeper and could not hold his breath anymore. Who was this young man? Why was he so strong? It was not the time to think. The inspector hurried to swim upward. He already saw blade fish and snake belts. However, Han Fei grinned above him and bared his teeth. It was the first time that Han Fei had used wandering dragon art, but it was still much more useful than what he knew. He was as casual as a fish in the water. Not good. Seeing that Han Fei was swimming toward him quickly, the inspector waved the rod to block him, but he was too slow, and his wrist was cut. The inspector lost his weapon, blood dripping from his wrist. Watching the snake belts that were approaching, Han Fei abandoned pursuit and waved his hand at the inspector. On the surface, Xiaoyu was still observing the water, and dozens of boats were arriving as fast as possible. "Ha ha ha, cough cough, you can't get away with this. Shut up or I'll throw you into the ocean." "No, you can't. Even though I'm heavily wounded, you can't kill me. There's no way that he can survive in the ocean." "Ha ha ha, bam." Right after Li Hu made the remark, Han Fei broke out of the water and landed on the deck. Li Hu was shocked. How can you still be alive?" Xiaoyu burst into tears of joy. "Han Fei, you're all right. I was so scared, I thought you were dead." Grabbing the purple bamboo rod, Han Fei said calmly, "The inspector happened upon a snake belt after he fell into the water." Tusk, I saw the snake belt slithering into his mouth." Well, you." Xiaoyu almost threw up after she pictured that. Li Hu's face was even paler. He pointed at Han Fei, shivering. You dared to kill the inspector?" Han Fei asked back. "Did you witness that the inspector was killed by me?" Han Fei watched the ocean for a while, and the inspector did not return. So he came to Li Hu and said relaxedly, "I would kill you if it weren't for your points." Han Fei struck again. The tiger-head fish which was not killed charged at him again. "Explode!" Han Fei had seen it coming. He launched spiritual energy explosion again and blew the tiger head fish to the deck. Bam, 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 Han Fei smashed it so hard with the purple bamboo rod that even the deck collapsed. Finally, the fish was half dead. Li Hu trembled as he watched. That was a rare fish even in the level 1 fishery, but right now, it was dying under Han Fei's smashes. Tiger head. Han Fei was about to smash more when the tiger head fish turned into a streak of brightness and condensed into the shape of a fish on Li Hu's wrist. Han Fei asked He Xiaoyu in astonishment, "This fish is so sturdy, I thought it was dead." He Xiaoyu explained, "That's the power of commitment. The tiger head fish was dying, but it was recalled by Li Hu. However, the partner will be hurt when their contracted beast is hurt." Han Fei looked at Li Hu. He was indeed vomiting blood. Han Fei was lost for words. Such a big fish could be recalled into the body. Wouldn't it be the same as my calabash? No wonder Li Jiu, the leader of the tigers, could dominate the level 1 fishery. It was almost impossible to die with such a fish. "Thief, release our young master. How dare you attack the young master of the tigers? Are you asking to be killed? You're surrounded. Let go of our young master if you don't want to die." Looking at the dozens of boats all around, Han Fei grabbed Li Hu, who was half dead, and spoke to them. "Give me your points, or I will disable him. You dare to steal the points of the tigers." Ah! One of Li Hu's hands were broken. He screamed miserably. Han Fei asked, "Did I not make myself clear, or are your ears not functioning well?" Li Hu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Give it to him." Han Fei said, "Fill that boat too." Han Fei pointed at He Xiaoyu's boat and said to her, "We're classmates anyway. I got you covered." He Xiaoyu was astonished by Han Fei's ruthlessness. However, Han Fei was truly tough. He had crushed Li Hu, a level 8 fisher, killed a fake inspector, and robbed a dozen boats simultaneously. Was he the Han Fei she knew? Han Fei demanded 2 boats that were absolutely filled up. After the dozen of boats were looted, Han Fei finally patted Li Hu's face and said, "Forfeit." Li Hu changed his face. There was only an hour to go before the end of the trial. Was Han Fei intentionally keeping him away from the awakening ritual? Crack. Ah! Han Fei broke Li Hu's leg and grinned. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Li Hu was most scared. He realized that Han Fei was the opposite of what he was said to be, and that if he declined his terms, he would probably end up in the ocean. Gritting his teeth, Li Hu said, "I'll forfeit." The real inspector was shocked to see Li Hu's miserable appearance. Was this the brutal and domineering young master of the tigers he knew? Before he left, Li Hu glared at Han Fei. Han Fei said, "What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyes out if you glare anymore. Tell your father that I wasted 10 spirit refilling pills because of you. Let him do what he sees fit." Li Hu fumed, but he held back his fury. He failed to kill Han Fei. If Han Fei asked Tang Ji to deal with the tigers, he would truly be doomed. After Li Hu was taken away, He Xiaoyu asked, "Why? Why didn't you kill him?" Han Fei said lazily, "His dad probably would go crazy if he died." On the other side, Tang Ji ran into Wang Beiyu. Tang Ji said, "Give me your points, and I won't kill you." Wang Beiyu sweated hard. How could he have run into such a monster when the fishery was so big? He said in a hurry, "Tang Ji, I'm Han Fei's close friend. Right, he owes me a favor." Tang Ji frowned. "Do tell me, if I find out that you're lying," Wang Beiyu said. "Han Fei was set up and floated on the ocean for 5 days. It was me who found him and rescued him." "Say that again?" Tang Ji burst into fury and pointed his long gold rod at Wang Beiyu. Wang Beiyu said, "Everybody in the port knows. I do not know who was behind that, but the port is investigating. I think Han Fei knows what's going on." Tang Ji put down his rod. "So to speak, Han Fei does owe you a favor. But if I let you go, he won't owe you anything anymore." Wang Beiyu said, "Of course." Chapter 53, Can we show me some respect? Everybody went crazy in the last hour. Those who had enough points wanted to have more so that they could have higher places in the awakening ritual. Those who had fewer points hoped to make it to the top 100. Those whose points had been robbed were planning to get them back. However, there was only an hour to go before the end of the fishing trial, and nobody left was weak. Robbery was much more difficult. More importantly, the alliances from the beginning were falling apart. Some were ambushed by their allies, and some declared war openly. They executed the other members in their alliances and swallowed all the points. More and more people were forfeiting the trial, especially those who earned abundant points after the fallout of the alliances. Of course, some of the alliances grew larger and larger under the lead of certain people. Most of them were heavenly talents who promised returns to others. Xia Wuxuang, from the Western campus, was a typical example of such people. His spiritual heritage was level 4, low quality, which indicated a promising future. So many people came to offer points to him. On Han Fei's side, he and He Xiaoyu occupied 4 boats full of points. Anyone from the Eastern campus would have run when they saw Han Fei and He Xiaoyu, but Xia Wuxuang was not from there and did not recognize Han Fei. Xia Wuxuang knew that Han Fei and He Xiaoyu might be strong, but they couldn't be stronger than level 8. Since he was a level 8 with a dozen lackeys around him, how could he not rob them? He Xiaoyu was free after she joined up with Han Fei. She felt that it was not a problem for her to make it to the top 100. Suddenly, she shouted, "A team of boats is coming." Han Fei said, "I saw them. Someone is delivering points to us again." He Xiaoyu, unknown. Han Fei gave her a spirit-refilling pill with a smile. "You'll take care of the lackeys and I'll finish the boss." He Xiaoyu jumped to her feet, "But there are a dozen lackeys and only one boss." Han Fei complained, "He Xiaoyu, you are a level 7 fisher. Can you handle no pressure at all?" He Xiaoyu pouted her lips. "Even a dozen level 5 fishers could still exhaust a level 7 fisher. Besides, I'm only new to level 7. How can I defeat them?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Fine, let's split them evenly, all right?" He Xiaoyu said. "The boss is yours." He Xiaoyu, let me tell you, you are not going to become an expert if you don't challenge yourself. He Xiaoyu argued, "I don't have to become an expert. I only need to become a grand fishing master. That's my father's goal for me. I'll be free after I become a grand fishing master." Han Fei sweated. "He Xiaoyu, that's a dangerous thought." He Xiaoyu said, "I don't care. You are stronger than me anyway. Since you killed an inspector, you are at least as strong as a level 9 fisher." He Xiaoyu looked at the sky. Han Fei was only a level 2 fisher a month ago, but after a month, he was already capable of fighting a level 9 fisher. Wasn't he as extraordinary as Tangji? Han Fei proposed, "Let's divide and conquer, shall we?" He Xiaoyu said, "How? They're definitely coming together. Why don't we end the trial? I think you are certainly in the top 10 now." Han Fei said, unsatisfied, "Why don't I make it to the top 3 if I'm already a top 10? Only the top 3 will have rewards." He Xiaoyu said, "So will the rest of the top 10. According to tradition, they all can choose a battle technique." Han Fei said in disdain, "Are there any good techniques in our village? I'd better make it to the top 3. He Xiaoyu was of a mind to smack the guy into the ocean. She was beyond anxious, yet the guy was still bragging. Xia Wuxuang stood at the front of his boat with his hands behind his back and looked over casually. When the boat drew near, he asked Han Fei, "I'm very curious. Why did you not flee?" Han Fei said, "I don't have enough hands to sail the boats or I would have run away." Xia Wuxuang said, "Have you been robbed?" Han Fei suddenly burst into fury. "Can you show me some respect?" Xia Wuxuang, unknown. Han Fei said, "Put your hands to your front. How can you keep them behind you when you're talking to someone?" Xia Wuxuang, He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu was almost crying. "The enemy is already here. Why are you still bullsitting instead of fighting?" Xia Wuxuang said, "Give me your points and I'll spare you." Han Fei asked, "Are you among the top 3? Xia Wuxuang, unknown. Xia Wuxuang found it impossible to communicate with this guy. He couldn't keep up with the guy's line of thinking at all. Xia Wuxuang said patiently, "I'm close." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "In that case, give me your points and I'll be there." Xia Wuxuang, unknown. Xia Wuxuang said gloomily, "You refuse to offer your points?" Han Fei said, "I'll hand it over." Xia Wuxuang was secretly relieved. He did not want to fight the guy, because the traces on the boat suggested intense battles. It meant that the guy couldn't be weak. However, in the next second, Han Fei said, "I'll give you my ass." Before Xia Wuxuang realized what was going on, Han Fei leaped. His purple bamboo rod was glittering with spiritual energy. "Explode!" Xia Wuxuang's face changed. Spiritual energy explosion could only be launched by level 7s at the least. Also, why was the spiritual energy even intenser than Xia Wuxuang's own? Xia Wuxuang tried to resist it with his rod, but he was too busy feeling good about himself to carry it. Immediately, he stomped and flew back. Behind Zia Wushwang, 4 level 6 fishers fought back with their rods. After a collision, all of them collapsed. One of them even passed out and cramped. Everybody on Zia Wushwang's side was shocked. They had no idea whom they had pissed off. Before they took action, Han Fei landed on Zia Wushwang's boat and charged at Zia Wushwang. Zia Wushwang was greatly shocked. He had only just grabbed his rod, but the only thing he could do in midair was lift the weapon and block the attack. Clang! Zia Wushwang smashed the cabin cover and fell into it after vomiting a mouthful of blood. Han Fei said next to the cabin casually, "Politeness is better than arrogance. Who gave you the courage to keep your hands behind your back when you're facing an enemy?" "Ha!" Zia Wushwang roared in the cabin and charged at Han Fei. Bam! He was flung back into the fish cabin as fast as he came. Han Fei said, "Why are you roaring? You're launching spiritual energy explosion when your body is not steady yet. Is that what your teacher taught you?" Not far away, the other young men who intended to surround him all stopped. Some were even trying to sneak back to their own boats. Han Fei raised his boat and pointed at one of them. "Whoever you are, I'll break your legs and throw you into the ocean if you run any farther." The young man was too scared to run. Zia Wushwang was a level 8 fisher, and he had been knocked out by this guy in 2 attacks. Who was this guy? Not bothering what they were thinking, Han Fei shouted to He Xiaoyu, "He Xiaoyu, collect the points." He Xiaoyu was stunned. She was ready for a brutal battle, but it was already over before she jumped on the enemy's boat. "Pooh! Who are you?" Clutching the cabin wall with both hands, Zia Wushwang looked at Han Fei, his mouth full of blood. Han Fei said solemnly, "I'm the person whom you can't defeat." Zia Wushwang. Chapter 54 Skilled Storyteller. Zia Wushwang's trial ended in advance because he had lost his combat ability and his best fishers had been knocked out. It was impossible to rob other people with those level 5 fishers. At this moment, Han Fei said to He Xiaoyu in frustration, "We can't sail so many boats back." He Xiaoyu said, "Nobody will dare to rob you again when they see so many boats." Han Fei asked, "He Xiaoyu, do you think we are first place now?" He Xiaoyu said, "You are the first place. I'm probably behind the 100th. He Xiaoyu regretted that the battle had ended before she joined it. As a result, she felt ashamed to ask Han Fei to give several boats to her. Han Fei said, "That doesn't sound right. I think my points are excessive. I'll give you 1, maybe 2 boats so that you can make it to the top 100. He Xiaoyu's eyes glittered. "Do you mean it?" Delighted, she went to pick the boats and exclaimed now and then. Han Fei said, "You can take however many green turtles and yellow fish you want, but not the blade fish." He Xiaoyu. It was already dusk. The gigantic sun was hanging about the surface of the ocean so closely as if they could walk into it if they took a step ahead. Sitting on the deck and watching the sun, Han Fei murmured, "Too bad that there is no alcohol or cigarettes." "What are cigarettes?" He Xiaoyu finished picking and was confident he'd make it to the top 100. She did not want to reach top 3, nor was she capable of doing so. Han Fei asked, "Has it ever occurred to you what a beautiful world we are in?" He Xiaoyu said, "Are we? My father said that the bottom of the ocean was much more beautiful and that I couldn't imagine the plethora of colors there. I wish I could see them someday." Han Fei glanced at her. "Why don't you learn to appreciate the gigantic sun for a start?" "What's good about the sun?" Han Fei smiled. "Have you ever wondered why the sun is so huge? Isn't it marvelous to you? What's holding such an enormous object? What's preventing it from crashing into us?" He Xiaoyu eyed Han Fei as if he were an idiot. "The sea god, of course. The sea god captured the most brilliant star in the darkness, and it turned into the sun." Han Fei. Han Fei said, "Hee, I don't believe any of that crap." He Xiaoyu said, "Do not speak ill of the sea god. It was the sea god who created the ocean, brought the light, and gave us all the wonders in the world." Han Fei asked, "He Xiaoyu, have you ever seen a rainbow?" He Xiaoyu. Unknown, Han Fei grabbed a bottle of water and said, "Look at the sky and behold." He had a mouthful of water and spewed it out to the sky. "Pooh, pooh, pooh, pooh." He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei in shock and sympathy. He seemed to be deranged. He was not turning back into the Han Fei a month ago, was he? "Ah!" Suddenly, He Xiaoyu looked at the mist in shock and rubbed her eyes. Her mouth was hanging open. "Ah," Han Fei said, "be quiet." "Why are you yelling?" He Xiaoyu pulled Han Fei and pointed at the sky. "The 7-colored divine light. The 7-colored divine light that leads to the sea god's realm." Han Fei said, "Shut up." Ignorance is truly scary. Han Fei waved his hand and said when the rainbow was gone, "It's called a rainbow. It's caused by the optical dispersion and reflection when the sunlight reaches water drops that are approximately spheres. Forget it, you can't understand it anyway." Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei with her full interest. "No, it's the seven-colored divine light. Han Fei, did you meet the sea god at the bottom of the ocean a month ago?" Han Fei said, "I met many a sea conch." Xiaoyu wanted to ask more, but Han Fei interrupted her and said, "Look, a boat is coming." The fishing trial would be over soon. All the boats that passed by had fled in a hurry when they saw Han Fei's fleet. However, a few boats were coming straight at them. Han Fei and Xiaoyu were both curious. Who was so bold? Han Fei asked, "Are you ready to rob?" Xiaoyu replied, "Yes." As the boats approached, Han Fei saw Tang Ji, and Tang Ji saw Han Fei. Xiaoyu hopped and waved her hand. "Tang Ji, we're here." Tang Ji was astounded to see Han Fei's boats. "Han Fei, what has happened?" Han Fei said, "Oh, they're my loot." Tang Ji, unknown. Tang Ji raised his head in disbelief. "I'm only away for less than a month, and you are capable of looting so many boats in the fishing trial." Xiaoyu said enviously, "It's all because of the treasures you left for him, Tang Ji. How much good stuff did you give him? He's already capable of killing an inspector after a month." "Did I leave many things?" "Wait, what? An inspector? Who killed an inspector?" Han Fei was of a mind to stuff Xiaoyu the blabbermouth into the fish cabin. She had exposed all his secrets the moment they met. Holding Tang Ji's neck, Han Fei whispered to him, "Don't be surprised. I had other fortuitous incidents. I spent 5 days on the ocean when you were not home. During the 5 days, I met a white-bearded old man who insisted on teaching an art to me." There was a lot of information in Han Fei's confession, but Tang Ji ignored the details and asked, "Who tried to kill you?" Han Fei said, "Haha. It wasn't a problem for me at all. Don't leak the secret, though. I told other people that I advanced fast because of the treasures you gave me." Tang Ji nodded and said, "Okay, it's best not to attract too much attention. However, killing an inspector is a big thing. Why did you?" Han Fei said, "He should be a traitor among the inspectors who worked for the tigers. I only knocked him into the ocean when he was not prepared before a snake belt slithered through him. So I didn't actually kill him." Tang Ji was shocked. "You fell into the ocean? Were you hurt?" Han Fei said, "As you can see, I'm absolutely fine." Tang Ji said gloomily, "The tigers are truly bold. Rest assured. I'll teach them a lesson after we're back." Han Fei said, not thinking that it was a big deal, "Forget it. Let me take care of it. Right, will you be home tonight? I'll teach you the technique if you are." Fang Zi shook his head in the fog. A white-bearded old man? Battle technique? Could there be any great expert in Heavenly Water Village? It was indeed a miracle that the young man became a level 7 fisher from a level 2 fisher. But in the city, there were people who grew from a regular fisher into a hidden fisher overnight. That was more splendid than the description of any word. Han Fei said unhurriedly, "Let me tell you, the name of the battle technique is the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning." "Say what?" All of them were shocked when Fang Zi appeared out of nowhere. Overwhelmed, Xiaoyu said, Master Angel." Han Fei was much better than Xiaoyu, but he also pretended to be surprised. "Greetings, Master Angel." Fang Zi nodded and asked solemnly, "What's the name of the technique you talked about?" Han Fei said, "The incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning." Fang Zi said, "Tell me in detail how you met the old man." Han Fei began making things up. "I was cultivating that night and felt that I was on the verge of a breakthrough, but something was always missing. Then, a white-bearded old man emerged out of thin air and told me that my body qualities were too bad. He then pressed his hand on my forehead, and I learned the technique." Fang Zi mumbled, "Knowledge pouring and a top body polishing method. You met a venerable level expert. You're truly unbelievably lucky, boy." Han Fei asked foolishly, "How strong is a venerable level expert? Is he stronger than you, Master Angel?" Fang Zi chuckled. "For someone like you, it's best not to learn such things. All you need to know is that venerables are the best experts in the ocean." "Right, did you mention that the art was incomplete?" Han Fei said. "It includes 108 movements. Doing them is hard, but it's quite effective." Fang Zi said, "Of course. Tang Ji, we'll spend a few more days in Heavenly Water Village. You have to learn the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning. Tang Ji hesitated. Well, the Venerable taught Han Fei the technique. Is it appropriate for me to learn it? Fang Zi said, it doesn't matter. The Venerable only taught him the basics, so he was not the Venerable's disciple. If he had the full technique, we would have to keep ourselves away from it. Fang Zi then observed Han Fei, wondering why the Venerable guided a common fisher. Did the guy have any potential that he didn't notice? Chapter 55, Can I Take These Fish? He Xiaoyu listened in silence, shocked as if she had heard the greatest secret. It was not Fang Zi's plan to visit them, but since he had arrived, he decided to give his juniors some greeting gifts. He took out 2 crimson sea fruits and said, Since we've met, these 2 spiritual fruits are my gifts for you. He Xiaoyu accepted one of them, stunned. They were the crimson sea fruits that only the village leader could enjoy, but the angel had tossed them to her casually. Han Fei, on the other hand, thought for a moment and said, Master Angel, would it be outrageous if I propose a request? Fang Zi was rather surprised that Han Fei did not take the crimson sea fruit. A regular villager could resist such temptation. Even Tang Ji was too shocked to say anything when he saw the crimson sea fruit for the first time. Fang Zi said, Oh, what is it that you want? Although you are Tang Ji's brother, I won't take your incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning without giving anything in return. Han Fei said, Master Angel, could you grant me a boat? Regular boats are too fragile for battles. I'm afraid that I'll spend a long time here, so a good boat might be more useful than a spiritual fruit. Fang Zi smiled and said, Interesting, you are smart. A good boat is much more important than a spiritual fruit. Huh, Han Fei pretended to be surprised. Fang Zi waved his hand and said, Fine, I'll give you a boat. A white boat appeared in the ocean out of nowhere. Its shape and decorations were much better than those of the boat they were. On what caught Han Fei's attention was not the boat itself, but how it appeared. He wondered if it had the same mechanism as his Forge the Universe. Fang Zi said, All right, your trial will end soon. Go now. Fang Zi disappeared in the blink of an eye. The village leader announced soon after fishing trial left, I hereby announce that the fishing trial has ended. Everyone will stay where they are. I will watch in the sky. The result of whoever moves will be nullified. All the inspectors were deployed. Some parents also came in to check the result. An inspector came to Han Fei after a quarter. Han Fei was surprised. He knew the inspector to be Zhou Ding from the southern campus, who grabbed him out of the southern campus last time. Zhou Ding was stunned to see the dozens of boats. He thought that they must belong to a heavenly talent, but he exclaimed when he saw Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. It's you. Han Fei said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. He Xiaoyu said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. Tang Ji said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ding asked, Are you Tang Ji? After seeing Tang Ji, he was no longer surprised about so many boats. Who dared to stop the disciple of an angle from robbing them? Of the 10,000 boats that participated in the trial, only 3,000 remained. At this moment, all the staff in the ports were summoned to calculate the fish on those boats. Scores were announced now and then. Zhou Chang, total score, 481 points. Ding Dayu, total score, 389 points. Su Erling, total score, 501 points. Whenever someone's score was above 500, people exclaimed, because such a score was almost certainly among the top 1,000. Suddenly, one of the staff exclaimed, Wang Beiyu, total score, 4,982 points. Hua, everybody was shocked. It was almost 5,000 points. The third son of the Wang family was truly extraordinary. One of the parents exclaimed, He's definitely the second place. Some parents were envious. I'm told that the angel will award the top 3 with spirit concentration art. It must be an awesome battle technique. Some parents mocked, What do you know? Spirit concentration art is not a battle technique, but a great profession. Those who practice spirit concentration are known as spirit concentrators. Some parents even said with mixed feelings, I wish that Wang Beiyu was my son. Han Fei, Tang Ji, and He Xiaoyu were waiting for their scores to be calculated. It was Tang Ji's turn first. The staff was dumbfounded to see the chain of boats. Were they all Tang Ji's? Tang Ji pointed at them and said, Those 5 boats are mine. Who? Everybody took a breath in relief. They almost thought that the boats all belonged to Tang Ji. Soon, someone exclaimed again, Tangji. Tangji's total score is 5882 points. The parents remarked again, as expected of the angel's disciple, he's 1,000 points higher than Wang Beiyu. Someone shook their head. Not just 1,000. If Wang Beiyu's family hadn't asked other people to help him, he couldn't have obtained 5,000 points. Wang Jai, as Tang Ji's teacher, blushed in excitement. That was his student. It seemed that they had a winner now. Nobody thought that the angel helped him because it was not worth it. If the angel had taken action, he could have reaped 50,000 points easily. On the other hand, He Xiaoyu was brought away for statistics, too. He Mingtang had been observing her. When he saw that He Xiaoyu returned with Tang Ji and Han Fei, he knew that his daughter's result couldn't be bad. Before He Xiaoyu's fish was weighed, a worker announced, Hu Kun, 1,299 points. Hu Kun was excited. The last 12 hours had been perilous for him. He was almost killed many times even though he was in level 7 now. After hearing the score, he knew that he could be among the top 100. But he saw He Xiaoyu behind him and changed his face when he noticed the 3 boats that came with her. Did Li Hu not catch her? A moment later, the worker said in shock, He Xiaoyu, total score. 12 points. Ha ha ha, He Mingtang couldn't help but laugh in excitement. A teacher complimented him, Old He, you have a great daughter. Mr. He, your daughter is a future grand fishing master. Mr. He, my boy's score is not very high, but he is handsome and courteous. Can you consider him? He Mingtang couldn't hear any of that now. Your son looks like a yellow fish, yet you say that he's handsome, and you want him to marry my daughter? All the parents saw He Xiaoyu's appearance and praised how beautiful she was. Someone even secretly remembered it and planned to ask his son to pursue her. Hu Kun was stunned. The score was a slap in his face. He thought that He Xiaoyu was robbed by Li Hu, but why did she have 12 points? Was He Xiaoyu stronger than him? Hu Kun saw Han Fei behind He Xiaoyu. Immediately, he felt awful because he saw the dense boats behind Han Fei. Finally, it was Han Fei's turn to be calculated. The worker asked, Are you Han Fei? Which of these boats is yours? Han Fei said, All of them are mine. The worker stared at Han Fei. Say what? All of them are yours? Han Fei nodded. Yes, all of them. The worker circled the boats in disbelief and asked again, Are they truly yours? Han Fei said, There are so many teachers here. How can I be lying? Han Fei had 21 boats in total. Nobody could have believed that they all belonged to one person. While they were calculating, one of the workers opened a cabin and exclaimed in shock. It was full of blade fish without a single green turtle. The worker was dumbfounded. Han Fei was the only one who knew that there were only 4 boats of blade fish, but that was still plenty. A moment later, when Han Fei's result was out, a worker simply cried. Everybody looked at the worker, but she raised the book and stammered, Han Fei's total score is 13,208 points.